The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Presidential candidates sign Peace Pact.
INEC to deploy 1.4 million ad hoc staff for 2027 polls.
Federal government vows secure and credible 2027 elections.
Opposition reps push for single presidential candidate.
Gunmen kill 23 in Plateau reprisal attack.
FCTA demolishes buildings blocking Maitama waterways.
On the foreign scene, UK PM reaffirms support for Ukraine.
Well, in business news, US lifts 12-year restriction on Nigerian vessels.
And sports, Vieira named Senegal's head coach.
The world of entertainment, a family debunks Ogogo's death report.
Now the news and details. Political parties, presidential and National Assembly candidates have signed the first National Peace Accord on issue-based campaigns for the 2027 general elections. The parties and candidates pledged to shun violence, hate speech, personal attacks, misinformation, and other conduct capable of undermining the electoral process. The accord was signed in Abuja by the National Peace Committee in partnership with the Kulka Center on the eve of the official commencement of campaigns. The ceremony was, however, marked by the absence of some opposition figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress and the Nigerian Democratic and the Allied People's Movement, respectively. President Bola Tinubu, who is seeking re-election on the platform of the All Progressive Congress, was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume. INEC Chairman Joash Amopiton and several political party leaders and presidential candidates also attended. Speaking for the president, Akume urged political actors to put national interest above personal and partisan ambitions, stressing that elections should not be treated as a do-or-die affair. INEC Chairman Joash Amopiton described the accord as more than a ceremonial gathering saying it represents a commitment by political actors to set ethical boundaries for the 2027 contest.
Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it will deploy about 1.4 million ad hoc personnel across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide for the 2027 general elections. INEC Chairman Joash Amopeton disclosed this during a meeting with the International Republican Institute's pre-election assessment mission in Abuja. Amopeton said the scale of the deployment reflected the huge logistical operation required to conduct the elections. He said INEC was already implementing its operational roadmap, including continuous voter registration and a comprehensive audit of the voter register. According to him, the Commission will deploy its automated biometric identification system to identify and remove duplicate voter records and maintain an accurate register. He added that INEC was strengthening logistics through early deployment plans and partnerships with transport unions to ensure polling units open on time. The Commission also plans to improve access to polling units and provide assistive devices for persons with disabilities, pregnant women, nursing mothers, and elderly voters.
In the meantime, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to creating a secure information environment for peaceful, credible, and transparent elections in 2027. Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris stated this in Abuja at the 8th Public Lecture Impact Series and Awards of Excellence organized by Blueprint newspapers. The event themed Security Challenges and Integrity of Nigeria's 2027 elections brought together government officials, politicians, security experts, media practitioners, and other stakeholders to examine threats to the electoral process. Idris said election integrity goes beyond what happens on polling day, noting the security, strong institutions, responsible political actors, professional journalism, and access to reliable information are all critical. He said the government would continue to deploy resources, personnel, and technology to tackle terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other threats that could undermine democratic participation. The minister also identified misinformation and disinformation as growing threats, particularly with advances in artificial intelligence, which have made it easier to create convincing fake audio, video, and images. He disclosed that the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, in partnership with UNESCO and other stakeholders, had established the International Media and Information Literacy Institute in Abuja to strengthen media and information literacy.
Turning to other stories now, the Minority Caucus of the House of Representatives has urged opposition parties to unite behind a single presidential candidate to challenge the All Progressives Congress (APC) in the 2027 elections. Minority Leader Frederick Agbedi spoke after a meeting with the G100 opposition coalition led by African Democratic Congress chieftain Salihu Lukman. Agbedi said the meeting marked the beginning of a partnership to mobilize opposition politicians ahead of the polls. He urged opposition leaders and presidential candidates to embrace collaboration, citing what he described as the hardship and frustration facing Nigerians. Lukman said the coalition had postponed its national opposition summit, initially scheduled for August 18, following appeals from political leaders for more time for consultations and to avoid a clash with the signing of the National Peace Accord. He said the coalition was concerned that divisions among opposition parties could repeat the outcome of the 2023 presidential election.
Away from that report, the African Democratic Congress (ADC) has explained its poor performance in the just concluded Osun State governorship election. Speaking in an interview, ADC's National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi attributed the party's low vote count to its collaboration with the Accord Party, which won the election. Abdullahi said the ADC worked with Accord to prevent the All Progressive Congress from winning the poll. He said the party had identified early in the electoral process that splitting opposition votes could work in favor of the APC, prompting the decision to collaborate with Accord.
Meanwhile, Afrobeat superstar David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has described the re-election of his uncle, Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, as a remarkable victory over what he called formidable political opposition. Davido spoke while addressing journalists at his country home following the governor's victory in the August 15 Osun governorship election. Congratulating his uncle, the singer described the contest as a difficult battle, saying several prominent political figures had rallied against the incumbent. He attributed the victory largely to Osun voters, whom he praised for standing by the governor and protecting their votes during the election. Davido said the level of support for the Adeleke family was overwhelming, adding that he became emotional several times while witnessing events on election day. He said the outcome should serve as a lesson to political leaders across the country, arguing that leaders who genuinely serve their people will earn their support at the polls.
A factional national chairman of the Accord Party, Maxwell Budem, has in the meantime called on the Inspector General of Police to order the immediate release of party leaders, members and other residents allegedly arrested and detained in Abuja, Nasarawa and Osun State ahead of the Osun governorship election. Budem urged the IGP to fast-track their release, alleging that the arrest violated their fundamental human rights. He said Governor Ademola Adeleke's victory at the poll was a clear message to what he called anti-democratic forces. He questioned the continued detention of his members, saying there was no justification for keeping them in custody after the election.
Express its disappointment and strong condemnation of every attempt by those in position of authority that try to suppress, intimidate, or undermine the free expression of the will of the people. The people have spoken loud and clear with their votes. They have, in one accord, renewed the mandate of their beloved governor. Let this victory, therefore, serve as a clear message to all those who may seek to suppress the democratic will of the people. The people cannot be permanently silenced. Institutions of government exist to serve the people and not to intimidate or subject them. Accord will continue to defend constitutional democracy, the rule of law, the independence of democratic institutions, and the fundamental rights of every Nigerian to freely choose his or her leaders without fear, favor, or intimidation. Accord demands an immediate release of all its leaders, candidates, members, and supporters arrested and detained in Abuja, Nasarawa, and Osun State.
That was Maxwell Budem, factional national chairman of the Accord Party. And now in another development, at least 23 people, including women and children, have been killed in a suspected reprisal attack on the Binpe community in Kumbum district of Mango local government area of Plateau State. The attack came less than 48 hours after Fulani residents were targeted in Dwak Meitumbi, also in Mango. Several residents were reportedly killed in Saturday's attack, while about 45 homes and large quantities of crops were destroyed. According to counter-insurgency publication Zagazola Makama, suspected Fulani militias invaded Binpe in the early hours of Tuesday, approaching the predominantly farming community through an isolated route from neighboring Bokos. A military security source told Zagazola that troops were deployed after receiving reports of the attack, but arrived after the assailants have withdrawn. Reinforcements, including security personnel operating alongside Operation Rainbow, later joined the response and conducted a search of the community.
Meanwhile, United States Congressman Riley Moore says the U.S. Department of State should not lift Nigeria's designation as a country of particular concern, CPC, over continued attacks on Christians in the Middle Belt. Moore, a Republican representing West Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, said this in a post on X on Tuesday. He was reacting to a recent attack in Plateau State where gunmen reportedly killed at least 24 people in a community in Mango local government area. Nigeria was designated a CPC in 2020 under then-President Donald Trump over severe religious freedom violations, but the designation was removed by the Biden administration in 2021. Trump redesignated Nigeria as a CPC on October 31, 2025.
Environmental matters now. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has commenced the demolition of buildings obstructing waterways in Maitama, Abuja, as part of efforts to restore drainage channels and tackle flooding in the nation's capital. The enforcement exercise began on Tuesday following a directive by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike for the removal of structures built on or blocking designated waterways across the FCT. Wike had announced that the demolition exercise would run from Tuesday to Saturday, warning that buildings found on waterways would be pulled down. The Maitama operation marks the first phase of the enforcement, with authorities expected to move into other parts of Abuja, where structures have been identified as obstructing drainage channels. The FCT administration says buildings encroaching on waterways pose a risk to effective flood management and violate the city's urban planning regulations. The exercise is therefore aimed at clearing obstructed water channels and improving the flow of storm water across the capital.
We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories. To stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone. Nigeria is battling a persistent Lassa fever outbreak, with 1,000 confirmed cases and 237 deaths reported across 23 states. The case fatality rate remains significantly higher than at the same point last year. In Bauchi State, northeast Nigeria, nurses are caring for Lassa fever patients at the isolation ward of the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Teaching Hospital. Nurse Abdul Kadir Shehu explains how they care for patients.
Center is designated into three parts. We have the triage, we have suspect, and then we have confirmed area. The time around for the patient is normally within 24 hours. So as nurses, we take care of that patient at suspect. Then after the 24 hours, if the patient is negative, then we discharge him out if he's stable, and if he require another care, then we transfer him to other facilities. And then if the patient tested positive from the suspect area, then we hand it over to the nurses tested negative. Then at discharge, also our team, they are the one to enter to remove all the medical gadget, then take the patient to the happy shower and ensure that patient take proper.
The disease became personal when she contracted Lassa fever while pregnant.
How I contact it, but I think it's during the period of caring for the patient. So it just started with fever and I'm pregnant, so I thought it was malaria. I feel bad. The first thing that comes to my mind is my pregnancy, because I know its effects with Lassa. There is high fever, temperature of 40 degrees Celsius. There is the vomiting. Then there is sore throat, and they are the major signs of Lassa fever. There was a doctor that became infected 1 week before I also became positive. And there was also a nurse from Tafawa Balewa that he was also rendering care there. He became infected. So 3 of us were isolated.
Lassa fever is mainly spread through food or household items contaminated with the urine or feces of infected rodents. Person-to-person transmission can also occur, particularly in healthcare settings where adequate infection control measures are not in place.
And now to education matters. University of Ibadan has emerged as the highest-ranked Nigerian university in the July 2026 Webometrics ranking of world universities, with the University of Lagos coming second in the country. According to the latest ranking data, 32,148 universities and higher education institutions were assessed globally. UI ranked 1,291st in the world and first in Nigeria, while Unilag placed 1,355th globally and second nationally. The University of Nigeria came third in Nigeria and 1,397th globally, while Covenant University Author ranked 4th nationally and 1,522nd worldwide. American universities dominate the global top 10, taking 7 positions. The UK has 2 institutions in the top 4, Oxford in 3rd place and Cambridge in 4th. University of Toronto is the highest-ranked Canadian institution at 12th globally. Harvard University retained the top position, followed by Stanford, while MIT completed the top 5.
Well, let's take you to Edo State now, where government has commenced the 2-day Edo Youth Impact Forum. 202 in Benin City, I should say, bringing together young people, core members government officials, and other stakeholders to explore opportunities for youth development. The forum themed Ideas, Capital, and Impact aims to help young people turn their ideas and talents into sustainable ventures. Sessions will focus on artificial intelligence, the creative economy, storytelling, skills development, and access to capital. Rhoda Johnny has more for us.
Edo State Government has commenced the two-day Edo Youth Impact Forum 2026 in Benin City, bringing together youth, core members, stakeholders, and government officials. In his welcome remarks, the Commissioner for Youth Affairs said the forum was centered on ideas, capital, and impact with the aim of helping young people develop their talents, acquire skills, and access opportunities.
Today, we are not gathered mainly here for yet another youth conference. We are gathered to create connections between talents and opportunity, between ideas and capital, and between ambition and mentorship.
The Deputy Governor, Dennis Idausa, who delivered the keynote address, urged youth to take advantage of available opportunities and turn their ideas into productive ventures.
For us as a government, the youth empowerment must go beyond speeches. It must be about creating opportunities and building an environment where our young people have a genuine chance to succeed.
A guest speaker also challenged participants to move beyond ideas, stressing the need to build from the ground up, make hard decisions, and develop solutions that can create jobs and generate income.
As new innovations are coming in within the industry, we are meeting regulation, creating technological solutions that can help ensure that we are very well competitive with other businesses.
Some participants who spoke shared their views on the forum and what they hope to gain from the program.
Our idea here is to support our youth that are business-minded, those that have business ideas or don't have the capital to fund those business ideas. We're giving them grants. We've introduced an incubation program for them. So we opened the portal and we had about 2,200 applications. We have selected those applicants. We narrowed it down. And right now we have about 10 finalists that will emerge.
I learned so far that you should never give up in your dreams. Anything you want to do, anything you want to do, just try to do your best, give your best to the world, do the things which pleases you.
The two-day forum continues tomorrow with further engagements aimed at connecting young people with ideas, opportunities, and resources to support their development.
Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. And now to the foreign scene. UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham says his government will continue to support Ukraine 100%, despite a warning from Moscow of consequences over the use of British-made drones in recent Ukrainian strikes inside Russia. The Russian embassy in the UK accused Britain of deliberately escalating the conflict, warning that the deeper its involvement, the higher the price it will pay. Ukraine has stepped up attacks deep inside Russia, targeting oil refineries and logistics sites. Asked about the Russian threat, Prime Minister Burnham said Britain was supporting Ukraine so it could defend itself, a position he said had been maintained by successive UK governments throughout the conflict. The UK has been one of Ukraine's biggest international supporters since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in February 2022. The Ministry of Defense says Britain remains committed to providing Ukraine with the equipment it needs to defend itself against Russia's invasion.
While still on the foreign scene, recurring tremors have increased the number of people displaced in Indonesia following a 7.7 magnitude earthquake that struck the country over the weekend. The head of the communications center at Indonesia's National Disaster Management Agency, Batin Panjaitan, told reporters that the number of displaced people had risen to 40,000, mainly due to aftershocks since Saturday's powerful earthquake. The quake struck East Nusa Tenggara province, home to the popular tourist destination of Labuan Bajo, causing widespread damage. Banjantine said Indonesia has recorded 2,119 aftershocks since Saturday, forcing thousands of residents from their homes. He added that the death toll had risen to 70 by Tuesday as aid continues to reach the affected areas.
In another development, SOS Humanities rescue ship Humanity One docked at the Italian port of Ravenna on Tuesday, carrying 73 people rescued during two operations in the central Mediterranean on August 12 and 13. The German NGO vessel arrived at the port of Ravenna, where Prefect Rafael Riccardi and humanitarian workers accompanied the rescued passengers through initial checks as they left the port. SOS Humanities spokesperson Lucas Kalderhoff said those rescued were exhausted and dehydrated.
12th and 13th of August, we rescued two rubber boats with a total number of 73 people. They were in severe distress. It was overcrowded rubber boats. The people were weak. They were at sea for 3 days. They were exhausted. Some of them were dehydrated. Fortunately, states like Italy have largely withdrawn from their responsibility to rescue people and to disembark them in a safe place. So this is why civilian organizations such as SOS Humanity are stepping in.
The arrival comes amid renewed disagreements among European countries over responsibility for receiving, relocating and returning migrants and asylum seekers. Italy and Germany remain at loggerheads over the implementation of the EU's Dublin system, under which asylum seekers can, and in certain circumstances, be returned to the European countries responsible for examining their claims. Rome has argued that Germany should also consider migrants brought ashore in Italy by German humanitarian organizations, while Berlin has sought to resume transfers of asylum seekers who first entered Europe through Italy before traveling on to Germany.
While you're still watching News Hour on Vop TV, we'll be right back after this break. Stay with us.
news on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Glad to have you back. And now to business. United States Coast Guard has lifted a 12-year condition of entry imposed on vessels calling at designated Nigerian ports before proceeding to the United States. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency says the decision ends additional security requirements imposed on affected vessels since June 25, 2014. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola said the move confirms Nigeria's progress in strengthening maritime security and implementing the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code. He said the government would continue efforts to ensure Nigeria remains a safe, secure and competitive destination for international shipping. Oyetola attributed the development to the efforts of government agencies, port and terminal operators, shipping companies, and other stakeholders.
Well, still business news. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission says an industry-wide investigation has uncovered possible manipulation of cement prices in Nigeria. The commission disclosed this in a statement by its Director of Corporate Affairs, Ondaji Ijagu. It said preliminary findings from a 3-month cross-border study by its Anti-Competitive Practices Department indicated possible anti-competitive practices in the cement industry. The FCCPC said major cement manufacturers cooperated with the investigation by providing records required for the inquiry. As part of the study, the commission examined cement markets in Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Togo, comparing factors including limestone availability, population, production capacity, and consumption. It said a 50-kilogram bag of cement sold for about $5.40 in Nairobi and $4.8 in Tanzania, compared with about $6.75 in Togo. In Nigeria, the FCCPC said prices rose significantly in the first half of 2026 from between 9,300 and 9,700 naira per bag in January to between 10,500 and 13,000 naira by mid-year. Prices in some areas reached 15,000 naira by July.
And now to sports, Patrick Vieira has been appointed the new head coach of Senegal's Teranga Lions. The former France international replaces Pape Thiaw, who left the position following Senegal's early exit from the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Vieira's appointment was unanimously approved by the Senegalese Football Federation as part of efforts to strengthen the national team's technical management and achieve its sporting ambitions. Vieira was a key member of the France squad that won the 1998 FIFA World Cup on home soil. The former Arsenal midfielders managed several clubs in England and France, including Crystal Palace, Strasbourg, and Nice. His appointment marks a new chapter for the Senegalese national team.
Well, so sports news, a consortium including Amazon founder Jeff Bezos has acquired about 38% of Liverpool from the club's owners, Fenway Sports Group. The consortium, 1892 Holdings, I should say, was initially reported to have bought about a third of the Premier League club. The agreement also gives the group an option to acquire a controlling stake in Liverpool within the next 12 months, although there is no formal commitment to do so. Led by British-Indian businessman Amit Bhatia, the consortium also includes Bezos and Facebook co-founder Eduardo Severin. Subject to regulatory approval, Bhatia will become Liverpool's vice chairman and join the club's expanded board. The deal values Liverpool at between 5 and 6 billion pounds, highlighting the club's growing appeal to global investors.
And now to entertainment. The family of Nollywood actor Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, has debunked reports that the actor has died. In a post on Instagram, his daughter Halima Taiwo asked the public to stop spreading unverified reports about her father's condition. The clarification comes less than 24 hours after Halima appealed for public support, saying her father is battling stage 4 cancer. She called for anyone with access to herbal or advanced medical treatments to contact the family, adding that the hospital had stopped chemotherapy treatment for the actor.
Well, we do wish the much-loved actor a quick recovery. Well, on a lighter note, the 2026 MTV Video Music Awards nominations have been announced, with Madonna leading this year's field with a career best 11 nods. The Queen of Pop is up for Video of the Year for Confessions 2, the film, as well as Artist of the Year and Song of the Year for Bring Your Love, among other categories. Taylor Swift follows with 9 nominations. The Fate of Ophelia video is recognized in categories including Video of the Year, Best Pop and Best Cinematography, while Swift is also in the running for Artist of the Year. Ariana Grande and Sabrina Carpenter each earned 7 nominations, while Bruno Mars, Pink Panthers and Zara Larsson received 5 apiece. Lisa picked up 4, while Shakira and Tate McRae each earned 3. And that's how we wrap it up on News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that presidential candidates have signed a peace accord.
Also, INEC to deploy 1.4 million ad hoc staff for 2027 polls.
The federal government vows to secure a credible 2027 election.
Opposition reps push for single presidential candidate.
Gunmen killed 23 in Plateau reprisal attack.
FCTA demolishes buildings blocking Maitama waterways.
While on the foreign scene, UK Prime Minister reaffirms support for Ukraine.
In business, US lifts 12-year restriction on Nigerian vessels.
While in sports news, Vera named Senegal head coach.
And in the world of entertainment, family debunks the Ogogo's death report. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0813-371-4129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Uguche. Thank you for watching.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Vop TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In Nigeria's most complex city, 22 million people wake up every day needing one thing: safety. And for that, they look to one institution and one kind of leader. This is the story of a man who believes policing begins not with force but with trust. Assistant Inspector General Olorundare Moshood Jimo was born August 10, 1971 in Ilorin, Kwara State. Raised in a disciplined home, a military father, a trading mother, he learned early order, resilience, and hard work. He studied political science at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Then in 2000, he joined the Nigeria Police Force as a cadet assistant superintendent, trained at the Police Academy in Wudil, Kano. From his first posting, one thing set him apart. He chose dialogue over intimidation. He believed trust was a tool of policing.
Contributions of the state government to ensure that we are up and doing in carrying out our duty and other responsibility. The component of the state government in everything we do was very, very huge. And that is why when it comes to the local government election, we had an election for the 20 local government area, and that is 7 LCDA, without any scratch on anybody. No ballot box was snatched, no any official were attacked, no any electorate were molested. Everything went on peacefully. And at the end of the day, we ensured security before, during, and after the election.
By 2017, he became the fourth public relations officer of the Nigeria Police Force. As a certified member of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, Jimo changed how the police spoke to Nigerians. Factual, measured, transparent, he introduced on-site press parades, giving verified details straight from crime scenes, not to sensationalize, but to inform and deter. For this, he was named Presidential Public Relations Personality of the Year because he proved a simple truth. Communication, handled truthfully, is as powerful as enforcement. His career spanned operations and diplomacy. Deputy Commissioner in Oyo, Commissioner at Eastern Port Harcourt. He served in the African Union Peacekeeping Mission in Darfur, Sudan, earning commendations for courage and restraint. He trained in counterterrorism at the U.S. Embassy in Abuja, crime prevention in Seoul, South Korea, and smart governance in China. For Jimo, training is not routine, it is preparation.
To weather the storm, we have faced a challenge that is even far, far beyond this. It's only for those who may be in a haste to believe what they feel they want to believe. But if you draw your mind back and even Google my name, you see a lot of achievement that we have recorded to the glory of God for the Nigerian Police Force.
In March 2026, he was decorated and promoted to Assistant Inspector General of Police, taking command of Zone 2, Lagos and Ogun State. And recently, he was recognized as the most outstanding anti-crime police chief in West and Central Africa for 2025. Today, AIG Olorundare Jimo leads with a philosophy he repeats to every officer. Discipline is the beginning of public trust. He believes policing must be intelligence-led, proactive, and service-driven. From cadet to AIG, his journey shows what reform looks like, not in speeches, but in integrity, consistency, and accountability. In a time when many fear the police, AIG Olorundare Jimo reminds us of what the police can be: intelligent, ethical, human.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society:
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay. towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you
and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toe Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
On NigeComSat, all you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning. Good morning and welcome to the program. Now, this is VOP This Morning, Voice of the People Television. But the program, the star program, is VOP This Morning. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Today is the 19th day of August 2026. Big day in Nigeria's political history because it ushers in, as a matter of fact, presidential and National Assembly campaigns open today in Nigeria, August the 19th day. So it's a very big day because, well, we are going to be hearing a lot from people that aspire to lead us in one way or the other, presidential level, National Assembly, and all of that. Well, Nigerians, is open to you to make a choice, a good choice for that matter, because in the next 4 years, the people you elect early next year are going to superintend over your activities, over your affairs in the next 4 years. So, like we normally say in our local parlance, this is the time to shine your eyes. Don't make mistakes. Vote the right people. Listen to them carefully. Read between the lines. The promises, the performance, and all of that. The antecedents. What have they done before? What are they going to do? History beckons on you now. I mean, we are looking at history in motion. That is what today's signifies for Nigerians. Well, away from just an intro, but on the program today, we have interesting topics that we have lined up for you. Well, U.S. court has given Donald Trump's attorney 4 days to release Tinubu's drug trafficking records. And when we move away from that, we talk about Tinubu, an article absent as Obi Showore, other opposition figures signed peace accord amid commencement of campaigns for 2027 elections. And finally, Nigerians push back as police forces PRO, bail is free comment, generates controversy. Now, those are the major topics of conversation. But beyond that, we also have other interesting trending topics that we'll talk about in the course of the program. I would like for you to come along with us. I mean, you can also be part of this by going to our handles, X, Facebook, Instagram, and all of that. We are at VOP TV Live. Good to have you join us again.
Yes, of course, campaigns have started officially, and I emphasize the word officially because we saw campaigns actually from right after the 2023 elections. You know, there's some sort of campaign started, and then, you know, Nigerians ask questions. Is this how it should be? And I said, look, as long as they don't use the word vote for. Yeah. But now, you know, those who are participating will start talking to the people. So do expect them to come knocking at your door. And, well, like Chukuma rightly said, shine your eyes. Shine your eyes. I mean, it will take all of us, you know, coming together, making a good decision to put Nigeria, you know, forward. And basically, the decisions we make, you know, affect things like what we want to talk about now. Price of goods, price of cement, you know, how policies of government have affected this. Well, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, says Preliminary findings from its investigation into Nigeria's cement industry have raised concerns over possible price manipulation and other anti-competitive practices. Now, the commission said particular attention was drawn to the relatively high retail prices of cement in Nigeria, despite the country's large limestone deposit, substantial domestic production capacity, and reported access installed capacity. Comparison was drawn with countries like Kenya. Now, Kenya, with a population of about 58.6 million people and significant limestone deposit, a bag of cement, in Kenya sells for about Naira equivalent, about 7,300 Naira. Now, compare that to what we have here in Nigeria, where a bag of cement goes for as much as 15,000 Naira. I mean, between 12 and 15,000 Naira right here in Nigeria. And it's interesting. You see, more interesting is the fact that we have a deposit of about 65 million tons, 65 million tons of cement. Our consumption is around 25 to 30 million tons. So the excess is then what is exported. But what we consume is on the high side. And interestingly, other countries were also sampled in this investigation. Tanzania, where cement goes for about 6,000 Naira, 6,528 Naira, if you put it in Naira equivalent. And Togo is particularly more interesting because in Togo, they sell cement, Naira equivalent of it in Togo goes for about 9,000 Naira compared to Nigeria's 12 to 15,000 Naira. And Togo does not produce cement. They don't have any deposit of limestone. So you start to ask yourself, what exactly is going on? Well, the major players were contacted and, they gave reasons. They said, cost of production, gas prices have gone up, FX, logistics, bad roads, how that affects diesel prices, truck, and all of that. So it seems to be a combination of all these factors add to the increase in price. But FCCPC says they are still investigating, and I would like to know what they come up with at the end of the day. But do recall that in 2024, government came out in 2024. At the beginning of the year, government said, look, let's find a balance. Let's, peg cement prices at between 7,000 to 8,000 or 9,000 Naira. Let's leave it at that amount. So government called the major players, Dangote Cement, Boa Cement, Lafarge Cement, called them together. These are the big boys, the major players. Let's have an agreement. Their price should not go beyond a certain amount of money. Now, Nigerians were concerned at that time because pegging it at 7,000 Naira did not sit well with Nigerians, bearing in mind that in January, Boa Cement had made a publication that they were planning to start selling cement at 3,500 Naira. So if Boa is saying, we want to sell at 3,500 Naira, and then the very next month, government says, okay, come together, let's leave it at 7,000 Naira. How is that in the interest of the people? I mean, if Boa is saying they want to sell at 3,500 Naira, that means they know that they can achieve 3,500 Naira. But then government says, let's leave it at 7,000, between 7 and 8,000 Naira. Now, that didn't even work. That didn't work. In March, the same year, 2024, cement went from that 7,000 to 7,800, 7,000 to 8,000 Naira that they agreed upon to about 11,000 Naira in some parts of the country, depending on, distance between the production factories and the consumer. So you start to ask yourself, what exactly is playing out? Well, the interesting part is FCCPC is looking at this. I hope they come up with something reasonable. But, you continue to ask yourself, gas prices, policies of government, really. Importation of raw materials, spare parts. I mean, the raw materials are here for limestone, but then spare parts for the trucks and, equipment and the rest of it. These things, they say, affect the prices. And building in Nigeria now is cutthroat. Imagine purchasing one bag that I got some years back for 5,000 naira. Imagine purchasing that for 15,000 naira. So you should actually, give it up, doff your heart for anyone who's building at this time. Everything just becomes difficult in Nigeria. And, well, I'm not going to blame the major players and say, oh, they are profiteering from this. I won't jump into that yet until FCCPC's investigation is concluded. And then we'll know, where to go from there.
FCCPC, what are they investigating? I want to know what they're investigating. I mean, well, you said you expect. Let me. I don't want to disappoint you, but just know that this is one of the things that FCCPC will do to look as if they are doing something.
To look as if
they are doing something, because as a matter of fact, they can only back, they cannot bite. It's a toothless bulldog. They can only look at small offenders and punish them. What are they doing with the telcos? What are they doing with the banks? What are they doing with the digital app loans that are shafting Nigerians? Collecting more than 300% interest, on small amounts of money and all of that. They don't see those things. They are looking at the big players, the cement people. I mean, this is big business, and I should be. Okay, sorry about that. Now they have rolled out, the implications, the cost variables, in the production of cement. What else would FCCP say? And I'm a bit surprised that they are saying this. When they are comparing us with Nigeria, Kenya, Togo, and all of that, did they consider our purchasing power parity, between those countries and Nigeria and the United States dollar, which as at last count is still the, international currency of exchange, so to say. Now, 1 Kenyan shillings is equivalent to 0.077 US dollars. So if you have $1 US, you probably exchange it for 129.50 Kenyan shillings. What does that tell you? It has value. And so if you have $1, you probably exchange it for 1,340 something naira. What does that tell you? Our PPP, the purchasing power parity, is not in favor of Nigeria. And so they might say that, well, Nigeria is number 3 or number 4 in Africa. GDP does not necessarily translate to good standard of living. And so when they make this kind of comparisons, I'm a bit bothered, and I begin to question the economics that they studied. The cost of transportation, the cost of equipment. Do we produce those things locally? No. And so do you expect people... I know that there's a...
What things now? Cement?
No.
Okay.
The equipment.
Okay.
The equipment and other inputs. It's like saying that you have aircraft here. People fly cheaper from Ghana to the US than from Nigeria to US, but
Absolutely.
It's just a stone throw. And so there's a lot of rejigging that we need to do in this economy until we try to do some kind of production, local production, to aid us. Build up our currency. Our currency is the major problem that we have. And until your purchasing power parity begins to level up, with at least, not to compare with the dollar, the euro or pound, but let it even be competitive here in Africa. That is when you can start making progress. If you look at the cost variables that they put out there, the cost of transportation alone, the gas, we have gas, but how much is gas in Nigeria? Quite expensive compared to people that don't even have gas. I think in one of those analogies, that one country, Togo, doesn't even have a limestone or what?
They don't have, yes.
They don't have, but their own cement is cheaper than ours. And so that is the problem of our economics. We'll keep grappling with it until we get to a point where we are able to say Nigeria has become a production nation. Let us stop deceiving ourselves with,
whichever way you look at it, it falls back on the table of the government.
Of the government, the handlers of the economy, people that manage the economy. There are certain things that you need to do. You need to fix infrastructure. Mm-hmm. You need to ensure that you become productive to the extent that your currency becomes strong. If your currency is strong, a lot of all these things, including inflation, will gradually take a nosedive. But so long as you keep floating your currency to the extent that, well, you have to, and there's so much pressure on FX. And so people that import, we import practically more than 70% of what we use. People that import are going to what of shipment, cost and all of that. There are a lot of variables that are not in favor of Nigeria. Look at our ports here. How many taxes? Look at the ports in Cotonou, which is more like a free port and all of that to an extent. And so if you consider all of these things, we are still grappling with a lot. And until we begin to deal with these things, we'll still be running this circle show that we do every other time. Unfortunately, well, yes, FCCPC, you have done your own. At least Nigerians know that you exist, but you need to do more. Like I said, there are areas that you need to tackle. Telcos, are ripping off Nigerians. Banks, traditional banks, the big banks, the digital loan apps, Nigerians are complaining, 300% and more interest. Where does that happen? I expect the business community to run well. No, it doesn't happen. It will be magical if it does happen.
Oh, well, magical, that's the word. That's where I'll take it from. Residents of Ebonyi State are hoping for some magic right now because the kind of water they are exposed to it leaves little to be desired. There's nothing magical about the water. Well, a resident of Easy local government area in Ebonyi State has appealed to Governor Francis Nwefuru to urgently address the community's water crisis, raising concerns over the unhealthy condition under which the residents source drinking water. Now, in a video making the rounds on social media, the man directly appealed to the governor in the language that the governor and everybody else in Ebonyi would understand, especially my producer, because that's where she's from. She likes to take it back home. And I like that, actually. Charity, they say, begins at home. So, yes. So she takes it back home. And by the way, talking about my producer, she's taking the bold step. I think I need to be certain of the month, but, she's becoming a wife.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh.
You didn't know?
I know. Oh, okay.
October.
It's October.
Yeah, so it's
October.
happening in October. Okay.
I didn't know that you knew
in October.
Well.
So we just might be going to Ebonyi. Just might be going to Ebonyi.
So when we go to Ebonyi, is this the kind of water we are going to?
You will carry your own water.
Okay, we'll go with our own branded water here from
Yes.
Lagos and all of that. So probably that's the reason why she's spotlighting this, so that the governor can do something, because I can't see myself going to drink this kind of water. By the way, what did David Umahi do in Ebonyi State?
He built an airport.
A very
flamboyant-looking airport.
And he built flyovers. He built flyovers.
And overlays.
You see, exactly the point that I normally make. Our people have a false sense of accomplishment, especially our leaders. I don't have a problem with the fact that Dave Umahi built an airport or flyovers and roads. He did well in that area. But they are what we call the fundamentals of life. The fundamentals of life. I mean, you can't have a city, a government, a state that has existed for at least more than 20 years or more, and you don't have potable water in some communities. What is the size of Ebonyi State? It's no big deal. If you can't do it, you call people that can do it.
Do we have potable water in Lagos?
Exactly the point. Do we have in Lagos, in this country? So it's a kind of bit frustrating that since 1914, over 100 years of our amalgamation plus, we don't have potable water. Moses, what does it cost? If you can't do it, they have what they call PPP, private-public partnership. There are countries where water is given. I keep going back to a certain country, Singapore. The water they produce in Singapore, one of the reasons why Lee Kuan Yew had problems, when they severed with Malaysia was, why? Because 80% of the water they took came from Malaysia. And so it was a big problem for him. You know what he did? He had to reinvent. And in less than 10 years, they produced in excess of what Malaysia was giving them and even surpassed Malaysia. So why can't we do it? We started off before them. We got independence in 1960. They got independence in 1965. Enugu as a city has existed for more than 100 years.
Yeah.
And in Enugu,
water is still a major problem.
Water is still a major problem, not even roads. Because At every turn, tankers supply water, even to government house.
Yeah.
Is that not embarrassing? And when this governor came, he said he was going to put water in all parts of Enugu within 100 years. He's done 3 years plus, 3 years and a half plus, and that has not happened. And so why is it difficult for governments to fix water? Growing up, we had water corporation in
water board.
We had water board, water corporation. And if you go and open the tap, even in my own school, pipes were, trailed into the hostels and all of that. But now we don't have any of those things. So it's a bit difficult to understand what government is doing. They can't provide water. They can't provide hospital. They can't provide schools. What do? They glory in building roads. A kilometer of road that they build for 500 million. They take 3 or 4 billion naira to build it. SPVs for them to take money and all of that. I don't know what else
they
to
brag
say.
And they tell you that, look, if government wants to exercise its might, it can exercise its might to get votes and take over a state. Those are the things they brag about.
They're bragging right. It's a bit difficult to understand all of this.
Oh, well, from Ebonyi, we go to Edo State, where a resident of Edo State has called out the state governor, Monday Okpebolo, over the deplorable condition of the road leading to the government house. Now, I think I saw this video yesterday while we were on the air. I saw the video. In a video posted on social media, if we have it, I guess, yes, the video will be coming up, just in case you haven't seen it. You will see potholes with, muddy waters on the road as motorists slow down and struggle to maneuver in order to minimize damage to their vehicle. The video has sparked reaction on social media, with many wondering about the condition of other roads in the state, especially in the rural areas, if the road to the government house, is in this kind of condition. Well, let's take a listen to what the gentleman was saying, because he made his comment in English, really. And there you have it. That's the road. This road leads to government house.
0 to government house. 0 to government house. This year, then road to government house. All the motor they slow down. See government house here. Then I road to government house for Benin City, Edo State. This year, road to government house.
Edo, and this is the GRA, and we can't even pass. So we have to use leg to cross this river. This is river GRA, river Basaki, river Asfer, Igodalo. These people have actually failed Edo people. We need to see, this is the problem we are facing. This is how we party every day.
Well, this is a video done by the governor himself. Well, you're talking about GRA, a different environment entirely. How, he said, look, they have to cross the road by foot.
They say our road.
Well, that's a gully. That's a gully, and that's the government house right there. So I start to ask myself, he probably gets into his office using a helicopter, because, you can't fly this road daily and not be worried about the condition of your vehicle. And at least think about yourself. If you want to do the road, if you don't want to do it for the people, do it for yourself.
Moses, can I say something?
Please.
I think for the first time, I am proud of Monday Okpebolo, the governor of Edo State. You know what? He's a patriot. He's a very patriotic Nigerian. Only one person lives in the government house. And so he prefers to do the roads for other people, Can you imagine? Who does that? Who does that? Government house, only one person lives in the government house. And I hear that Edo State is a construction site, by the way. And the governor, in his wisdom, servant leader, he says, well, the Edo people are more concerned about your welfare. So let me first of all build your own roads and forget about myself. Isn't that a good one? I think you should give him some kudos to him. But I'm also surprised that he went to government house to blame it to Hodalo and Monday, Godwin or Basiki. You don't make others a scapegoat You are now the governor of Edo State. So if there's anything, you knew all about this, before you became governor, when you were campaigning. You know that there were bad roads in GRA and all of that. And so instead of coming to show us, make a video of it and yourself, you simply embarrassed yourself by doing that. You shouldn't have done that. What you expect to see is that, well, I've fixed GRA roads and all of that. Because we hear that you governors are getting more money. And so what do you do with the money? Are you building schools? Are you building hospitals? Are you building power generating stations and all of that? We don't see that. The only thing you guys do is to build roads or have built roads, have paid salaries. As if the people that you are paying salaries are not working for you. They are working for you. Every worker deserves his wage. So congratulations to you. Leave the road to the government house like that. At least you are the only one that uses that road. If people want to see you, can give an appointment somewhere in one of the flyovers that you built. You can meet them there so that they wouldn't have to pass through the agony of using that bad road. Kudos to you, Mondo Bebe.
Well, that's pretty much how far we go. Okay. Well, let's look at the papers now. Let's see what the headlines have for us this morning. Going to the papers. Jane, do you have the papers with you? If you do, go right ahead. Okay.
Peace pact as campaign begins today. Interesting. Tinubu warns against ethnic religious politics. Obi demands issue-based campaigns. Atiku, Makinde absent as candidates pledge violence-free polls. INEC deploys 1.4 million ad hoc staff for 2027 poll. Raises alarm over misinformation. Off-cycle polls. Jonathan decries governor's show of force. NDLEA nabs alleged cocaine baron fleeing to Paris. Nigerians pay more for cement than African neighbors. That's according to the FCCPC. And finally, no alliance. Adeleke denies ADC role in re-election.
Why is the president talking about ethnic politics and all of that? Has he condemned the Adeleke for saying that he will support him because he's a Yoruba man? Is that not ethnic? Public posturing, I would say. Now let's move away from. Sorry, it is.
Oh, yes, it is. Of course.
Let's move away from there and go to the Daily Sun. Beside the nameplate, you have 2027. Tinubu signs peace accord. Warns politicians against unguarded utterances. Ethnic religious slurs. This is a bit confusing. I hear that he wasn't part of the signing.
The SGF was there.
Okay, the SGF. Oh, in person. Oh,
yes.
Really? Beautiful. 24 killed in fresh Plateau attack. Get mass burial. I'll check that again for clarity. 24 killed in fresh Plateau attack. Get mass burial. Move to 6 calm. PDP demands security emergency. ADC condemns killings. Women protest. Now the big story. Jonathan faults APC governor's involvement in Osun poll. Says house show of force undemocratic. 6 new rules for off-cycle elections. Wabara, Adeleke's victory triumph of people's will. I'll check that again. Adeleke's victory triumph of people's will. And the most stories from the Sun newspaper. 2027. Southeast Youth vow to end impunity with PVC. FCCPC probes price manipulation in Nigeria's cement market. Dangote refinery gets $600 million investment, commits $400 million to IPO. And finally, Wike, if Tinubu wanted APC to win, he would have drafted me to Osun. Unveils more projects to transform Abuja. Targets December completion. Well, Wike.
All right then. Well, those are the headlines. Don't stay with us. We'll do more justice to those headlines much later with the analysts in the studio, making sense of it all and helping you understand some of them as well. And in the meantime, let's get into the conversation. United States Court gives attorney 4 days ultimatum to release Tinubu's alleged drug trafficking records. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
From the views on the streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. Now let's quickly run into it. United States District Judge Beryl Howell has issued Donald Trump appointed Attorney General Pirro 4 additional days to release the drug trafficking records of Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu. Well, according to Don Von Batten Montague, who disclosed the development in a post on X, Judge Howell noted that the case has been pending for more than 3 years. You will recall that Pirro had reportedly requested an additional 10 days to comply with the order concerning records held by the U.S. Department of Justice DOJ, Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI, and Drug Enforcement Agency DEA. However, Judge Howell granted only 4 additional days, setting August 21, 2026 as the deadline for compliance. Well, Von Batten said the development is a renewed effort by Pirro and the Department of Justice to release the records, insisting that the documents should now be made public. Well, we have here in the studio to help us make sense of this, Mr. Darlington Agommo. He is a political affairs analyst. Beside him, we also been joined by Somi Oranta. Somi Oranta is a philosopher, an entrepreneur, author, but he appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. And from our Oka station, we've been joined by Honorable Engineer Ben Aka. He's a community leader, good governance advocate, and a public affairs analyst. From our Benin station, we will be joined by Honorable Destiny Enabulele. He appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good morning and thanks for being part of the program. We appreciate your presence as usual. Now, quickly, Mr. Agommo, here we are again talking about the drug case of the president in the United States. We hear that a certain amount of money, $460,000 or thereabout dollars, forfeited because of drug-related case. But we also told that that case wasn't criminal, that it was a civil suit. And so why are we running the ring again? Why are we going back to it? I thought it had been done and dealt with, settled. What do you think?
Criminal cases done that.
But this is not a criminal case, they said.
Hold on, please, hold on.
Okay, sir.
You see, when people are selling wrong narrative, gullible people will buy it. That money was the proceed of a drug business. And so, how can you separate the money from the owner? It's like this thing that Kiyamo is telling us that great men don't go to school. And gullible people will buy it. No! If there was nothing, the U.S. wouldn't have insisted. Or do you know more than the U.S. court? If there was nothing, they wouldn't have been insisting on that matter up to today. It would have been dismissed long ago. And so anybody telling us that it is not a criminal case, from what source did you get that money? That is the issue here. It was gotten through drug business, and drug is a criminal offense in UK. I mean, in US. So why do you want to separate it?
All right, Mr. Gomo, this thing is a bit difficult for us to understand because in the first place, let us be clear on what we are putting out.
Okay.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as far as this case is concerned, nobody has told us that he was involved in drug peddling. What we have been told is that a certain amount of money was found in his account, and that it was related to drug peddling.
Okay.
And at that time, what happened? The United States ABR, who had in some kind of understanding, he had to forfeit the money.
Oh, really?
Was he charged to court? I'm not aware that he was charged to court.
Good.
And so the latest thing that we heard about that case, as far as 2022, 2023, 2024, up until this 2026, even from the United States, is that it was a civil matter and not a criminal case. So where are we getting it wrong?
Now, listen very well. Like I told you, criminal matter don't die until it is adjudicated upon. That matter, whatever they manipulated in the US, was at that time. That was what happened. It's like when somebody has committed a criminal offense in Nigeria and make sure that the matter doesn't get to court. Does it mean that it is no longer a criminal matter? No. Later, somebody will now review that case and say, look, there is something here.
Okay.
That is what happened. But did you plead? Did you plead for the forfeiture? Hold on. How can somebody take your money? The money you acquired through legitimate means. How can somebody take it from you for nothing? Does it make sense to you?
It wasn't taken for nothing. It was taken because the money was traced to drug business.
So who did the drug business? How did the money find its way into your account? No, tell me now. And you did not even challenge it. I mean, look at it yourself. You did not challenge it. You didn't tell them that this money, I don't know how we came into my account. You did not.
Okay, it's a bit difficult for us to understand. Let's bring in Mr.
There is nothing difficult here. Just that somebody manipulated his way.
Okay, somebody is manipulating.
They are thinking that the matter is over. It's not over.
It's not over. Okay, we'll talk about the consequences of this. Now, Mr. Ranta, how do you react to this development? I mean, this is not the first time that we are having this discussion about this 400 and some drug-related case in the US and all of that. At some point, the president was shielding, trying to prevent the FBI and DEA from releasing his records and all of that. Let's talk about of what consequence will it be if those details are released.
If you ask me, now who I go ask?
You are the analyst here, so that's why we're asking you.
But you see, the truth of the matter is that if there was nothing in that file, those documents, why is Mr. or Alhaji or President Tinubu struggling to ensure that those documents does not see the light of day? That is what you have to look at here. If there was nothing incriminating, if there was nothing, that could actually nail him in, why is he spending so much money, making all the effort to stop it from seeing the light of day? That's what you have to. But look, you can do a lot here in Nigeria and get away with it and cover it, and that covering will remain there, in perpetuity. But in the United States, where institutions are operating on their own, independent of any human being, no matter how strong that character, that personality might be, whether for good or for evil, in Nigeria you can do it and get away with it. But over there, you could do and cover it now. But all people will come and review it and say, look, let's take a different look at this thing. Let's review it. And they will bring out on earth all the things that were hidden under that matter. So that's what's happening now.
Now, Mr. Ranta, when you say that in Nigeria, people do things and get away with it, apparently saying that there are no consequences. And so, why are we pursuing this if there is likelihood that there will not be any consequence to all of it? Why are we doing it?
Well, this issue about the president, his academic record, his age and everything, plus this money matter, came up, 2022, 2023. But all those things was swept under the carpet lastly, even by the judiciary. They say some of the information came out late and they cannot admit it.
Okay.
But the people who are pursuing this matter now,
they decided to start early enough so that nobody will come and tell Nigerians that, look, oh, it's late and all that. But you see, the most populous black nation in the world can't afford, for any reason whatsoever, to have this kind of issue happening around our image.
Okay.
Because they say out of every 5 black people in the world, 1 or 2 might be a Nigerian.
Okay.
So how come
we need
such
to
a
represent the
populous
black
nation,
in
yes,
the world.
how come such a populous nation will be so, immersed in this kind of
controversy?
Controversy.
Now, before we go to the virtual
guest,
there's one question that I would like to ask you. It's instructive based on what you said. It was swept under the carpet, in 2022, 2023 when it came. At that time, the president was more like an outsider.
Yeah.
And he was able to pull through all of that. Now that he is an insider, in total control of the state, structure of government, more like the apparatus of government, the police, the judiciary, INEC, and everything, the legislature, Nigerians are complaining that there's some kind of state capture under his control. If he was able to sweep it under the carpet in 2022, 2023, what do you think will happen in 2026, 2027?
There's this parable we put in our place. They say when the hawk comes to swoops on the chicks, and he maybe succeeded in carrying maybe one of the chicks, and as he's going, the mother hen will start shouting, will start flying, as he want to go and catch the hawk. Sometimes all this effort may end in nothing, but at least the mother hen say, look, why I'm doing all this is to tell the world that, look, he has come to carry my chick again. So even if nothing happened, let the world know that this is the position of things. We cannot afford to have somebody who is superintendent over the affairs of this country. His parentage, he cannot ascertain. The schools he attended, he cannot ascertain. Then this drug issue again. So it's not telling well about us. That is why no real businessman is coming to Nigeria to do business. It's only portfolio investors, that can do any kind of deals. So we need to clean up the Nigerian system.
All right then. Thank you very much, Somi Ranta. Well, let's go virtual now. We have Engineer Ben Aka, who joins us from Orca, and he's a good governance advocate and public affairs analyst. Good morning to you.
Good morning, my brother. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. Good to have you join this conversation this morning. And I mean, you're one who's been around. I mean, you've been around. You lived in the U.S. at some point. The question now is, first off, why is Atiku's lobbying agency, doing this at this time? How much impact will this have on the 2027 elections, regardless of the fact that this is starting early? Bear in mind that it's not the first time we've heard talks about documents being released. In fact, at some point, we were told about over 200 pages were going to be released in batches. But what are your thoughts on this one?
One thing I want to tell you, I believe that Tinubu and the APC people are very strong political strategists. I wouldn't take it from them that this discussion is not being engineered by the APC because it's completely diversionary.
That's strange.
As the campaign,
that's strange because the lobbying agency that is pushing for this in the United States is the one hired by Alhaji Atiku Abubakar.
Let me just say, at the point in which it's coming, you don't know how they manipulate issues. Now, let me ask you a question. This particular discussion has come up very many times. What has it achieved?
Help me answer that question.
What is it that we don't already have in the public domain about the forfeiture, about this case, that is not enough to have disabled Tinubu from contesting an election or from being impeached as the president? Has he achieved anything? The answer is no. So why are we at this particular time, when we should be discussing the details and the intricacies of the elections that are coming on, going back to a discussion that is completely a futility.
Yeah,
Let me ask one question. Where will this discussion lead us to? Will it lead us to the disqualification of Tinubu? The answer is no. Will it lead us to know more about him? The answer is no. Will it lead us to changing the character of the election? The answer is no. So why is it coming up now? It's only diversionary as far as I'm concerned.
All right, but
now,
well,
having said,
okay, go ahead.
having said that, the question we continue to ask is, was he charged to court? Those that are saying that are clearly making it known to us that there was no criminal offense committed. But let me ask, what is a plea bargain? Is a plea bargain connected to civil cases? It's not. Any case between the state and an individual cannot be civil. It's criminal. So let's take our minds away from that. Once it is the state versus the individual, it is criminal. That's the much I know. Maybe the lawyers will educate me more.
All right then.
All right, I just wanted to ask you, Engineer Ben. I mean, Atiku taking this case to the U.S., lobbying firms in the U.S., does he risk coming across as having a personal vendetta against the president, or he actually does have the interest of Nigerians at heart?
I even think that he may be working for the president. He may be wanting to divert the public attention from crucial issues that will lead to the election to trivial matters that have been trashed before.
That's quite an interesting
The way
perspective.
of politicians is not very clear to most people who don't understand. A politician can come in the public domain and be acting like he is actually opposing somebody, whilst the actions he's taking are geared towards helping that opponent.
Oh well, some will also argue that some of those actions might be done ignorantly, you know. But it's interesting, quite an interesting perspective you have there, because when the report about publication of documents came up, the presidency did say, or President Tinubu at the time did say, look, hold on the publication, because this will have irreparable damage on my person. It makes it difficult for me to understand that, or to accept the fact that Atiku might be working for the president. But that's your perspective, which is very okay. Now, we do have Engineer Destiny, I beg your pardon, I just made him an engineer. You know, he's Destiny and Abulele. I just made you an engineer, imagine. Just in 1 minute. In 1 minute. Well, good to have you join the conversation this morning. Now, 3 decades. We've been on this for 3 decades. We've been talking about, Tinubu's records. Was he charged to court? Well, the money, was it from proceeds of crime? And all of that. Now, are we about to get new facts about the president and that $460,000 that was forfeited? Or will it just be new access to old news?
Pursue issue to a logical conclusion and average Nigerians. That is why the politicians, including me that have one leg in politics, that's why we always have our way. We don't pursue to a logical conclusion. I will tell you for a free. Not too long ago, the president made a very, with utmost humility, I'm trying to use this as an example, a very sarcastic statement from a supposed leader. Permit me, I will speak the language of a funeral in a funeral. You shouldn't expect me to speak the language of a wedding in a funeral. That all is fair in politics. That statement alone, for to be in a sinner climb, in a sinner society, is enough. In a sane society, it's enough to bring this government to its knees. Yes. I'll tell you for a free. Yeah. Because you can see what follows after that statement. The Shahid from Kanu is comment. The Fadausi from Oshun is comment. And again, the two marked doors from the presidency Boala and with utmost humility, the other one.
Well, let's be careful with our language. You can't refer to an individual as a mad dog, and then you say it with utmost humility. Let's be civil. Thank you very much.
Let me tell you, Moses. Let me tell you, Moses. You know why I use such word. If those persons that are more informed, that are being paid by our collective patrimony, our taxes, can denigrate a Catholic bishop conference. I'm a Catholic. It is only a child that is lazy, that is a fool, that will see a man assaulting the mother. I begin to ask the mother, what has my mother done? That is my standpoint this morning. You don't see these Catholic bishops, they pay the price. With utmost humility, with due respect to our Lord Jesus Christ. They are lacking to our Lord Jesus Christ. These are human beings that cannot, they don't have children. At times, they don't even have bank accounts of their own. They don't have their own personal money. Because they are interceding on behalf of Nigerians. You don't have the temerity, the audacity to insult them.
All right,
and Nigerians
let's bring it back
Christians
to the
keeping quiet.
conversation.
That's my pain. That's my pain.
I understand. I feel you.
That's where I'm talking from.
Okay.
So please, you pardon me. Just pardon me. Pardon me, please.
No
so
problem.
let's go back to the nitty-gritty, the matter at hand. I started by saying that Nigeria will not follow issue to a logical conclusion. It was deliberate. It was deliberate. There are a series of issues like this that we don't go. We believe that even when the president submitted his primary school, or is it primary school, that he graduated before the primary school was even initiated or created.
Yeah.
Whichever language you deem it.
He's a great man, isn't he?
Yeah. I'm going somewhere. Moses. The Lagosians and some the west, the Nigerian western part of this country, they knew, they saw it. They did not raise any dust. They allowed it. Now it has getting root, and you want to. It's difficult. So this issue of and again, tribalism and religion is our greatest undoing in this country. Until we address these two, to say, okay, wherever you come from or wherever you reside, you can contest. Then we begin to get light. If we continue this trajectory, my brother, you and I will go. You and I will come and go. Our children will inherit it. God forbid that our children inherit this kind of scenario.
All right. Then.
So that is my point.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Destiny Enabulele, Honorable Destiny Enabulele. But just stay with us.
I'm Destiny Enabulele. I'm Destiny Enabulele. Do we just put the honorable aside?
So your one leg is still there.
Your one leg is
still there.
I'm trying to put my two legs in the other side now.
What side?
Yes. No.
But we need you in politics.
Or you call me comrade.
We need you in politics. We need we need people like you in politics. So go back to, in fact, leave the local government, get into the state level. Yeah.
You know, I was there.
I know.
I was there.
State level.
I spent 6 months in the State House of Assembly when Kwewolo number 2 man, sees that my political emergence is his threat.
Okay.
He continued the politics. So he used, I've said in this platform, he used Badger to remove me through the principalities and power fashion against Nigeria, the judiciary, to remove me from the State House of Assembly.
All right.
6 months.
But we need you back in there. So, Honorable Destiny Enabulele.
I claim it in Jesus.
Let's get back to Mr. Darlington Agumo. Let me ask the same question. I mean, come on. This has been on for the longest time, 30 years. Is it just about closure? Following it to a conclusion, a concluding end? Or will anything tangible come out of it in the build-up to 2027 elections?
There is no time limit to investigate and prosecute a criminal matter as long as it has not been dealt with. It can come up any time, any day in the lifetime of that person. Let it be clear. Tinubu have not allowed anybody to bring this thing to conclusion. He had never. You were not here when he was telling the US, don't release the record, don't release it.
Yeah, I just pointed.
So what the hell? So if they did not release it now, tomorrow another president will come and say, I want this record. Will you now say that, why are we always talking about this?
Well, by then he will have served that.
If he's alive. I say in his lifetime. It's a criminal matter he committed in the US. Any government can come up and say, look, want to know what happened.
We can't
it's not about his presidency.
We can't say he committed. because he wasn't
charged. Allegedly, yes. So I don't know why we are investigating it anyway. So what I'm saying in essence is that as long as the criminal matter, whether in or out of office, it can be investigated.
Mr. Gomo, let me ask you the question I asked Samir Ranta here. The president was more like an outsider in 2022, 2023, and it was practically swept under the carpet. Now that he's in charge, what do you see coming?
He wasn't an outsider. He was an active participant in what happened in 2023 now.
Well, he was an outsider. We hear that the powers that be didn't even want him. Buhari didn't want him in as president.
No, don't speculate, please.
No, it's not speculation. It's out there. It was.
No. The Buhari never came out to tell you that he didn't want to do it.
No, he did. People close to him said,
I said there was no time.
Babachi Lawal just said it the other time.
Who said whatever? Look at what is on the ground. Was there any time Buhari came out and said he doesn't want to do? Now, please. Was
there any time he came to say
if he didn't want him, there are things he would have done to stop Tinubu.
All right.
Okay. So what I'm now saying in essence is that as long as Tinubu have not allowed this matter to be concluded in any law court, either in Nigeria or in the US, it will continue to come up anytime he raises his hand for any political office, or even when he leaves office. Somebody will definitely bring this matter to a logical conclusion because he himself have not allowed justice to reign in this matter.
Mr. Agwomo, can a US judge hold a foreign president accountable with documents? With documents from another country. I mean, legally speaking, is that possible?
What are they talking about? Are they talking about Tinubu's secondary and primary school documents here? They are talking of a drug matter in their country. That was where it happened. That's why they after it. That's the document they want them to release. It is not left for you to even check from their own home front. Did this man commit any crime here? Yes. That's why you can see. The matter is both internal and external.
Now, since we are looking at jurisdiction here, this offense was allegedly committed in the United States of America.
Yes.
I mean, it's going to be trans-jurisdictional. Will it have effect legally here in Nigeria?
Of course.
Why?
Because a criminal matter, oh God Almighty, a criminal matter is international. If you commit drug offense in the US and after Nigeria, US can ask to be repatriated to answer for it. You can't say because you are here. I mean, didn't you see Hush Puppy?
Mr. Gomo, I want us to be very clear on this, please, before you leave. If this crime, okay, let's put this aside. Now, somebody, Mr. XYZ, went to jail in the United States of America. Jurisdiction, different jurisdiction. Can that stop him from actively participating in politics here in Nigeria? Because Nigerian law says, if at any point in time you had been convicted, and went to jail in Nigeria, is that what in Nigeria then? Or is it trans-jurisdictional? Can somebody that went to jail in Kenya, can he come to Nigeria and that same Kenyan law, since the jurisdiction is different, does it apply to Nigeria here?
That is if the matter had been concluded over there.
Okay.
This matter has not been concluded.
No, I'm asking you, if someone went to jail in the US or in Kenya, in Ghana, does that preclude the person from contesting in Nigeria? I do know that if you went to jail in Nigeria, you cannot contest an election. But if you went to jail in US, UK, Canada, Australia, or any other part of the world, in terms of jurisdiction that is different from Nigeria, does that preclude the person from contesting an election in Nigeria?
It will affect your standing.
Mr. Gomo, it's a yes or no question.
No, it can't be yes or no. Based on the provisions of the Constitution.
What does the Constitution say about that?
As long as you have a criminal record, it will follow you everywhere you go.
Criminal record, outside or inside?
It's both of them.
It's a yes or no answer now.
I said it's a criminal matter. It will follow you wherever you go to in this world. That is why it's criminal. You cannot exonerate yourself because you start in Kenya. Therefore, when you come to Nigeria, you become a saint. It's not done.
Okay.
It can never happen because I have references here. You know people. They can't even go to the US now because they have a court has convicted them in the US. Are you getting what I'm saying? So you cannot come here today because you are covering things. That is the major problem with Nigeria. We don't follow the law. Right. We cover things because you're a big man. You can't do wrong here. But over there, it affects. It affects. Some people cannot go to US today because they have been convicted in absentia. They have been convicted in absentia. So why do you say that because you are here, somebody is covering you, therefore you are exempt? No, it don't. I mean, we have been turning the laws upside down in Nigeria. And it cannot be a template. You cannot use it to judge. Like this thing we are talking about in US today. Are you not supposed to talk about it in Nigeria? But who has the mouth to talk? You are asking me a question. You saw what you put in your electoral act. Chapter 2, that if somebody false certificate, you cannot talk about it. Is that a law? These are things. So when somebody comes tomorrow and throw it up on my face and say it's true, and godly people will believe it, I will not. Because we have a provision in section 137. Why are you not talking about it? And by the way, why should anybody put that inside the electoral act? Just to cover somebody. And you people say it's okay. Because it has not been adjudicated upon. You are making it difficult for somebody to look at it. Obstruction of justice is a crime on its own. But nobody wants to talk about it here.
Come back to Engineer Aka. Engineer Aka, I have a question. So what's the difference between an allegation from 1993, we have a U.S. civil forfeiture, and a criminal conviction? Are we pretty much mixing up all three of them together? Engineer Aka, that's the question.
Mixing up all three, actually. Because an allegation is still something that needs to be proved, so that the person who is being alleged against will be either pronounced guilty or not guilty. Then a criminal forfeiture is already clear that the person is guilty. Then what was the third one you just said? So we are mixing up. And even after mixing up, let me just say one thing. This issue, as far as I'm concerned, coming up at this particular time, and clearly is destined to achieve no purpose, but just to keep us busy talking about something that will not have any effect. Instead of facing the issues, how do we get either the ruling party to continue or the opposition to take over? That should be what we should be talking about. We are being distracted. This issue should not come up at this particular time. After President Tinubu became president in 2023, we've had like 3 years to aggressively pursue this issue. We have not done that. We are coming at the time when the election is barely on our
Well, it might interest you to know that
divert and distract us.
The Atiku Abubakar and his lobbyist firm have been pursuing this, but the courts put a hold on it, and now, the courts are saying, look, we are lifting that hold on it, so now publish. Now, the other lawyer is saying, give us 10 days, but the judge is saying, no, not 10 days, I'm giving you 4 days as against 10 days to publish, and let this be done and dusted.
I am fully aware of all this.
Okay.
And I have said to you, the court has now said, release these documents. The court saying so was on the pressure of Atiku Abubakar's team. Why has that pressure not been there all these 3 years? Why is it now? That's the question nobody is asking. And even if the documents are released today, what effect will it have on President Tinubu's candidacy?
Now, that's the question I want you to react to. That's the question I want
to. It is not going, in my own mind,
okay.
The people, even if we find, he has been criminally indicted and all that, is not fit to be president, who is going to implement it? Is it INEC you give it to? Is it the court you are going to go to compel INEC? Which court in Nigeria will give judgment between now and January?
Okay.
No court will do that. It will take them another 4 or 5 years.
All right then.
So why are we wasting our energy on this?
In your opinion, it's an exercise in futility.
An exercise in futility, completely, and distractive.
All right then.
They're distracting us.
All right then.
I think what we should be doing now is not pursuing Tinubu's personal credentials and all that, because we've done all that all along, and the system that's entrenched in Nigeria has frustrated it. We should be looking at how do we get ourselves out of the logjam?
All right.
This direction, to my mind, is a bloody waste of time.
All right, then, thank you very much, Engineer Ben Aka. Destiny and Abulele, let's have your concluding thoughts on this one.
Disagree with the last speaker that this exercise in futility. You know, in Nigeria, it's very unfortunate that we allow certain things because it's either is our tribesman or belongs to my religion. I must commend Atiku Abubakar for this step. For this step, we must be very frank. We must follow it to a logical conclusion. There are many of that. Even when I think it was we had Toronto certificate in this country. I think it was in National Assembly. So for us as a people, we must be very, thorough. And if we embark on a particular journey, we must follow it to the latter. We must follow it to the end. Because over time, following an issue to a half has not helped us as a people. That's what has put us in our needs. The President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, case has been dragging for too long. And over time, there's this I don't care, permit me, that Nigerians have, towards issue. Saying, I don't care. Whereas tomorrow we will care. I've been saying this. Now 2027 is gradually is coming up. Many of us, because we have been doing opinion poll, many of us are saying we don't care. And when you tell us in the face, we begin to cry, we want to cry more than the bereaved. Whereas, when we are supposed to act, we refuse to act. So I'm using this opportunity to call on Nigerians. All should pay, as it's been said in the local palace, not be one man work. It is a collective fight. I use the word collective and formidable. I think we need to take a cue from Oshu. I think that will guide us in moving forward.
All right.
So this issue of related fraud and what have you, there are many of Bola in Nigeria. I wouldn't want to say in this government. Many. So I think we need to put our searchlight. We need to separate them. We must separate the boys from the men.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Somi Ranza, please. Let's have you conclude on this one.
Well, I will conclude by saying that I also do not buy into the ideas of the speaker before the last
exercise in futility.
Yes, it is never an exercise in futility because the matter has not been brought to closure. And most especially, the fact that from the time of late Gani Fawehinmi, he fought for some of these things, both certificates, University of Chicago State University, and all that. And the man died. And for this thing to keep coming, it has become a recurring decimal in our national life. And it is a very bad spot for the Nigerian state to have our number one person with this kind of records. So it is good that we see the record. Is it being witch-hunted? What is actually happening? Let us see the papers. What happened? You cannot even rule out the actions of the United States when that document becomes public. Because now it's in the view of very few people. It's top secret because it's not released to the public. So by the time the thing comes out to the public, there are people who had dealings with him, who knew some other things. Let's even see it. We cannot begin to, jump into conclusion so hastily before the document is seen. Let's see the document. If this document is not so important, why, is President Tinubu spending so much money to stop the release of this document, going out of his way to ensure that it does not see the light of day? So let's see that, at least for the sake of that, and then we can take it off from there. We cannot, before seeing the document and start deciding to say, oh, it's a waste of time. It cannot be a waste of time. It cannot. All right, and this house cannot be futility. Let us see the closure.
All right, but there's something else that some people are saying might just be an exercise in futility, and that's talking about the signing of a peace accord. So yesterday, the presidential candidates of the parties, NDC, ADC, APC, SDP, AAC, and the rest of them,
all of them
came together and signed the peace accord to ensure that, look, as campaigns kick off today, there'll be no violence. But some have said, like Omoyele Sowore did say, oh, well, yes, he was there to sign. Now, on behalf of the president of Nigeria, the secretary to the government of the federation signed on his behalf. Yeah, well, I guess that suffices. All right. So, Omoyele Sowore is saying, look, yes, he was there to sign it, but, he's not expecting anything. He's not expecting that it will be upheld. And, of course, we'll look at the instance that he cited, which is just before us here, talking about the elections, that just concluded elections in Osun State. The parties that contested that election signed a peace accord, but we saw the number of people that died from election violence, election-related violence. Somi, I'm coming to you.
Yeah.
After signing that, should we put a stop to this? Is it just public posturing, signing a peace accord and say, okay, we'll be peaceful as we get into elections? Or does that even speak to the level of democracy we practice? And how can we fix this? How can we make this better? Somi?
Yeah. To a very large extent, I agree with Sowore that it's an exercise just for the press. Even those who are involved in it do not believe in it. Because the rhetorics that is being put out there by the president himself, he cited the just concluded elections in Osun. Over 30 people died in the process of that election. And there are people who made statements that ought to be behind bars. They were not. Nobody, they were escorted to the police station and they made some statement and they walked away and continued. So if the president is ready to, was he ready to ensure that there should be peace during this election, the rhetoric should have been different. But before then, he has said it, that, look, it's fair, anything is fair in politics. It's politics.
Okay.
So we cannot, just 2 weeks ago, in fact, last week, less than a week after the election, they are coming to sign peace accord. Little wonder, the president was not there to sign.
Okay.
And Alhaji Atiku Abubakar too was not there to sign. Because they knew that it's just a mere waste of time.
It's just a mere waste of time. All right, then. Thank you very much, Somi Ranta. Now, let's quickly run back to Comrade Destiny Enabulele. Comrade, we seem to have a pattern where the president more like avoids Nigerians. This is not the first time. In the lead up to the 2023 general elections, as they normally do, they went to Chatham House. The president and his team went to Chatham House. And when questions were thrown at him, he said, hey, you, Femi, answer. John, talking about Fayemi, you answer.
Erufai,
answer, and all of that. Here again, we have the president. As a matter of fact, in Nigeria here, presidential debates were organized and the president didn't bother to appear. Now, we have presidential candidates come together to say, well, let's sign a peace accord, and commit to peace for ourselves, our supporters, and for the Nigerian people, just to ensure that the 2027 elections come and go violent-free. But the president, as he normally does, had to delegate someone, the secretary to the government of the federation, to appear on his behalf. That wasn't a government function. It was supposed to be inter-party function. But he sent a government functionary. Well, we might say that he's an appointee. But away from that, does it look like the president takes Nigerians for granted or what? And what should be the consequence for that?
Okoro, I'm surprised that you are still asking this question.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, you and I know that this government is a delegated government. Have been issued. From the very beginning, betting of this government is a delegated government. Because you see, at times I'm a little bit, constrained when I'm not allowed to speak the language of a funeral in a funeral. There's a language I wanted to use, but here now I'm confused. You see, the president never regard Nigeria or Nigerians. You can see the way he's dealing, doling out, policies and programs without consultations with Nigerians. That's to tell you that he's just here like an emperor, a capon. That's the way they are ruling this country. They ruin us in Aso Rock. That is the gospel truth.
Comrade Destiny, do you have a problem with the fact that the president delegates a lot? Or a problem with the fact that, well, the outcomes don't favor Nigerians? Which one will it be for you? I mean, if you were delegating and we were getting results, would that be a problem to you?
Both. When you delegate and your delegate is misbehaving and you refuse to call him or her to order, then there's a fundamental problem. Like what our brother Eyendeba is doing now. At least they have turned Abuja to another riverine area. Although he's from the riverine area. You can see what is happening. So, and you can see some of the comments, very derogatory and very, 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 disheartening comments from his delegates. And
Comrade Destiny, I'm sorry to butt in at this moment. Now that we are talking about campaigns, peace accord, violence-free and all of that, the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, the man you referenced just a few seconds ago, said something. He said, well, if the president wanted Oshun, he will have sent me. How do you interpret that? What is Wike telling Nigerians?
Okoro, you see, first thing first, the signing of peace accord is deceptive. You take Edo, for instance, Edo 2024. They signed the peace accord. And the following day, 2 days later, we all heard what happened close to the airport. And from here, I think the last speaker touched about on Noshu, over close to 40, approximately 40 persons. And some person will call that a free and fair election. And I've told them to go back to their inner room or perhaps to examine their existence as a human being. You see, it is straightforward. And Nigerians need to ask this government whether he's serving the purpose of Nigerians or for himself. The issue of delegating, there's nothing wrong with that. But if I send someone an errand and he or she did not represent me well, it is my duty. It's my duty to do the corrections by way of calling him or her to question, reprimand the person. But here you are, the president will just sit down as if it's just his own personal estate, meaning that he's comfortable with what his delegates has done. We've had cases. So for me, and again, to test the potency of a leader, when I say the potency, whether he has the capacity to run a state or a country, is the ability to be able to address certain, issue. You saw what happened. You made mention of Chatham House, where he delegate questions to some persons, and some of the persons that he delegated questions to, some of them are either in EFCC or in Kuje or with ICPC. It's very unfortunate. That's just to show that there's a language I would have loved to use again. I hate recalling or to say I'm sorry. It's not in my lexicon. My wife knows that. Sorry, it's not in my English lexicon. So I think I will swallow that. For me, see, Nigerians, I always say Nigerians, because there is nobody is more Nigerian than the other. That is the gospel truth.
All right, Destiny, let me just butt in here for a bit. In 2015 and 2019, peace accords were signed and we still had violence. So, I mean, what must be different this time? I mean, just check out the recently concluded gubernatorial elections in Osun State.
My very ravishing sister, peace accord is dead on arrival. You ask me why. If a president can say all is fair in politics, you shouldn't expect any peace accord.
All right. Then.
And again, you heard from what the Eyemba said, that if the president has not able to, oh God, what kind of impunity? I just try to be mind. That's why I use impunity. There's a higher one I would have loved to use. It's dead on arrival.
All right then.
You see the follow-up after the president made that statement that all is fair. You saw what happened, the sheikh, what they missed, and the follow-up in Oshun, that Fadosi. He made a statement that ought to have been
all right, thank you very much.
An electoral offense.
Thank you very much, Destiny and Abulele. Let's quickly take thoughts from Engineer Aka. Well, I can understand that you seem to have something you want to do there. Engineer Aka, now let's talk to you about this. Give us your thoughts about the kind of election we practice here. If candidates need to sign a peace accord saying that, look, our supporters will not kill one another before election. What does that say? And how can we be better? What does that say about us, especially as the international community is observing our elections?
I agree that candidates should sign a peace accord. I also think that the candidates should be able to force the contents of the peace accord on their supporters. But there's a problem there. What is the enforcement mechanism for this peace accord? How do you sanction a candidate that violates it, or a candidate whose party violates the peace accord? That is what is lacking. And that is what makes the peace accord absolute nonsense and a bloody waste of time, and just a showmanship for the press. Take, for example, this particular one we are signing today. You are signing the peace accord with a president and a candidate who says all is fair in politics. When I hear all is fair in politics, I understand it to mean including murder, including snatch and run away with it, including falsification of figures to be declared winner, including the use of judiciary and every organ of state. That's what I understand by all is fair in politics. So why are we bothering to sign an accord with a person whose innate belief is this? Why? Who is going to enforce the obedience of this peace accord across all the candidates? Who's going to do it? What organ? We keep on wasting our time by doing all this and spending useful finances to organize them. It's just a jamboree. We've done this over the past years, and we've not seen any result. Rather, each election has been worse than the other. Today, we are being told that the Osun State election that just held was free and fair. And I believe that what they mean by free and fair is that the perceived underdog was declared the winner. Does it make it free and fair? Is it not a question of matching violence with violence? And who is stronger on the ground with violence? Is that what we saw? How many lives were lost? And we're discussing free and fair.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
I don't see anybody winning an election. I see people being declared winners.
All right, then. Well,
thank you very much. Let's get it very clear. If we must continue to deceive ourselves that we are signing a peace accord, there must be a mechanism for enforcement of the contents of the accord.
Now, this would be a good place to encourage. We must appreciate you, Engineer Ben Aka, who joined us virtually from Oka. Well, thank you very much for joining the conversation. We have to let you go now. And big thanks to Honorable Comrade Destiny and Abulele for joining the conversation as well. And we must appreciate Somi Uranta here with us in the studio. But we'd like you to stay with us, Somi, as we get into another conversation. Nigerians push back as police force PRO's bail is free comment generates controversy. Oh, well. Right after this break, we'll be speaking with the PPRO of the police, the Lagos State Police Command. I'm talking about SP Abimbola Adebisi. Well, she'll be speaking to us about the bail conditions, how free is it really, and the numbers given to call, and reports that some Nigerians have from calling such numbers. Well, let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Call our people attention to something. When you dey collect person on bail, you dey read the form wey you dey sign. Plenty of them no dey read the form wey dem dey sign.
E dey inside the form say.
E dey inside the form say this bail wey I dey collect so I no pay 1 naira for this bail so dem give you sign. Plenty of them go carry the thing just sign.
Because you just wan comot.
Because you just wan comot. If you read am, e show say you no pay 1 naira. The law no allow any person to pay money for bail for any police station. And I wan tell you now from my mind, if you enter any police station, they say make you comot money pay for bail. Very simple o. Just comot your phone, tell the officer say I wan call IG o. Comot your phone, dial the numbers. Make I roll the number out.
Yes.
080 57 0 into 5 places, that is 00000 and 1. The second one na still the same thing but the end with 2. Make I call am 080 57 00000 and 2. That's 08057 00000 and 2. Then the third one, that one we dey collect text message or WhatsApp
alone.
Yes, so if you don't want to talk too much, you just want to send voice note, you want to send video, you want to send picture, 080.
Welcome back. Every police station across Nigeria has a common slogan painted somewhere on its walls, boldly written in block letters, declaring that bail is free. But for many Nigerians, the mantra does not always translate into reality. Many have recounted varied experiences with the police, with some claiming they were asked to pay for bail outright, while others said that they did not pay for bail but had to offer incentives before their relatives were released. Another group put it more bluntly, saying they paid a bribe and as far as they were concerned, bail was not free. The Nigerian police, however, has consistently maintained that bail is free, reiterating the position through public statements, interviews, campaigns, songs, advertising, and the inscription displayed at police stations across the country. In a recent interview granted by the police force public relations officer Anyete Miedu and widely shared on social media, he brought the issue to the forefront. Today we are joined by the Lagos Police PRO Superintendent of Police Abimbola Adebisi, who explains more. Good morning, madam. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, XP Adebisi. Can we establish communication?
On the program today.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Good morning. Lovely to have you on the show this morning. So you've had the pushback.
Thank you very much for having me.
You've had the pushback. Nigerians say they pay for bail. The police say bail is free. So why is there such a gap between what the force says and what the citizens are experiencing?
Thank you very much. In all fairness, we get that complaint regularly where people say when they get to stations to bail their relatives or friends, they are mandated to pay for that, which is totally against what the law had stated, and also is totally against directive of the Inspector General of Police. Bail statutorily is free. And why do you go for bail? Or on what ground can the police grant bail to a suspect that is under investigation? It's just for you to shorty and give assurance that whenever such a person is needed in the course of the investigation, you will ensure that the person is provided for further investigation. And not all offenses are bailable. I think I need to mention that capital offenses are not bailable. I mean, felonious offenses like murder, rape, and the likes. they are not bailable. But for offenses that are bailable, bail is statutorily free. It's just an assurance that I am so person of so address, working at so place, gainfully employed with so government, and by the time you need this person, I am going to provide such a person. So why pay for that? And like the first prayer I had mentioned, it is clearly stated in the bail bond that you are not paying for the release of that person. So I think mostly people don't actually read completely, maybe because of the circumstances that surrounds that signing of the bail bond. So they tend to let me use the word, they tend to get fooled into paying for the bail. And on that note as well, the force has understand the situations around, and that is why we have several complaint units where such can be reported. Okay. We have the complaint response units. That when you come across such situation or you are forced to do that, you just call us. We are just a phone call away. Okay. Give us a call. Give us the division. Even if you don't know the name of the IPO, as long as you have the name of the suspect, okay. I mean that's your relative or that your friend, just give us the name, the dates at which that happened, okay. And we'll take it up from there.
All right, thank you, madam. I'm sorry to butt in because you have just made a statement that we need to interrogate further. I mean, this is an argument that has held sway for a very long time. As far as even when I was in the secondary school, university, I used to hear we're bail is free, but when we get to the police station, will people still pay for bail and all of that? So it's an argument back and forth between the public and the police. But I think the only way, one way we can establish, if bail is free, you have a complaint department, people that have probably paid money for bail and all of that. Are you able to give us a figure of the number of policemen that have been sanctioned because they collected bail money? Is it possible? Because that is one way I think we can establish if the police force itself is intent on ensuring that bail is free. Do you have that figure, ma'am?
I don't have the exact amount, and that's just the gospel truth. But trust me when I tell you that the officers are sanctioned. As a matter of fact, some are reduced in rank. The ones that warrant, exiting them from the force, we actually do that as well. And the complainants that has been coming forward to give us the information and the complaints, they can actually attest to that fact. Because during the room trial, we make sure they still come forward to give evidence and serve as witnesses in the trial. So on regular basis, we sanction the officers. As I speak to you, we have about 5 or thereabouts in our detention here at the headquarters as regards this issue of bail and harassment on the road as well. Okay. So the force doesn't take the issue of taking money for bail. We don't take it lightly. And the IG also on his own directive recently that we should ensure that we sanitize all our divisions to ensure that this issue of taking money for bail here and there is reduced to the barest minimum.
As we're talking about bail is free, let's also talk about other things, briefly that concern the police and bail and all of that. How come that when people walk into police stations to make statements and all of that, they have to pay for like the pen they use, the book they use, the sheets of paper they use and all of that? Is it because, the Police Service Commission does not provide monies for that? Or is it because some policemen use it as a side gig, side business that they do? Why do we have to do all of that? And especially, if I go to report something, probably just make an ordinary report. My neighbor threatened me. I'm not even asking the police to come after him. What I'm saying, okay, let it be incented that my neighbor threatened me and I made a report. I have to pay money for that. Should I pay money for that?
Thank you. That's one of the issues we also have at hand. Issue of having to pay for virtually everything at the station, which actually is totally wrong and unacceptable to us. Out of 12 disciples, there will always be a Judas. And so on that note too, there are actions to be taken when such complaints are received. When you go to stations, definitely you will come across recalcitrant officers that feels that they should extort vulnerable people for their own benefit. Somebody who has come to the station to make a complaint, why ask the person to pay for that when those things are actually made available? So why make somebody who has already been traumatized go through that trauma again. You are meant to listen, take action where necessary, and give advice as well. But we understand that it's still happening, and so we have our monitoring teams. We have the escort as well that moves around on regular basis to just, they disguise, go there, make findings, and if, what's going on here, I will take action on the officers. Trust me, sir, we have quite a number of the officers that have been sanctioned for these offenses that has to do with corrupt practices, harassment, and the likes.
All right.
The TRU, okay.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Sorry. Let's
Yes,
have you land
no,
on,
no
that,
problem.
on that thought, please. The TRU.
I didn't get that, please.
Let's have you land on your thoughts. You were about to say something about...
okay. Yes, we have the complaint response unit in all the 36 state commands and the FCT, even at the headquarters, where we take up such complaints, and they are well treated.
All right, then. Well, we have a studio guest who joined us earlier in the day. Let's get his own contribution, because I understand that, almost every Nigerian, almost every adult Nigerian has experienced the police at some point. Somi, tell us about your experience, especially as it concerns this bail conversation.
In Nigeria, there's always the open way and the underground way, especially in everything. So we are just talking about the police because of the role they play as a civil organization that deals with their enforcement, but their job is to deal with the civilian populace of Nigeria. So this is in every aspect of our national life. You go to an office, they say this is what you need to do, but you have to do something else. At the back, to make the normal one. That's official and the unofficial. The unofficial is the one that gives impetus to the official.
Okay.
If you're waiting on the official, you might as well be waiting for Godot. That is the truth. So the police cannot tell me there is no division, no station of the police. From DPO to, they all know that it is something that happens. That thing is just there. Police is your friend. Bail is free. They're just there for the optics. It's not in reality.
Oh, well.
So the Madam PRO was talking about, say, among 12 disciples, there's a Judas. It should be that among 12 Judas, there may be a disciple. So the situation is so bad that when these officers go out on the daily duty, the whole idea, the whole mindset is to
raking funds.
It's a means of livelihood. The salary is not it. It's what they make on daily basis, and it's there for everyone to see. So let's stop pretending over it. Yes,
thank you very
maybe
much,
they're making an effort now to ensure that this is done the right way, but more needs to be done.
More needs to be done, indeed. Thank you very much, Somi Ranta. Let me come back to you, SP Abimbola. Now, I understand that there was a misinformation somewhere, but we do apologize for that. It's not our fault. I guess the contact person, misinformed you. But now, I have two questions now. One is the deterrent, the measures that you've taken, demotion. You think that's punitive enough? Do you think that's punitive enough? Because, I've seen cases where officers are demoted, but it doesn't stop them from trying to earn a living. And they think, earning a living is going out there and, doing what they do. I'm talking about the recalcitrant ones. As you respond to that, let's now talk about jungle justice. We've seen a rise in jungle justice in Nigeria. And I'm talking Nigeria as a whole. I know you speak for Lagos, but we've seen a rise in jungle justice in Nigeria. Some of them get physical, where they kill. In fact, I know someone who was killed, and then later he was found to have been innocent, but he was killed via jungle justice. Let's talk about jungle justice and what you are doing, what the police is doing, both in Lagos, and if you can speak, broadly about it, and what the people should know. Because some people feel if they carry these offenders armed robbers and the rest of them to the police station. They are released. Nothing is done. And that's what angers the people, and they take out that anger on whoever they catch committing crime. If you can, please respond to both of them.
Start from the first question about demotion. Like I mentioned earlier, depending on the gravity of the offense the officer had committed, that will actually determine the punishment that will be awarded for such a person. So it's not, we can't actually blame the police for somebody who had already been demoted and going back to the same offense. I think it's about that individual. And demotion will come in as a first offender. But when you commit same offense again after you're serving punishment, that's automatic dismissal for such a person. And back to the jungle justice issue, the police on our own part, we were trying as much as possible to actually sensitize the people on the position of the law on mob action. So there has been an outcry, somebody has robbed or something, and people have gathered. You've been able to apprehend such a person. The proper action or the proper course is to apprehend such a person and hand that person over to the police for the law to take its course.
Yes.
But based on the assumption that most of the times when people are arrested, the police will release such a person and the person is back to the streets. Let us remember that lots of offenses are available. For instance, somebody who had stolen from a shop or from a house, stealing, it's still a available offense, isn't it? So in the course of the investigation, the person can be released on bail to a reliable surety, after which charged to court. And when it gets to the court, it's no longer within the purview of the police to determine where and what should happen to the suspect. But on our own part, we discourage people in engaging in jungle justice. It's for different reasons. Number one, in the course of that, if that suspect sustains an injury, like permanent injury, which we all know, we call it wounding, those involved, if arrested, will also be charged for that their own offense, not leaving aside the offense which the suspect had committed, but also letting the law take its course on those who had participated in that mob action. And in a situation where the suspect eventually dies, that is outright murder. And we all know the position of the law on that, according to the Criminal Code Act and according to the Lagos State criminal law too, is outright murder. And such a person or such people will be charged for that particular offense of murder. Now, the advice is that whenever suspects are gotten, maybe caught in the act or alarm is raised and you've gotten the suspect, please hand over the suspect to the police and let the law take its course. Don't take laws into your hands, so that at the end of the day, you don't, get punished for something that you can actually avoid, because anyone who participates in mob action will definitely be prosecuted for the specific offense he has committed. And even the person who raised the alarm and you permitted the mob action to come up to, you also take part in the punishment. So why go for jungle justice when you can actually allow the police to carry out their duty and the law take its course? So we take it upon ourselves now to educate people on the position of the law for that.
How are you doing the education?
Not all actions should...
How are you carrying out
not
that
all
education?
actions should be... Please come again.
How are you carrying out that education? Because the education is important. How are you going about it?
Yes, at every time we have a stakeholders engagement or youth engagement, any public community engagement that we have, we make sure we make it a topic so that people get to be more lectured and gets inclined with it. So on a regular basis, when we have reasons to have a community engagement, we discuss that. Even at the divisional level, all our DPOs, the CP has charged them that on every of their community engagement, they should discuss about that. They should also discuss several issues that affect the community at large.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, SP Bimbola at DBC I would like final words, if there is any, for the ordinary Nigerian who is watching now, who may not have enough faith in the police. What can you say to the people now, that will give them some sort of faith in the system, in the police, that will make them, do right, especially as it concerns jungle justice and taking laws into their hands. Anything you want to add?
Thank you. I'll just tell the good people of Lagos and Nigeria watching wherever they may be that police is your friend. Yes, it's a slogan, but it's a fact. Police is your friend. We know that over the years there has been trust deficit, which we are trying our best possible to collaborate with you to have a better policing system that we all deserve. So when I say we are all Nigerians, police and civilians, we are all Nigeria. This is our Nigeria. So we seek for your collaboration and support. And if we come across situations that you feel that the authority should be aware of and actions to be taken, kindly reach out to us. We are a phone call away.
Please,
and I can assure you that appropriate action will be taken.
Give us numbers that people can actually call and somebody will pick up. Because I have had to call numbers that, published numbers, and I called for eternity. Nobody picked up. Go ahead.
That is not the case with Lagos State. The numbers are manned 24/7. We walk around the clock with the numbers. So let me just call two out of it that people can easily memorize. 091 11 11 again 1150 09 1 in 7 places 11111150.
Okay.
And the second one just the same but ends with 51.
Okay.
So that's 09 1 in 7 places 51 as well.
All right, and
so the one that ends with 51 is on WhatsApp. They can drop us WhatsApp messages,
and these
numbers they can also call it.
These numbers are for complaints. Any complaints?
Yes, for complaints.
All right then.
Yes, any complaint, just call the numbers.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've been speaking with SP Abimbola Adebisi, the Police Public Relations Officer, Lagos State Command. Thank you for coming on VOP TV.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we must appreciate Somi Uranta also for staying with us. Somi, thank you very much for your time and your contribution.
Thank you.
Well, this is how far we go on VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Newspaper review comes up next.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
I am Chukwuma Okorobai for now.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Welcome back. It's Newspaper Review, and I am Moses Humphrey. Welcome to the program. Now, let's start off. Chukwuma Okoro is right here with me, and we have the analyst, Dele Fanimo and Darlington Agumo. Gentlemen.
Good morning. It's nice being here.
Welcome to the conversation. All right, then, so let's dive into it. We'll take headlines from the Daily Sun. Jonathan faults APC governor's involvement in Osun poll, says show of force undemocratic. 6 new rules for off-cycle elections. Barbara, Adeleke's victory, triumph of people's will. All right, that's the big story there on the cover page of the Daily Sun. And we also have 2027. Tinubu signs peace accord, warns politicians against unguarded utterances, ethnic, religious slurs. I know Chukwuma has something to react. He has a reaction to this one, and I like to have your say. And FCCPC probes price manipulation in Nigeria's cement market. Yes, we did talk about this earlier in the day, but we'll do justice to it because we do have the analyst here with us. Well, let's start off with the peace agreement, the peace accord, the signing of it, and I'd like to start off with you.
Okay, all right, beautiful. Now talking about the peace accord, as far as Nigerians are concerned, it's become a ritual. It's a ritual. In 2015, peace accord. In 2011, we have always had peace accord, signed across the line. And even under those accords, people are killed. In 2011, people were killed. After a peace accord was signed, and people said, well, if we don't win this election, if I don't win this election, monkeys and baboons will soak in their blood. At some point, we had a serving governor say, well, international observers should be careful, otherwise they'll go back in body bags. And in all of that, after the elections, people were killed and there were no consequences. And so Nigerians are asking, what is the essence of the peace accord that we signed? When people sign and put ink to paper, do they commit And are there consequences? Is it legally binding? Is it justiciable? You signed an accord and probably will find out that people from your group killed other people. Now, are there consequences? Is that accord justiciable? You take it to court to go and say, well, we make it justiciable. You pay stamp duty and all of that and make it a legal document. Do we see that happen? I am not aware that it's justiciable. So it's more like become a ritual that probably, and some people don't even take it seriously.
Yes.
Some people don't take it seriously. Probably that is why the president had to delegate someone, one of his appointees, Secretary of the Government of the Federation, to go and represent him and sign for that. You can't hold the president responsible, for that because he didn't personally, physically commit to it. We can't say that he delegated someone.
But are you insinuating that he might personally commit,
Why won't he commit when he has told you that all is fair in politics? Yes, he said, I can run with it, grab it, snatch it and grab it. His power is not served a la carte. When someone says all is fair in politics, what he's telling you that, well, the end justifies the means. I can do anything to get power and it doesn't matter. And the president kind of postures a lot to us recently. The president cannot be asking us to avoid ethnic slurs. And he's not cautioning people who speak ethnically on his behalf in public. He don't censor them. He doesn't censor them. We don't see that. How could the president the governor won an election. Instead of thanking the people, the governor thanked the president and said, well, I support him because he's a Yoruba man. And I like what he's doing in the Southwest. I want him to come back and continue. Very well entitled to his opinion. But the governor could have come out better, and probably for the optics, I'm supporting the president because his economic policies are making progress. You could even cite the IMF and World Bank reports that say, well, we see some kind of progress. Instead of having to say, well, I support him because he's a Yoruba man. I like what he's doing for the Southwest. So you bother less what he does for other parts of the country so long as Southwest is fixed. That was the lowest that man could go. It was ethnic bias and all of that. And so when we have people in government speak like this, and the government, the president does not call them to order, what moral right does he have to call Jingi to order, or Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, or people that say, well, if not for this person, nobody else? So he's just posturing to the public, and he speaks to people are saying, don't come to the Southwest to campaign because Tinubu is already there. In fact, we are working for him post 2031, and the president doesn't call those people to order. Highly placed people, the Oluwo of Iwo land, revered traditional ruler in the Southwest, Sunday Igboho, proprietor of the Yoruba nation, whatever, and the president does not call them to order. The party does not call them to order. And so it's going to be a free reign for every other person. So you can imagine when people say, well, don't come to the north to campaign, or don't come to the south or southeast to campaign. What will happen? We are gradually descending, to political anarchy. And I'm not sure that is what we want at this time. So most times I tell people, I fear for my children, not even me, because I'm half spent. I'm half spent. So, but what legacies, what political legacies, cultures are we bequeathing the new generation? If our fault lines, instead of closing in, are widening by the day, then we are just having probably a time bomb in our hands that we are leaving to our children. Go to X and see what is going on there. That is the middle class. The kind of ethnic bias you see there. People from the southeast support their own. People from the southwest support their own. People from the north support their own. Is that what we should do? Is that how to build a Nigerian nation? Certainly not.
All right, before we take more reactions, let's take more of the headline, because that's the biggest story in most of the dailies this morning. The Punch report says presidential election, Tinubu, Obi, others sign peace pact as campaign begins today. Tinubu warns against ethnic, religious politics. Obi demands issue-based campaigns. Atiku, Makinde absent as candidates pledge violence-free polls. INEC deploys 1.4 million ad hoc staff for 2027 poll, raises the alarm over misinformation. The Guardian has these riders to the same headline. Nigerians should not vote for candidates who violate pact, says Obi. Accord meaningless without justice, Adebayo notes. Shomore, previous pact failed to prevent electoral violence. Tinubu 2027 election must not be do or die affair. That's coming from the president, actually. Says it must not be do or die affair.
That's more like a recant.
Abdul Salami warns against character assassination, fake news. INEC vows neutrality, promises level playing field for all. Citizens must play active role in ensuring credible polls, says Kuka. Atiku, I rejected Tinubu as running mate over Muslim ticket. Well, Dele, please go ahead with your...
the takeoff point is that this thing has become a ritual. And the next set of ritual that will happen is the struggle to go to Qatar.
Chatham House.
Chatham House. You know, and so it's always a recurring thing every election cycle. And it doesn't stop them from violence. Their disposition to violence is always there. And rhetorics bordering on divisive tendencies would always be there. But the unfortunate thing about it is that these people use us to amplify some of these positions. And unfortunately, for every election, there will always be this division, divisive tendencies. For instance, this man took it to the highest level when he came, Buhari, with some of his statements, which was also amplified by El-Rufai at that time. But unfortunately, nobody cautioned them because the people up there, they didn't see anything wrong in what he was saying, to the point of threatening observers, some threatening those who will not toe his line. Election shouldn't be a do or die affair. And it is because we have leadership that have not been able to do what Nigerians want. That's why we are looking at this one comes from Yoruba land, this one is an Igbo man, this one is an Hausa man. For God's sake, if leadership is about service to people, nobody cares about who becomes the president at any point in time. Even today, vice chancellorship is like war on campuses, because everybody feels once my person gets there, I get a leverage over and above the other person that is not from my clan. We should not be. We are already divided, except we want to play the ostrich. We are already divided across ethnic lines, tribal lines, religious lines. And only good leadership that provides the basic necessities of life would blur these lines. They are there. They are open. It's an open wound. And so, what we should be emphasizing is voting the right person that will push the frontiers of development in this country. All right. Except we do that, then we will continue to recycle this year in, year out.
All right, Mr. Agomo.
Yeah, a person and the people are known for their character. When you have somebody that have this tribal DNA in him, what are you talking about when you start displaying it? No, tell me. You didn't see it, Abi? There are people that are known for who they are. They may pretend to everybody, but you know. At the end of the day, when they start displaying it, you start crying wolf. Were we not here in 2023 when we saw everything that happened? Did anybody condemn it? No. It is not that we realize the mistake we made and we are not trying to cry foul. I will not join them. We choose a leader we wanted. So there is no need of condemning whatever. We choose it. The demand was packaged for all of us. They told us it's the man that will do the job with all manner of propaganda. And I'm even surprised those who supported this thing yesterday, they are now recanting. Pretending, talking from both sides of their mouth. Is that not why I quarrel with people? Nigerians, these people that are talking now, they supported this thing 100% just yesterday. Just yesterday. Meanwhile, we saw this character, we know what is coming, and we said it. That is why we are now a bad man. Because they say what an elder sees sitting down. A young man that climbed Irokoti will not see it. Is that not a fact? So these people that are now recanting and talking, where we are there yesterday, at least be consistent. Say that this thing is bad because it is bad. Don't speak one thing today, tomorrow you speak another thing. We will not move forward. Seriously. We will never move forward because I remember that when the people, my own people from the Southeast, were raising these issues, they say we don't know politics. Is that not true? We don't know politics. Now, those who know politics, they have been running the affairs of Nigeria. Where are we today? Where are we? So, where are we? Those who know politics more than God, we have handed over Nigeria to them, and they have messed it up. They have messed it up, and now they are trying to blame all of us. No, I will exempt myself, because I never agree with them, and I will never. I have told everybody who care to listen, the whole world cannot persuade me to change my word, my own understanding of things. No matter how they persuade, no matter how they gang up, it will not make any difference to me. Because I know what I'm talking about. At my age, if I don't know what I'm doing, then I'm a fool. Unfortunately, I'm not a fool. I'm not joking. Even when you wink at me from 1 mile away, I will know. So this thing that is happening today, it was foretold. But we never took it serious. We never. The fourth line we are talking about, did you not foresaw it? That when somebody is too tribal, that's what the Western world, that's what they are ahead of us. When they see some threats in you that will not help their country, they will say, no, you must not come up. They will advise you to step down because you are coming to destroy. But in Nigeria, we celebrate those who have come to destroy us. Is that not true? Those who come to destroy Nigeria, we celebrate them, we clap for them. We didn't see anything wrong with them. Until all of us enter the lagoon. They will now say, who did it? They'll be pointing fingers. So, I am not surprised, and I will never be surprised. Because that is the way it is. No matter what you do, it will be difficult to change a man who has decided to commit suicide. He will find a way to do it, whether you like it or not. Unfortunately, when he's coming, he will go with people. He won't die alone. He will carry people along. That's the truth.
Right. Well, some people that commit suicide, when they are rescued, they end up living better lives, isn't it? Of course. Okay, but just before we leave this, talking about our ethnic lines and tribal lines and all of that, I don't know why Nigeria is such a peculiar country, because if you travel around the world, you see that Nigeria is not the only multi-ethnic nation in the world. As far as I'm concerned, the United States is the most diverse nation in the world because you have people of all ethnic origins, in the United States, despite the fact that we have this divide between the Caucasians, the white supremacists, and the rest of them. But somehow they still manage to live well. If you go to UK, they have the English, you have the Welsh, you have the Scots, and the Irish, and they're able to modulate their differences and all of that. In far away Asia, in places like Malaysia, if you go to Malaysia, they have the original Malays, the landowners, they call them the Bumi Putera. That is the original owners. What we call here, Omonile. And in River State, they call them Nyewale, and in Igbo land, Ndewala, you understand? And so, you know how Malaysians did? Because they also have some kind of multi-ethnic composition. You have the original Malays, then you have the Indians who have lived there for over 500 years. They are of the Indian stock. Then you have the Chinese. They call them the Hanguan Chinese, or people that left China over 1,000 years ago, and inhabit there. So now they recognize that there's a certain group of people, the Malaysians, are the landowners. So they have some kind of affirmative action for them in terms of admission quota, in terms of businesses. If government builds houses now, like public houses, Moses, if you are Malay and I'm Chinese, you are going to get 30% discount because you are Malay. And I will pay food. So it is stated, they understand all of that. And if you go to that place, the whole place works seamlessly. Everybody is happy. People are moving on with their lives. To the extent that in their elections, they are not able to form a majority. So they have what they call the UMNO, UMNO. The UMNO is the political party, It's more like a coalition. And so you have the Malay Indian Association, you have the Chinese Association, and the political party of the Malays. So because none of them is a parliamentary system, because none of them is able to form a majority, they always have a coalition. You can imagine how that place runs smoothly. We even have another group of people, the Tamils now. The Tamils are another ethnic group that are coming up in and they are incorporated into the system. Why can't we do all of that?
We have such a thing. There is a provision for federal character principle. It's just on paper. It's just on paper, for God's sake.
So why can't we implement it?
What the president is doing today is enough to divide this country.
He's not the first person that did it.
What do you mean by that? But look, you always bring this issue. I don't like it. If somebody has done something wrong, does it mean that you cannot correct it? He's not the first person.
No, I know.
So why are you always bringing it up to defend him?
I'm not trying to defend the president.
You just said it now.
What I'm trying to do is, what I'm trying to say that it's been a pattern.
No, it's not. It cannot be
a pattern.
It is not, because Obasanjo did not go that way.
But Buhari did that. Buhari did that.
So what? So is that why you should continue from there?
No, we shouldn't. But we should correct it. But
you are talking of uniting the country. Is that how to unite the country? They even say that even the Southwest is only Lagos boys.
You can imagine that.
So what kind of how can you build a country like that? Even if they are doing so well, who will bother? If they are doing so well in government, who will bother? But they are just there to loot. Loot. Mess up the place. And you are looking the other side and see you don't see what they are doing because they are boys. They are boys. If anything happen and they say, okay, Tinubu, you and your boy go and solve the problem. What would that happen? Can they do it? Can they do it? Those who put that federal character principle inside that place, you mean they are stupid? You just on paper, you have just divided the country deliberately, not that by mistake.
Mr. Gomo, you have come back to the point.
The people that put
the federal character
deliberately.
It's just on paper. We have never obeyed it. We have never practiced it. And so how do we go back to practicing
you see,
it? That is the question.
There is so much hate in the polity that there is mutual distrust. You can't come from an ethnic stock that is clearly against me and you want me to embrace you to the point of taking you to my inner recess. It's not going to happen. And that has always been the game. And even in our states, once somebody from a senatorial district gets appointment or gets into office, is wary of the next constituency, on and on like that. Now, these same people, for you to know that it is for political survival game, the same people that are at each other's throats, let them step up to this country, to some of this country we'll be talking about. You see that they regard themselves as brothers and sisters. You won't even know that this one is Hausa, this one is Igbo, this one is Yoruba. They see themselves as brothers and sisters. And these people that are even using all these divisive tendencies, when they come to loot, nobody decides where you are coming from. The game is what is there to share. So, but unfortunately, we are the instrument they use to further this agenda.
By we, you mean?
I mean, the average Nigerian. We are the ones they use to further this agenda.
From the look
and at the end of the day, you are talking about federal character. Federal character was put into that constitution to favor a certain area that are lagging behind against those who are already moved on. And that is why you go and you find out that in a quota system, JAMB will say anybody from the southern part of this country, if you don't score up to 120 out of 300, you are going nowhere. For secondary education, whereas 4% in some other part of this country are eligible to be taken in. And these people, when they finish school, they already are going to ride on the crest of this federal character, because you cannot take a large chunk from a particular group and now leave out the other group. Either that person knows what he's doing or not. You must take that person in.
That's not a problem. Sorry, I go more. You know why I say it's not a problem? If you look at the philosophical underpinning of affirmative action, federal character, the Bumitera policy, is actually meant to favor some people. People that are lagging behind.
Yes.
Because if they didn't lag behind, if they were able to compete favorably, there wouldn't be need. So if you go to the United States, where we learned the Affirmative Act, it was put in place to favor the blacks because the blacks were lagging behind. And so if you go to Malaysia, where I talked about the Bumiputera, it was put in place to favor the natives because the Chinese had come, outdone them in terms of businesses, growth, and invention and everything.
Yeah.
So they needed to, be propped up,
to encourage them.
you know, to encourage them. And so the federal character thing that we brought here, I mean, if you do things like level playing field, in the whole of, if you go to NMA, if you go to medical association, if you go to bar, you see certain ethnic groups produce like, or probably you see the South producing 95%. I mean, that would be chaos if we allowed it to happen. So the federal character thing is actually put in place to balance, you know, to do some kind
but
of.
But it also promotes mediocrity.
I mean, what is it?
At the end of the day, you're talking about enemy now. If you just brush up somebody and you hand over a license to kill, that person will be a killer forever.
That's mediocrity.
That's what I'm saying.
So it has its upsides and downsides.
But
at the end of the day, you create some kind of political balance.
The only upside is you can push as many people.
No, the only one of the upsides is that one of the many upsides is that where you create some kind of balance, because society will be chaotic if you allow a level playing field.
How can it be chaotic?
You can imagine when they write jam. When they write jam, 1,000 students apply to write jam, and out of those 1,000 students, the universities are able to admit 500. And out of that 500, 490 are from the South alone. What do you think will happen?
No, that's not a level playing field now.
Oh, so the federal character is to create it.
It's not a level playing field.
It's to balance it.
It's not a level playing field. But there's one impression.
Well, don't stop them.
There is one impression I want to correct here, please. Let it be on record. Let it be known here and now that when it comes to sharing political favors in Nigeria, it is not the Igbo or the Southeast politicians that are involved. In fact, they are not there. They are only giving crumbs from the table. When they want to eat Nigerian money, any Southeastern idea will only be giving the crumbs from the table. They are never part of the sharing. I challenge anybody to tell me otherwise. Go to appointment. Go to all the people that have been looting this country. Mention one Igbo man that has been taking the kind of money we are hearing that people are stealing in Nigeria today. Mention one, just one. All the oil blocks, how many Igbo men have it?
All right.
No, tell me.
Let's move on.
So please, don't say that all of them is a lie. They only give them, they use them and then carry the thing away to.
There you go. There you go. I like the fact that you said they use them.
Let's
because they allow themselves to be used.
Let's talk about FAC allocation. So 36 states budgets jump 47. Okay, this is not well. 36 states budget jump 47% to 40 trillion naira. Capital spending falls, and I will tie this one to the FG states. LGAs share 3 trillion naira as July revenue rises by 658.087 billion naira.
You see, I think it's time for us now to interrogate some of these things dispassionately. Now, the question you ask yourself is, with this leap from when Buhari left government, it was between 1.2 and 1.3 trillion. Now today is 3 trillion. What are they doing with this money across the three tiers of government? And that was what I said yesterday. Federal government 52%, states, and this does not include derivation for nine states that are oil producing. This does not include VAT. So, how do they manage these funds? Back and forth. Yes, we should query the federal government, but we should also query states. States that are making so much money and they are also sucking in the local government allocation. And that's why they will not grant autonomy. Now, state governors have increased their security votes by more than 100%. It was alleged that my state governor has increased his security vote to 3 billion every month. What are you going to do with this 3 billion? That is, you can't audit. Nobody queries how you spend it. And look at what 3 billion can do. 3 billion is enough to upgrade 10 primary health centers to a standard that anybody living around that community does not require to go to the city to take medication, except when that person has terminal ailment or ailment that cannot be taken care of at that point. Then you move it up higher, maybe to secondary or tertiary. Now, even borehole in some of these villages. In fact, even clearing the road, we are not saying you should put asphalt, but clearing the road to be motorable to the extent that farm produce can be taken from hinterland to the city. What are they doing about that? Local government administration is grounded almost everywhere in the country. When we saw some development in Festac, when they were fixing roads, I thought it was the local government chairman who were praising him, only to find out that it was Federal Housing Authority that was fixing that. So what is the local government doing? And the least money that goes to local government in this country, out of these 774 local governments, is about 500 billion. Not when this thing has risen to 3 trillion. So maybe by now you will find out that 500 million, sorry. Maybe by now you will be hearing that local governments, there will be some local governments like Alimosho and the rest that will be collecting over 1 billion in a month. Where is this money going to? You can't go to any dispensary or healthcare center and get ordinary analgesic. They use searchlight to take delivery. And you can't even touch the hospital beds and beddings.
Okay.
Now, for me, yes, I will never blame any local government chairman. Me.
Nobody has blamed any local government chairman.
From what we have seen and from what they are trying to do to divert our attention and deceive the public, we are a federation. You only have 2 component units in a federation, the federal government and the sub-unit called states. The local government can never have any financial autonomy. Let us get it clear. You can only give them subvention to support them and all that, and then give them what to do as a state. That is how the federation is run. So all this blaming the local government, what authority did you give them? Did you give them any money? Did the state governor allow them to operate? Can it ever happen? That means you are going to have a state in a state. It can never happen. So when we are trying to blame the local government, we look at the laws guiding them, the provisions given to them, and all that. If you create a local government and make them that independent, then you are creating chaos. They will never work with the state governor. It can never happen. All you need to do, the minister is there, the commissioner is there in the state to supervise all the local government in their area. That is the only way to police the local government and their chairmen. Not to say that they should be giving money and make them independent. On what ground? That is not what federation is all about. This thing that we are saying, if you want to do it, it cannot work. Because those who started this democracy, they are not stupid. They have checked it, they have looked at it, they have already reviewed. They know that having 3 arms of government in a federation is anarchy. It cannot work. So, the only thing they can do, the state governor, yes, you supervise your state. The state is your constituency. All these local government, they are under you. All right. When you are making your program, extend it to all the local government. That's all. And then supervise the local government chairman on what he's doing.
All right, then let's...
yes, I have something to say. To an extent, I agree with Darlington Agomo, because technically speaking, in the true definition of federalism, it's supposed to be just federating units making up the central government. You know, making up a country with the central government or the federal government superintending and all of that. Technically speaking, the local governments are not supposed to be tiers of government. And of course, they are not. So, but you know, in our Nigerian way of doing things, we are trying to reinvent the wheel, and it's not going to work. And so, what the federal government is trying to do, you know, to create autonomy for local government, that is why they are having difficulties doing that. Because even the Constitution does affirm that they are more like appendages of the states, because the Constitution empowers the states and the House of Assembly of the state to make laws for the good governance and administration of local government. But on the flip side, the Constitution created the 774 local governments. So they are also a creation of the Constitution. And so there's
for what purpose?
And so there's a problem. It's the framers of the Constitution that created the problem. They should have allowed states, to create their counties, their local governments, and all of that. But that is not what we see. Let me leave that. I want to talk about the 3 trillion naira that the federal government, the states, and the local government shared. That's a lot of money. As at July, that's for July 2026. Now, the bigger problem is that out of the 3 trillion naira, 52% of that money went to the federal government. And so what are they doing with the money? That should be the take-off point. I mean, they should lead by example. Federal government. What are they doing with? So the monies that go to the state and the local governments put together is still below what the federal government gets. And if you put, some governors are gloating, we are paying salaries and all of that. If you put the civil servants together at the state, 37 of them, they still outnumber the federal employees. And so the federal government, what are they doing with the money that they get? The president came the other day to say, well, there's some form of stability because we are now paying salaries. Excuse you? You pay salary and that gives you some form of stability under high inflation and all of that. All right. And so when you talk about what they do with the money, they are quick to point out Nelfon, how much got into Nelfon. They are quick to point out the the Bola Ahmed Tinubu coastal highway. They are quick to point out the Badagry. And after that, what else? We travel around the country, we see all parts decrepit, dilapidated and all of that. When you call people in the north, Umar says, I'm building roads in the north. I call my friends in the northeast. They say nothing is going on. Roads are death traps and all of that. Southwest is complaining to an extent. Southeast is no go area. I don't even talk about the southeast. Okay. Southwest, south, the legacy road there, which is the east-west road. What is happening to it? So federal government, what are they doing with the 52% that they get? They should lead by example so that others will follow them. It's not enough to pay salaries and gloat over it.
All right, then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, I'll tie 2 stories together, and I would like our quick reaction too. Nigerians pay more for cement than African neighbors, FCCPC. If you've read through it, you'll understand the angle that they're coming from. No alliance. Adeleke denies ADC role in re-election. Now, for that particular story, so tying this to elections, basically, that's what I'm going to do now. 2027, INEC projects over 100 million registered voters to deploy 1.4 million ad hoc staff. And then talking about Adeleke saying ADC did not help him to win the election. He says, ADC didn't help me to win re-election, says Adeleke. He says, we respect INEC's position, says Oyebamiji, as campaign DG disagrees. APC, Accord Party trade allegations over post-election attacks on members. Ambo breaks silence, accepts INEC's verdict on Adeleke's victory. So I guess that means he wouldn't be going to court.
Well, the party can go to court.
The party can go to court. My uncle should be an example to other governors, says Davido. All right, so yes, those are the headlines. Off-cycle polls, Jonathan decries governor's show of force. And now that we're talking about show of force, Wike, if Tinubu wanted APC to win, he would have drafted me to Osun. Unveils more projects to transform Abuja, targets December completion. Gentlemen,
let me start from Wike. I mean, that is a butterfly thinking himself a bed. So he would have been able to do what the...
in that statement, he cited, what federal might really looks like, where and then he cited the example in Rivers State, where the ballot box itself was taken into, I think, the government house or something, to be, it was taken in there.
Against him.
And we should clap for him, Abi.
Yes.
We should clap for him.
When he was
and so Wike's comment comes across as, if it's interrogated legally, I mean, he could answer questions. Because he's practically saying, this is what I have been doing, or this is what I'm able to do. He cited Edo, for instance, And so, and I'm asking, what else? I'm very sure that the president wouldn't be happy with that.
No, I think
he will.
No,
he will.
The entire statement, my understanding of what I choose to take away from the entire statement is we shouldn't say federal might took place in Osun.
Because federal might would have worked.
Would have been worse than what we saw. It would have been more than governors going in there. It would have been a whole lot more. So
when you fail in a very dubious enterprise, you will say, in fact, I don't need it. I don't want it. Meanwhile,
and then he also did say that winning an election is not a one-day thing.
Okay.
You would have started trying to convince the people.
I think in all of this, I think
Wike,
no, he was just trying to do damage control when he slept, because that thing was a sleep. If the president wanted or show, he would have sent me there to go and do what? To go and rig. Meaning that interpretively, he's been rigging for the president, like what happened in 2023 in Rivers State. So if we carry out some kind of judicial interpretation, on Wike's comments, in Senate clients, he will have questions to answer, even if he doesn't go in for it.
Yeah,
but in all of this, I think we are beginning to realize Adeleke should just move on. Whether ADC helped him or not. I'm happy that that Oyebamiji, has accepted the result and said, well, I agree with INEC. But the party, because I take reference to what happened in my state in 2023, the PDP lost. The governor said, the then governor Okesiikpa said, well, it's okay. Let us not distract this man. Because I use myself as an instance. I was in court for 3 years and I was clearly distracted. And so he congratulated the governor. You know what Alex Otti said? Alex said, well, they don't have any choice than to congratulate me. And the party took offense at that and now went to court. So maybe, and just maybe, APC might decide to go to court against Adeleke. But my take is that Adeleke should just move on. If the people of Osun State helped him to win, if the president let go, if the people secure their votes and all of that, let it be that he won the election. Let him concentrate and work for the people. Now, trading these blames is going to be some kind of distraction. That's what I think.
The worry here is a week. He's telling you what is to come in 2027. And if he's not checkmated now, it may get worse. Because this victory in Osun State, APC saw it as an embarrassment because they over-prepared for it. With all that played out, they were more than prepared. So telling me federal might or whatever. These people have elevated the Tinubu to a state of invisibility. He can do anything, And when a polity has been messed up in this manner, it will be difficult to resurrect that particular country. When one man has been given the power that is beyond that of God, that he can do anything. He is so powerful, that kind of mentality is sinking into us. And that is very, very dangerous. Seriously. That if he wanted, he would have taken it. What kind of thing is it's no longer about the people, it's all about you. And because you have done this in one or two places and succeeded, therefore it must continue. Anywhere people resisted, they say, no, he didn't want it. Look at how they are giving excuse. We thought that played out. You didn't want it. You brought 16 governors, 30 police commissioner, military, civil defense.
Well, they went there to keep the peace.
Good. Even the rec. Do you know that 30 rec came? 30. Each for one local government. Can you imagine? What are they doing? Are they counting election? With all this preparation, you are telling me that the federal government never wanted it, Abi? And then the glitch that almost happened. What was that for? Until people surged to that place and say, look, if you rig that election, come out now, we're waiting for you here. Is that not what they did? Get them victory. And they started uploading again. So with all these things now, and even what Davido is saying this morning, that people were calling him, that even Tinubu was trying to call him. The guy said this morning.
And he didn't get him at once.
I am telling you.
No, Tinubu was trying to call him and he didn't get him.
Did he?
So how did he know Tinubu was trying to call him?
Won't you see somebody that's calling you? Don't you know why he's calling you? Agbabio, who's there?
Sorry, Mr. Gom, is it that Tinubu called him or Tinubu was trying to call him?
Listen very well. Go and read this thing, please. Go and read it this morning. I had it when he was talking. He was being interviewed. He said that Agbabio, his own godfather, called him to put down his tweet.
Dangote also called.
So, is it a joke?
But I didn't hear the Tinubu part. But it's okay.
That's what
You were trying to get him now. You didn't get through.
So how did he know he was trying to?
How did you know? You don't know how people do things, Abi. You don't know how to. That's the glitch. It was said that somebody from Abuja was calling them to give instruction. That was why they resisted it. And so why should that be? Faleke was telling him to leave politics for them and face his music.
I mean, that was actually that was wrong.
Can you just imagine how
that was wrong? How can you ask someone?
Oh God!
It's like when they say that the price of indifference is what being ruled by.
These people will turn around. They will turn around and ask you, "How did we get here? How did Nigeria become this mess?" The same people that are causing this mayhem, they will turn around tomorrow and ask you and I, "How did we get here?" But deliberately, they are destroying Nigeria.
Politics in Nigeria has been redefined.
Yes, as a business.
Yes, as
an enterprise.
Violence, reading, an enterprise for some people to enrich themselves. I mean, for the man to say, leave politics for us.
Concentrate on what does that job? It's like Moses, a company doing IPO, public offer. And you want to play? I said, no, Moses, just stay with your activity.
Tomorrow they will turn full circle and start looking for whom to blame.
You see, for me, I look at politicians from every divide. They are the same. And Wike, in the euphoria of the level he has found himself, may not even process some of those things that comes out from his mouth at times. And sometimes when I hear or read about what he has said, I don't take some of those things serious because I know that these are things that is incongruent to what should be the ideal. For politicians, they never go for the ideal. They go for interest. But this idea of the ADC, how can somebody who claims to have helped a sitting governor that is a darling of his people, that you have helped him, and yet you contested and you didn't even come this third fourth, less than 40,000 votes in a whole state, and you are saying you are supporting. The only visible person that was in ADC was Aregbesola, and he was caged. He was beaten in his own polling unit. Not to talk of his ward. So where is this help coming from? Those who worked for Adeleke, they know themselves. And it's a slight on the APC because this man wanted, when he knew that PDP does not have the tires and the engine to take him to the next level, he wanted to port to APC. But the powers that be there insisted, no, you cannot come. That was why he chose Accord. So where is that help coming from ADC?
Well, the congratulatory message from Aregbesola and, saying, we want to keep
Yeah, he has no choice.
Those are the things that...
if he wants to be relevant in that state, he has no choice to congratulate him.
Well, thank you very much, Dele Fanimo, Darlington Agumo, and Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m. on Political Lens. So we'll be focusing on the events, the issues going on in the polity. And bear in mind that campaign takes off officially, and we are open for all the parties to come and talk. So come around, let's hear from you. Of course, we'll charge you. You pay something. You'll pay a little something. All right? So let's talk. We will give you the platform to let the people know what you want to offer the people. All right? So I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Stick around. Sports comes up next. Bye for now.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka G Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is Vop Tv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to Vop TV.
Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Ejo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power.
As the Premier League is getting set for a return this Friday, we saw the Champions League qualifiers eating up as well, and there was a big game in Turkey last night where Fenerbahce of Turkey took on France's Olympique Lyonnais, and we saw beautiful goals, especially that equalizer from former Manchester United winger Mason Greenwood. Beautiful goal, taking on his defenders, cutting on in his usual style, and placing it in the top corner. Beautiful one for Fenerbahce. Well, no one has the advantage yet because there are no away goals, but the second leg will be played in France. And let's see how if Olympique Lyon or Fenerbahce will qualify from that one. Also, in the glass house of Nigerian football, what is going on with the NFF, the Super Falcons? Justin Madugu has been fired. Who is going to replace him? This and many more we will be dissecting on the show this morning. And the major glass house of international football, talking about FIFA as well. Turmoil here and there, crisis here and there. Gianni Infantino is not resting from any form of criticism and he's been under fire at this point in time. Kevin Lamore, the COO, was fired after just weeks after blasting, the current president Gianni Infantino. And a lot of people thought some positivity was going to come out of that one, but instead, the criticism has been laid more and more on the incumbent president, Gianni Infantino. Good morning and welcome to the Sports Republic Show on Voice of the People Television at this beautiful Wednesday morning. I am Afizo Gubanjo. The next 15 minutes thereabouts, I'll be taking you throughout the GCS stories of the world of sports, including the Super Falcons, what's going on track and field, in tennis, Arena Sabalenka asserting her usual dominance as usual. But then, just before I go into all of these stories, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back to give you all the stories right here on the show, Sports Republic. Don't go nowhere.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but
Welcome back. It's the Sports Republic Show on the Voice of the People Television. I will be starting from the world of athletics at this beautiful morning, where our very own Koisola Ajayi, Nigeria's golden boy when it comes to athletics right now, short distance race, the 100 meters. We saw what he did at the Diamond League just before the Commonwealth Games. And even the Commonwealth Games, he took it by storm. And Nigerian sprinter Koisola Ajayi is set to race in the men's 100 meters at the Kamila Skolimowska's Memorial in Silesia, Poland on Sunday. And the meet is the second Diamond League event in 3 days after Lausanne, and serves as the penultimate stop in the road to the final series. And it will line up against a loaded field that includes world champion Oblique Seville, Olympic champion Andre de Grassi, Americans Christian Coleman and Kenneth Bednarek, and of course Jamaica's Akim Blake, South Africa's Akani Simbine, and Commonwealth champion Emmanuel Eseme of Cameroon, who recently beat him in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games. And the 21-year-old is enjoying a breakout year. In May, he broke Olusoji Fashoba's 20-year Nigerian 100-meter record by running 9.84 seconds at the NCAA Division 1 East first round. And he has since matched that time twice. And Ajayi also won the NCAA Outdoor 100-meter title, picked up 2 Diamond League wins this season, and took bronze in the 100 meters at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. And on Thursday, he announced that he will leave Auburn University a year early to turn professional, and he signed with the shoe brand after previously having a name, image, and likeness deal with the brand in April 2025. And with the Wanda Diamond League final in Brussels, scheduled for September 4th to 5th, Celestia offers one of the last chances to earn points, and Ajayi will be looking to end his first season as a professional on a high and build on the momentum that has put him among the top young sprinters in the world. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful from Konsola Ajayi. He's saying that he wants to leave Auburn University early, to turn professional. And so he has signed with the brand. He has his image rights ready with the brand. He's ready to go, a major brand at that, and he's ready to go. He's setting his sights on the Olympics. He's setting his sights on the Diamond League. This is the man that Nigeria, we need to keep him. He is a man that is really doing well for himself. But I don't want to say I have a fear because of this race that's happening in Celestia, because there is a star-studded lineup. Noah is not even there, but the likes of Kenneth Bednarek, Emmanuel Eseme that just beats him, to have a whole lot of confidence at the Commonwealth Games right there. The likes of Akani Simbine, who is a legend himself. The likes of Oblique Seville, Andre de Grassi. He has a lot. But so if he can maintain something a little bit, lower than that 9.84 seconds that he ran just at the Diamond League in Oregon before he came in, or in Eugene before he came for the Commonwealth Games, if he can match that, I think he's ready to go. But if he can get at least a podium finish in this one in Celestia, I think the young man right there is ready to go. And Nigeria, trust me, we will be backing you, Konsola Ajayi. Good one for him and good one for Nigerian sports as well. Moving on to someone who is also tearing opponents apart. In our own sports, let's go to tennis and let's talk about Aryna Sabalenka, who is the world #1, and she's doing well for herself right there in Cincinnati at the Open. That's the woman right there on your screen. And she cruised into the Cincinnati Open 4th round with a 6-1, 6-3 win over China's Wang Xinyu that lasted just 54 minutes. And she didn't face a single break point. She dropped only 6 points on serve and hit 17 winners against 5 unforced errors. And the Belarusian called it an insane result and said that trusting her shots without overthinking was the key after tougher results at Wimbledon. And in Canada last week at Wimbledon, she lost her to Naomi Osaka. And Sabalenka is now chasing a 3rd straight US Open title, where the tournament starts on 30th August, something no woman has done since Serena Williams, the legend herself, in 2014. And she faces a Czech Sarah Belyek next. And her top ranking is also under pressure from Australian Open champion Elena Rybakina, as Sabalenka held 354-point lead coming into Cincinnati, and Rybakina needs to reach the final to have a shot at overtaking her. And if Sabalenka makes the quarterfinals, Rybakina would have to win the whole event to become world #1. And on the men's side, 4th seed Daniil Medvedev suffered a frustrating exit to American Brandon Nakashima, and Medvedev came back from 5-2 down to take the first set in a tiebreak and held 3 match points at 5-4 in the second. But Nakashima saved them all, won that set on the tiebreak too, and then dominated the third 6-1. And the Russian reacted angrily, throwing his racket at the backboards and breaking them, and also kicking the screen and knocking over microphones during the match where he made 51 unforced errors. And Nakashima said he just focused on fighting for every point down, match point, and was pleased with his level in the decider. I mean, sometimes you just have to accept that in sports, you win some and you lose some. You don't always win all the time. I can understand the frustration on Daniil Medvedev, but it doesn't have to go to the point of you breaking your racket and all of that. Yes, you can replace them, and you just have to accept that you can't win everything. You just have to bounce back, take it as a lesson learned, and move on. The US Open is right there. You can correct all your mistakes, correct all your errors, and be back stronger for the US Open. That's a Grand Slam. This one is just, yes, it's part of the ATP Tour, but you shouldn't, allow all your emotions to get into your head. You just have to calm down and get back from that one, get back stronger, aim to win it all at the US Open. But for Sabalenka herself, I think she's doing really, really well. From the setback in Canada, from the setback at Wimbledon against Naomi Osaka. I mean, she's saying that at some point she even wanted to quit the whole sport entirely. But I think she's back now, and she's also looking at a potential or something ridiculous combination with Novak Djokovic at the US Open mixed doubles. If that is happening, trust me, the US Open is not ready because it's going to be a domination. Sabalenka and Djokovic on the same team, I think, is going to be very, very, very huge. And let's talk about a legend, because Sabalenka is looking to be a legend of sports tennis someday. But let's talk about a legend that is already made in Nigerian football. Former captain Austin JJ Okocha. He has been talking recently. He was on a podcast with another legend, Mikel Obi, and they've been talking Nigerian football. And this man, JJ Okocha, former Super Eagles captain, he said Nigeria's inability to settle in one home stadium has hurt the national team's form over the years. And speaking on the podcast, he pointed to the 2006 World Cup qualifier against Angola in Kano as an example, with Nigeria needing a win to qualify. He questioned why the match was moved from Lagos to Kano, saying players coming in from clubs abroad struggled with the heat and atmosphere and ended up feeling like visitors, and the game finished 1-1 and Nigeria missed out on the tournament altogether. I can understand where he's coming from. And I won't be doing this show alone this morning. I have a guest that will be joining me virtually on the show this morning. Pelumi Adeosun, good morning and welcome to the show. Austin Okocha has been speaking, and he said a lot on the podcast. We are going to dissect some of the things he said. Let's focus on this one. I was at the National Stadium recently, and that place to me looks like a World Cup ready stadium, but it's in its dilapidated state. I think you can't compare Lagos, the fans of football in Lagos, the fans of football in Ibadan, to the fans of football in Kano. Yes, they are also passionate, but the players coming in from different spheres of the world, they're coming to play in Kano. The heat, these little things should have been pointed out and corrected by the NFA then or the NFF now, so that we can have a good home fortress. Even in Uyo, the atmosphere is not just the same. And sometimes it makes the players look like they are playing away. And that is what the legend himself, Austin JJ Okocha, is pointing out. Do you think he has some sense in what he said? Good morning, Pelumi.
Yeah, good morning, Afis. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you loud.
It's a pleasure to join you on the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to join you on the show this particular morning. And just like you said, I think I would also want to agree with Austin JJ Okocha. What he said is very, very spot on. There are some things that needs to be put into consideration when you want to talk about organizing a match or staging a venue for a game. Aside the atmosphere, you have to also look at the comfortability of the players, who I would call the major actors in this particular one. They are the ones that are coming to play. You need to look at how convenient, how comfortable that particular place is going to be for them. But unfortunately for Nigeria, the NFF, or those in charge of organizing these particular ones, they put first their own interest, maybe for political or for personal reasons. And that is why we saw that game in 2006 moved to Kano. And we saw a couple of players that could not cope with that particular one. And he eventually cost Nigeria a World Cup place. And just like Okocha said, that was the only time that he was in the Super Eagles and they failed to qualify for the World Cup as well. And yes, I think we need to imbibe that culture. We need to actually bring it back to how we used to be before. The days of seeing the Super Eagles play in Lagos, the days of them having a particular home ground where they are known to, what they are known for, where they would be familiar with the environment, they will be familiar with the turf, they will be familiar with the culture of that place. The truth of the matter is, yes, we love football in Nigeria,
right?
But then I think that it varies based on the states, or should I say different areas. Our footballing culture is actually very different in different footballing areas. Just like you said, you made an example of Ibadan, you mentioned Lagos, you mentioned Kano as well. You definitely cannot compare that with the footballing culture that they have in maybe Zamfara or in Calabar or even in Uyo. I'm seeing the Super Eagles of Nigeria play at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, and then they cannot even feel the Godswill Akpabio Stadium is 30,000 capacity.
Right.
and then you barely even see 10,000 in that particular stadium,
Very,
which is
very
not
poor.
too good enough. And the location is also very, very important. The Gosta Kabe Stadium, that is like, it is miles away even from the airport in Uyo as
Right.
well. So it even makes it difficult for these players, even for the fans, to also cope with all of these things. So I think something needs to be done, honestly. Yes, we need to bring that back to the place where people actually love football, where they get the support, and where they also get to keep the players on their toes. I know when we used to, like, not even when we used to grow up, there are some conversations that you'll be having with all these OGs in Nigerian football, those who have been following Nigerian football for a long
For a
time.
very long time.
And then I'm sure you would have also heard them say stuff like, oh, I'm very sure that the Super Eagles cannot be playing in Lagos and this kind of thing will happen, or they will lose this kind of game, or they would encounter this kind of thing. It's not majorly because of the fear alone, but because they know that they need to deliver, because they know that the support is there for them. These days, the Super Eagles just play in Uyo and they get a draw. They play draw against Zimbabwe, against Lesotho, and then everyone acts like nothing happened. Everyone just move on like that. But in Lagos, you are looking at the crowd alone, and then the first message you get is that, oh, we do not need to mess things up. We definitely need to get these things done, because you see the motivation that these fans are bringing. You see that all of these people, they left their respective job to actually come here for just one reason, to give them their support. So why would we not win? So one of the major ways, or even one of the first step of winning a game, is the location. So we should not even be at disadvantage by putting ourselves in a location that would not be too good for the fans and for the players as well. Well, you said that the stadium in Surulere is near completion. Hopefully,
No.
hopefully they can return to.
But no. I said I was dismayed. I was shocked at the state of national stadium in Surulere. It was just so bad.
Yeah.
That stadium had this World Cup standard, this World Cup feel to it, and it seems like nothing has been done. And I don't know why the government are not even being involved in trying to revamp that place. Yes, there's also a stadium just opposite it, but it can't compare to the national stadium. There's a reason why it was called the national stadium. Everything is going on in there, but it has become a shadow of itself. And if you want to have a place where, trust me, in Lagos here, if you are looking for a football hub, it's Surulere, where the fans can actually pour in from all parts of Lagos. They will come into that place, and you have all the support you need. There's a reason why the English national team play at Wembley. It doesn't change. Just don't change locations anyhow. Let these players feel like they are loved. Let them know that they have the fans backing, and you will see surprising results. I still don't understand till today how Nigeria did not qualify for 2006 World Cup. I'm not undermining the teams that we had in the group. At the time, you expect the Super Eagles with players in their prime, and some maybe overly past their prime just a little. You still expect them to go over the likes of Angola. How would you explain to people that Angola took the World Cup ticket ahead of Super Eagles of Nigeria to 2006, and ever since they've not even tried to qualify? So it's so sad, Kolumi.
Yeah, of course, I completely agree with you. It's so sad, and that brings me to my previous point where I said that we need to leave behind political interest, parochial interest, because trust me, the only reason why Nigeria played in Kano in 2006 was because the NFF president then wanted it to be played on a northern ground. That is the only reason why they had to move it to that place, and they did not even mind the atmosphere. Then they didn't even mind what the weather even looked like at that particular point in time. And then we saw the result. It eventually cost Nigeria in that one. And then when you think that they should have learned from that one, and then they now started talking about Abuja. Yes, Abuja was also the home ground of the Super Eagles for a long time. But then, do they have that footballing culture in Abuja? No. Look at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja.
It's just there.
You barely see 500, 1,000 people come and watch the Super Eagles. And the funny thing is that, Afis, the gates are even thrown open. People are not even paying.
For all. Yes, nobody's coming.
And then you see, exactly, yet nobody's coming. And that is because of the location. Maybe they are looking at it from the view of, it's the nation's capital and all of that, and they want to project it more to the world, maybe because of accessibility as well. But then all of those are secondary reasons. The primary reason is how to make your team win.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be the nation's capital. I mean, I remember the Dutch national team, they play at the Kuip, which is the Rotterdam. And we know the capital of Netherlands is Amsterdam. So it doesn't have to be the nation's capital. It just has to be a place where you have a fan base, where the players will know that when they are here, they have the fan support.
Yeah, I'm even looking at it in terms of development now, because when you talk about developed cities in Nigeria, and then I don't think you count 3 before you mention Abuja and that. So they would also, they know that it's a game that a lot of people would be seeing, so they will want to portray that part to the whole world to see that, okay, this is the part of Nigeria that they want them to see. But like I said, all of those things should be secondary. You spoke about Wembley earlier on, the home ground of the English national team. Aside from even the turf, they've got a team camp in that same place. Everything that happens to them happens in that same place. That is where they come in. That is the same thing that Morocco have done to their football as well. Everything happens in that Mohammed VI place where the team camp is there. There are hotels there. It's not as if the team is lodging in one place, then they're having training in another place, then they are having their match in another place as well. Everything needs to be in one place. So going forward, I think this is one of the things that the NFF needs to prioritize for Nigeria. One of the reasons that makes you win games is the venue. It needs to that fact needs to be established going forward as far as Nigerian football is concerned.
Absolutely, we have to absolutely agree with the legend himself, Austin JJ Okocha, on that one, saying the venue is actually very, very important. Let's have a rooted home base in Nigeria where they know that anytime we want to play a football match, this is where we are going to play that game. Yes, I'm not saying the golf at Akpabio Stadium, is bad, but then the turnout of fans, it can't be compared to the National Stadium Surulere. It can't be compared to Teslim Balogun. It can't be compared to the Adamasingba Stadium in Ibadan right there. It can't be compared. You see people turn out to come and support, especially if the gates are now thrown open. You will see a massive turnout of fans, and the players will feel that support system behind them. On the lighter note, Pelumi, let's talk about what Okocha said on that podcast. Speaking of his move to Bolton when he was coming to England, he said he didn't do his research well. Should this be, as funny as it sounds, Pelumi, should this also be like, let me say, moving forward, it should be like a lesson learned for footballers that you should do your research well before you play. Everything is not just about popularity and money, Pelumi.
Honestly, yes, it's a very laughable one, just like you said. It sounds very, very funny that scenario actually happened. But I would still fall to Kocha himself. I think that was a very, very costly mistake that he made. He should have also done something to maybe make a research, at least know which club you are going to. Don't leave everything in the hands of the agent. That is what I would say. Don't leave everything in the hands of the agents. Don't leave everything in the hands of the managers, because most times, even some of these people, or most of these people, even look out for their own interests first. Because the agent probably saw that, the Bolton deal is one that will be very, very lucrative for him, and you have to do everything possible to make Okocha take that deal. So you have to see everything. And United was one of the famous clubs then. So he said that, it's just a few miles away from the Old Trafford, and then Okocha also thought it was going to be a wood for him. Yes, I think it's a lesson learned for some other players, and I think we're a lot more wiser now. Everyone should be a lot more wiser. Every footballer should be a lot more wiser now. And the technology is now very, very vast. A lot of people now know things about clubs, about locations, about areas. So I don't think anyone in this day and time should be making such a mistake that Austin JJ Okocha made then. You are seeing players now even want to come to England. They want to come to the English Premier League without even they just know that when they come to English Premier League, they know it's a popular league. They know that the best clubs are there. They know they're going to earn money as well. So they just want to come there. Unlike how it used to be back then, where we see clubs who are not even very financially buoyant there. But I think it's a lot. It has improved a whole lot more now. You're looking at Ipswich now. They are the second team that has spent the highest in the English Premier League so far this season at Chelsea. So I think there's a whole lot more going around, a lot of money still going on amongst these particular teams. So like I said, it is way different than from what we have now. So I don't think any player should be making such a mistake now of maybe one agent had to lure me into this particular deal. He was deceived into knowing that one. But just like you said, it was a very, very funny situation for Austin J. Jokocha. And I could remember even saying it. Was it not yesterday when we were saying that joke? When you mentioned Victor Osimhen playing in Turkey at his prime. And I even said, even J. Jokocha at his prime. Turkey. And I've not even seen that interview there. So apparently he was deceived into making that move to Bolton Wanderers.
Absolutely. And using his analysis, should Victor Osimhen, the man you just mentioned now, should he also consider leaving the Turkish league, into the top 5 leagues in Europe, considering the fact that he's in his prime and time is not on his side?
Are you talking about Victor Osimhen?
Yes, I'm talking about Victor Osimhen. I mean, you look at the Turkish league. I mean, look at the players that have played there over the years. Didier Drogba's of this world, Leroy Sané, Ilkay Gundogan. They played after their sojourn in the European top flight leagues. Now, Victor Osimhen is 27, 28, right? Time is not on his side. Should he consider leaving Turkey to go to the top 5 leagues in Europe once again to try maybe the Premier League this time around, because time is not on his side?
Well, I don't think so, honestly. I think every player have got their priorities. Some prioritize money, some prioritize the fame, some prioritize happiness.
Well, we know why he's in Galatasaray. We know why he's in Galatasaray now. We know why.
Yeah, exactly. But we should, yes, like you said, we should not forget the scenario that brought him to Galatasaray. We understand what happened with Napoli, and then it looked like Galatasaray came through when no other club was willing to actually want to meet his demands and bring him on board. But Galatasaray actually did that, and we see that he's very, very much loved. Yes, he's playing his football, he's enjoying his football, he's earning the money, and like I said, he's also well loved. So why take the risk again? Why take the risk to any of the big leagues where it may not even work out for you as he thought it was going to be? So for me, I don't think that should be his priority. Now, if the deal comes, fine. Yes, if the perfect deal comes from the perfect club, it's the best thing itself, because in the next couple of years now, we'll be talking about Victor Osimhen, and then the next generation they will just rubbish him that, or which club did he play for? Playing for Galatasaray, playing for Wolfsburg and all of that. So they will try and rubbish him. But the best thing is, if the big club comes with the right offer, then come. But I would not advise him to just force a deal. If he's happy at Galatasaray, then he should keep enjoying his football in Turkey.
Absolutely. All right, Pelumi, let's talk about the NFF and the Super Falcons this time around. Justin Madugu has been sacked. I mean, that is no longer news. But then the Super Falcons, the Olympic qualifiers is on the horizon. Who are they looking to replace him? The likes of Anche Gina as well, Awala, Makwala have also followed Justin Madugu out of the door. But who are they looking to replace him? Or are they looking to give the job to Eric Shell to handle the other 23 team altogether? Because he's already handling the dream team with the Super Eagles as well. Would they consider giving him the job to also handle the Super Falcons for the Olympic qualifiers? Because he's on the horizon and a lot is going on around the NFF and the NSC. The elections, we don't know if it's going to still be happening. Apparently, it's looking like it might not happen in September, in Lafia, Nasarawa State. Ibrahim Gusso is not sure if he's going to have a second-term ambition ready for himself. What is going on around the NSC and the NFF? Olopade is coming out to say we are going to get a coach maybe by October. But who, in your opinion, are they looking to bring in to try and stabilize the Super Falcons team? Because right now they are at an all-time low.
Yeah, well, yes, just like you said, the NFF camp is very unsettled now. I don't want to use a bit unsettled. It's very much unsettled because of the development in the last couple of days. And then I don't think they even look ready to appoint someone for the Super Falcons now, which unfortunately might bring us back to the same problem that we used to face then, might bring us back to the same problem that led to them not qualifying for the World Cup for the very first time since 1991. Because if a manager will come on board now, it's going to be a new manager. Someone who has probably not been at the end of affairs of the Super Falcons before, or even Nigerian football. And he will definitely have lesser time to prepare. The only saving grace is that the Olympic qualifiers that they've got, they're going to be playing against Comoros, which with all due respect to them, I think they're relatively easy opponents for the Super
They
Falcons
did
of
not beat
Nigeria. They should
Malawi.
be able to navigate.
I know you were going to say that. They did not beat Malawi at a major tournament. So right now,
come on.
Come on, you can't say at this point in time. I know, I know it sounds, on a lighter note, it sounds funny, right? But then you can't say, because they are at an all-time low. If the things that are needed behind the scene, off the pitch, are not being given to these ladies, they might still treat the game like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe we actually underrated Malawi too as well. They are not so bad as we actually thought. For a team to get into the final, they're also a very decent team. But then I don't think we need the best of the best coach to be able to navigate our way against Comoros. But then that should not even be like that should not even be what we should be looking out for. We should be looking out for the future of this particular team. How to actually get them to where they used to be, and even beyond that. But honestly, the problem of the Super Falcons, I think it has gone beyond the technical team or maybe Justin Madugu. I think we need fresh legs in that team. We need to do like a reshuffling of some of these players. Do not deserve to be in the national team again, and we saw that right from the just concluded WAFCON tournament. So any coach that is coming on board, although I'm thinking that the NFF might want to go the way of someone like Randy Wardrum. I'm not saying Randy Wardrum himself, but I'm saying someone like. I'm not saying Randy Wardrum in particular now.
Yes.
I mean like a foreign coach. I mean like a foreign coach now. Because that is what the NFF does most times. When they see that there's a local coach and then a local coach he doesn't perform very well, then they get to bring in someone. It looks like the NFF are always bringing in local coaches to actually, because they know things will definitely go south one day. And when the things go south, they will be like, oh, we have satisfied the people with local coach now, and then let's bring foreign coach, where they know that they are going to get one or two from all of those ones. So I think they might just be going the way of bringing someone of the caliber of Randy Wardrum once again. But then, just like I said, it goes way beyond bringing in only a coach. Something needs to be done. I don't know why our player discovery for the Super Falcons is extremely poor, very, very poor. We went into the WAFCON tournament without a recognized left back. No single left back
at all. There was no single. I was going to say that there was no single left back there.
Exactly, it shows that our players' discovery, our scouting network is extremely poor. And then that makes me even talk about the NWFL as well. What are they doing in the NWFL? If we cannot get just one left back, and we're organizing leagues season in, season out, or maybe it is the technical crew or the NFL that is not giving them the chance. We saw just one NWFL player invited to the Super Falcons squad, and she was a goalkeeper. In fact, she was the third choice goalkeeper. She didn't even get to play at all. We need to do better, honestly. The same way we are treating the Super Falcons. Look at the Super Falcons now. We are having options. We are having like 4-5 right back. We are having like 7-8 center back options. We need to do the same with the Super Falcons of Nigeria as well going forward.
Absolutely, we need to do really, really better for ourselves. And the Super Falcons, like I said earlier, they're at an all-time low, and they'll be looking to revamp themselves. Yes, I may have sounded somehow funny when I said they should still be careful against Comoros. I still expect them to defeat Comoros, even if there is no coach on the sideline. But, I mean, we can't say that because of their performance at the WAFCON. But hopefully, someone is actually going to step in and take the Super Falcons, even if it's a foreign coach. If it's a foreign coach, someone that will just step in and take the Super Falcons back to where they belong. Because, trust me, even though they've won the WAFCON 10 times, they still feel like they want to keep dominating. And but Kwelumi, I had Abiodun Apono here on the show yesterday. We spoke and we talked about the NFF themselves. Firing Justin Madugu. I want to hear from your own point of view. Firing Justin Madugu, does it look like they're just trying to paper over the cracks that's caused by themselves? Because, trust me, we knew what happened just before the WAFCON. And allowing this man, Justin Madugu, and his coaching staff to take the fall, is that the right way to go?
Honestly, that is not. I don't think that is the right way to go. Yes, Justin Madugu, maybe he has not got it again. He has to take the fall for it, unfortunately. We highlighted a couple of problems that went wrong with the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Yes, poor coaching, poor technical input was one of them. but it was just one. And I don't even think it is it is in the top 3 of Nigerian problems at the WAFCON. I don't think so.
Right.
So it was just like the NFF, they desperately wanted someone to take the fall for it. And then they went for Justin Madugo because it was the easy target. Justin Madugo was the easy target and his technical crew, and they were the ones who had to take the fall for it. But it's quite surprising to me the way the turn of events have panned out, because just a couple of days ago, or was it 2 days ago? I think it was on Monday, that the NFF set up a committee to look into what went wrong with the Super Falcons of Nigeria.
And you saw the names in that committee?
The committee yeah, I saw it. I saw the names in that committee. Mutu Adepoju, Fani Amu, and all of that. I don't think that committee has given their reports yet. They just barely started work, and the NFF have already let go of the technical crew. Are we going to say that? Is it not supposed to be the committee that is supposed to recommend that, oh, okay, this are what we found wrong, and then the technical crew should go? And then I also find it funny because this same committee that you set up, if number one on the agenda of the committee, because a committee that's supposed to provide a resolution,
right,
if the number one resolution in the communique is that the NFF board should go, can they take it? Would they be willing to take that themselves?
That's a
so yeah, I completely find it very funny that the NFF are doing things. It's just like doing things the wrong way, doing it at the wrong time as well. So they are also looking. I believe that they are facing a lot of pressure from the NSC, and then they also need to make it look as if they are doing something, and that is what we saw in the last couple of days. What are you setting up a committee to look at what happened to the Super Falcons for? Did we not know what happened to the Super Falcons? Did every Nigerian not know that the team did not prepare well? They did not get adequate friendly games? Did we not know that a lot of things were wrong with this team tactically as well? So a lot of things actually happened, and we all know that one. So why are you setting up a committee for? What are you setting up a committee for again? Maybe they are expecting the committee to. I see like a kangaroo committee. Maybe they will be the ones to even recommend the foreign coach now.
Maybe.
And the NFF already knows that is the way they are going. That is what they want to do. So you don't even allow the committee to bring out their report. You already let Justin Madugu go. So just like I said, they are facing a lot of pressure from NSC. And then they also want to make it look like they are doing something, because all of this coming from the NSC, coming from a lot of Nigerians, is because we have been pushed to the wall. We have been pushed to the limits, because a lot of Nigerians before, they have not been this vocal about the NFF. Yes, we talk about it almost every time, but look at now. We are seeing everybody putting out articles. Everybody is pleading with the president that stop this NFF election. Let things be done in the right way now. And then maybe that is why the NSC also, we need to do something. And the NFF, knowing that, the AMA is probably coming, and they also want to do something before the AMA comes. And then Justin Madugu, it's high time. Yes, I think he should go as well, because he messed up tactically in terms of player selection, in terms of arrangements as well. But then it may not be the right time, honestly. You are letting him go without a plan of who is going to replace him. So I think it was a decision that was taken too soon by the NFL. But just like I said, they were looking for a scapegoat, and Justin Madugu was the easy target for that one.
Absolutely. I mean, the coach will always take the fall for it. Every glass house with his own issues. That's talking about the NFF, and let's move on to talk about another glass house. This one that even encompasses the NFF, encompasses the CAF as well, and every other governing body across all continents in the world. And it's talking about FIFA. They have ended their working relationship with Chief Operating Officer Kevin Lamore, confirming on Monday that he left the role. He has left the role on 17th of August 2026. I mean, is this not another boiling water being set up for Gianni Infantino? This man spoke up against the FIFA Forward Enterprise, the FFE that was proposed by Infantino. And weeks later, he is suspended, or in fact, he's been let go of. He's gone. And you know that you are facing a backlash from UEFA. Kevin Lamore is actually from France. He has a dual citizenship with France and Switzerland, right? Switzerland is where Gianni Infantino is from. And they are both under UEFA. They are not even supporting Infantino's bid, for re-election as president. Is this a very, very, very wrong step taken by FIFA and especially Gianni Infantino?
Yeah, well, it looks like everyone they are not taking it lightly with FIFA, and one thing is certain: we've not seen the end of this. It's going to keep happening for a long, long time. Maybe even until March, or maybe put pressure on Infantino to eventually resign. We are seeing what UEFA is doing. Almost every time they are putting out a statement, we are seeing different football federations in UEFA coming out to say that no, this is wrong.
Right.
Yes, they are indirectly saying Infantino he has to go. And then I think this is going to be one of many resignations to come. He's not the first, and I don't think he would even be the last. And I think he labeled that FIFA Forward project, he labeled it as a one-man project. And that is the major thing that is even causing the crisis. Because for me, I really do not think it's about the funds. Even I don't even want to completely agree that these federations that are against Infantino, I don't even want to think that they are against him because of the finances or because they think it's bad for football. I think they are just against it because they were not properly carried along. And it has been quite obvious. It looks like Infantino is the only one on this particular project. And that is why this person resigned as well. He said it is a one-man project. And then you remember, was it last month? Yes, it was last month where a FIFA advisor also resigned as well.
Right.
So things are not even going well at FIFA. Although Infantino is still trying to fight with it by trying to bring on board some other confederations. For example, CAF. I think CAF have said they are backing him and all of that. But UEFA are not taking it lightly. And they're definitely going to see this fight to the finish. So for me, I think it's about, for them, it's with you.
Go ahead, because I was going to ask because the UEFA, North America, even CONMEBOL, they came out to complain that the issue that they're having with Gianni Infantino is this consultation with them to take that decision. But sometimes last month, Amaju Pinnick also came out to say Gianni Infantino is actually very, very good with consultation, thereby showing the support. CAF as well, they are showing their support. Actually, the election will be happening in Rabat in Morocco. So CAF is showing their support behind Infantino. UEFA are saying no, that it's not very good with consultation. Just like you said, it's a one-man thing. It looked like a one-man decision. But Amaju Pinnick is saying that he involved everyone before he made this FIFA Forward enterprise, saying how much they stand to gain. Is it a clash of miscommunication now? Because someone is saying consultation is being prepared, it's being done by Infantino. In fact, he has done it all with everybody before he made that step. UEFA, which is a very, very big governing body of football, are saying no, that it looks like he just made a decision himself. So is there a clash of miscommunication in there?
Well, if you look at it from the angle of Amaju Pinnick, the only consultation is trying to say that they made, and I think the only consultation that they care about is the financial aspect of it.
Right.
I think that is the only thing that CAF cares about. You will listen to Infantino then, to Amaju Pinnick then, and he says that this particular money would help a whole lot of federations, especially in Africa. So it's about the money that CAF, that is what they are looking at. You would not say that this was properly communicated within the CAF hierarchy, and then UEFA would not be part of it. The president of UEFA, Seferin,
right,
I think he's one of the vice presidents at FIFA as well. So you are telling me that the vice president is not carried along, and
you knew
Amaju Pinnick is just you are just a FIFA executive member, and then you are saying that how many people like Amaju Pinnick have you seen? How many of them have you seen come out to say that, oh yes, we were carried along, we know what is happening? I think Amaju Pinnick is just trying to play the usual Nigerian politician game, to just play along. They feel like, oh, we know it. They are trying to cover the tracks of each other. We know about it because they know that the financial game, because they know of the financial game that is involved. An African federation will hear $20 million, a whole lot of money. That is even like the upfront, if they get to accept that particular deal, and then later they will get another 20 million. That is $40 million. Look at that, is about 400% increase from what they used to get then. Yeah. Amaju Pinnick was saying that before Infantino came on board, they used to earn in thousands. Now they are earning in millions. So it's about the money for CAF, and that is why they will go to any length to defend whatever Infantino has said. I don't think they are stupid at UEFA to not know that they were not properly communicated or they were not properly carried along in this particular initiative. So for Amaju Pinnick, I don't think it's a case of miscommunication. He knows what is happening. he knows where things went wrong. Boys.
All right, Pelumi. Well, I know he's trying to pass a message. Is it with me, Pelumi? Okay. Just before we go on the show this morning, let's talk about Cristiano Ronaldo. He came out to make a huge statement, and he's suggesting that this could be the end of his playing career. Pelumi is back. Pelumi, can you hear me? I want us to talk about Cristiano Ronaldo before we go on the show this morning. He came out to say that this might be his last season in football. Right, that this may be his last year. He says he wants to go into business. He's looking at spending more time with his family. He just got married recently to Georgina Rodriguez. Yes, a lot of tantrums, a lot of support as well has been going on social media. But my own angle, and I want us to discuss this before the end of the show, is what will be his impact? Because we saw the impact he made when he was signed by Al Nassr in 2023. We saw players tripping into the Saudi Pro League. This Saudi Pro League has become sort of marketable, even though we know the money influx, in that league in Saudi Arabia. But now that Cristiano Ronaldo is leaving, he was the genesis of players coming in. Him leaving, wouldn't that be the start of an exodus of players leaving the Saudi Pro League as well? Because we know the impact that Cristiano Ronaldo actually made in this league. And if he leaves now, saying this is his last year, don't you think players will find the Saudi League unattractive and they'll start leaving?
Yeah, well, when he has not even left already, and we're already seeing players not really go there again. I think the buzz with the Saudi League has dropped a whole lot. It has reduced very much. Before, in the transfer window at this particular point in time, you would have seen the Al Hilal, you have seen the Al Nassr, you have seen the Al Ahly, you'd have seen them splash 60, 70 million on players, but they've not really been able to do that in this window. The only player that I remember well is maybe Tijani Reinders, who joined from Manchester City. They've not been really be able to splash that cash like they used to before, and that is still when Cristiano Ronaldo has not left. So I definitely expect it to take a toll on the league. But maybe Turkey will be the next Saudi now, because that is where we are seeing players go to. You see Mohamed Salah, Nathan Ake, Mason Greenwood, Romelu Lukaku. So it looks like Turkey may just replace the Saudi Pro League when Cristiano Ronaldo eventually leaves.
Absolutely. And this one as well. What is going on with Jamal Musiala? This young man has collapsed for the second time in 4 days. In 4 days, what is going on with Jamal Musiala and Bayern Munich as well? As we wrap up with the show this morning, because my own issue is with Bayern Munich, because why did they rush him in after the first incident? They rushed him in into the second game. He played and then he collapsed again. He has actually come out to release a statement saying he is very much okay and he will be fine, but he is suffering from a very treatable disorder, a seizure that has to do with the neurons. But going into the season, this man, he has had his bouts with ACL injury. There were talks of him even moving to Turkey. Could it start become to look like the beginning of the end of Jamal Musiala's career?
For Musiala, it's a very, very sad one. I think he needs to be very careful. He needs to be very, very careful with the way things are handled, because getting to collapse twice in the last 4 days, it is something that should be taken very serious. Yes, he has come out to say that it's a neurological dysfunction. It is something that is treatable, but then he needs to watch it. And just like you said, the way he has found himself, the situation has found himself, it has been a very, very topsy-turvy couple of years for him. Yes, he had that ACL injury, and then he's coming back again where he's expected to be fresh for the team, and then all of this is happening. But I believe he knows his body the most, better than every one of us. He just needs to be wise. Let him not even play the game Christel Eriksen is playing. Let him just, if he knows that he may not be fit enough, or this might be affecting him the next couple of years, he just needs to quit. He will not be the first. We saw when Greaves also retired at a very, very early age as well. Yes, it will be unfortunate for him, but if he finds out that maybe his body may not be willing to go again, the best thing is just to call it quits, to be very honest.
Absolutely. And we saw a similar case with Cagliari's forward Yao Trepi, who was involved with Cagliari in the preseason, and he was found unconscious in the swimming pool. I don't know what these players are being fed. That maybe the terrain of football is actually changing. But then I want to wish Jamal Musiala all the best and a speedy recovery. Thank you so much, Pelumi, for joining me on the show this morning as we treated every juicy story from the world of sports.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been my pleasure.
All right, and I want to say a very big thank you to the viewers out there for keeping it locked with us on the show Sports Republic this morning. Thank you so much to the guys behind the scene for making this show a successful one as well. Up next is the midday news. This has been the Sports Republic. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Have a sporty day ahead, and bye for now.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at To The Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay. towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshua to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Ejo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Ashtelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have...
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. First, the headlines. Tinubu to address United Nations General Assembly. Sowore faults Tinubu's absence at National Peace Accord. Fayose absolves Tinubu of using federal might. Army arrests 18 illegal miners in Niger. Security tightened over military retirees' protests. Rep spokesman defends Wike over FCT floods. In business, NGX sheds 544.5 billion naira. In the world of sports, Monaco terminates Pogba's contract. And finally, in entertainment, Angelique Kidjo makes history on Hollywood Walk of Fame. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu will join world leaders to address the 81st session of the United Nations General Assembly General Debate on Wednesday, September 23 in New York. According to the provisional list of speakers, Tinubu is scheduled as the 10th speaker during the morning session on the second day of the high-level debate, which runs from September 22 to 28 as the UN headquarters. He will join representatives from all 193 member states, including more than 150 heads of state and government. The theme of UNGA 81, to be presided over by Bangladesh's Khalilo Rahman, is restoring trust, managing transformation, a nation that delivers for all. The week-long program is expected to include several high-level meetings, side events and summits focusing on climate action, sea level rise, and pandemic preparedness. Tinubu is also expected to meet with outgoing UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, whose two-term tenure ends on December 31, 2026. He is further expected to meet Nigeria's Amina Mohammed, the outgoing UN Deputy General, who has held the position since 2027. Moving on, African Action Congress presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore has criticized President Bola Tinubu's absence from the signing of the National Peace Accord ahead of the 2027 general elections. Sowore said Tinubu's decision not to attend the ceremony suggested that the president did not consider the peace pact a serious affair. He spoke today in a television interview a day after political leaders signed the accord in Abuja. President Tinubu was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, while political figures including Peter Obi, Shore, and Donald Duke signed the agreement organized by the National Peace Committee. Shore said the president, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, should have personally attended the ceremony to demonstrate his commitment to preventing electoral violence. He argued that Tinubu's presence would have given the accord greater moral weight and shown the government's commitment to its principles. Shore, who attended and signed the accord, said his participation was aimed at demonstrating his commitment to free and fair elections. Away from that report, former Ekiti Governor Ayodele Fayose says President Bola Tinubu did not deploy the powers of the federal government during the Osun governorship election. Speaking in a television interview, Fayose said Tinubu was showing Nigerians that free and credible elections were possible. He said if the federal government wanted the All Progressives Congress to win the election at all costs, nothing would have stood in its way. Fayose said Tinubu had been magnanimous in the country's electioneering process, unlike previous presidents. Citing the 2018 Ekiti governorship election, the former governor alleged that the then federal government forcefully took control of the state from him. He said his security details were withdrawn days before the election, while telephone signals at the government house were allegedly jammed. Fayose further alleged that former Director General of the Department of State Services, Lawal Daura, coordinated the plot to seize control of Ekiti. Meanwhile, the factional national chairman of the Accord Party, Maxwell Ngbudem, has in the meantime called on the Inspector General of Police to order the immediate release of party leaders, members, and other residents allegedly arrested and detained in Abuja, Nasarawa, and Osun states ahead of the Osun governorship election. Ngbudem urged the IGP to fast-track their release, alleging that the arrest violated their fundamental human rights. He said Governor Ademola Adeleke's victory at the poll was a clear message to what he called anti-democratic forces. He questioned the continued detention of his members, saying there was no justification for keeping them in custody after the election.
And strong condemnation of every attempt by those in position of authority that try to suppress, intimidate, or undermine the free expression of the will of the people. The people have spoken loud and clear with their votes. They have, in one accord, renewed the mandate of their beloved governor. Let this victory, therefore, serve as a clear message to all those who may seek to suppress the democratic will of the people. The people cannot be permanently silenced. Institutions of government exist to serve the people and not intimidate or subject them. Accord will continue to defend constitutional democracy, the rule of law, the independence of democratic institutions, and the fundamental rights of every Nigerian to freely choose his or her leaders without fear, favor, or intimidation. Accord demands an immediate release of all its leaders, candidates, members, and supporters arrested and detained in Abuja, Nasarawa, and Osun State.
In the meantime, Afrobeat singer Davido has commended the people of Osun State for their support following the re-election of his uncle Ademola Adeleke as governor. Davido spoke at an event in Ede, Osun State, where he urged political actors and well-meaning Nigerians to work towards the progress and development of the people. He thanked residents for their support for Governor Adeleke and urged public officials to prioritize good governance as the best way to earn the people's trust and support.
Give hope to people in Osun. You guys gave hope to the whole Nigeria. Because if this had gone the other way, I think Nigeria would have actually given up on what they call free and fair election. First of all, congrats to Mr. Governor on his re-election for the second term. Well deserved. Hard fought battle. In fact, let me not call it battle, war. When you have 17 governors, 50 senators, House of Rep, I don't know how many they were, against one man, and he came out victorious. God is good. To the Osun people that not only voted for us, but stood their ground, defended their votes from the polling units all the way to the local coalition centers, then from there to the main coalition center. The love was amazing. My uncle, the governor, should be an example to all other government officials out there and governors. It shows that if you work well for the people will work well for you.
Away from Osun's stories, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps mining marshals have commended the Nigerian Army for its cooperation in the fight against illegal mining following the arrest of 18 suspected illegal miners in Niger State. The suspects were arrested by troops of the 102 Guard Battalion during a routine operation at a mining site in Izom, Gurara local government area. The Army later handed over the suspects and exhibits recovered from the site to the NSCDC mining marshals headquarters in Sauka, Abuja, in line with established interagency protocols. The development comes amid intensified efforts by security and regulatory agencies to tackle illegal mining, which has been linked to revenue losses, environmental degradation, and the diversion of Nigeria's mineral resources. In a statement, the commander of the NSCDC Mining Marshals, Assistant Commandant of Corps, John Onoja Atta, described the Army's action as exemplary and patriotic. Atta said the development demonstrated the military's commitment to protecting Nigeria's mineral resources and supporting efforts to sanitize the mining sector. In another development, heavy security deployment was witnessed around the Ministry of Defense in Abuja on Wednesday ahead of a planned protest by military retirees over the non-implementation of consequential adjustments to their pensions. Personnel of the Nigeria Police Force, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Immigration Service, and vehicle inspection officers were deployed around the area. Armed soldiers were also seen moving around the venue, while security operatives took strategic positions along roads leading to the ministry. The retirees are protesting the alleged failure of the authorities to adjust their pensions following salary increases approved for serving military personnel. One of the leaders of the retirees, retired Colonel Innocent Azubwike, said the protest was aimed at demanding what he described as the constitutional pension rights of military retirees. Azubwike said President Bola Tinubu approved a salary increase for military personnel in November 2025, which should have resulted in a corresponding adjustment of pensions for retired personnel. Well, this report says the deputy spokesman of the House of Representatives Philip Agbase has defended FCT Minister Nyesom Wike against criticism over recent flooding in parts of Abuja. Agbese, a Labour Party lawmaker representing the Ado, Okpoku, Obadibo Federal Constituency of Benue State, has said residents must also take responsibility for activities that contribute to flooding. In a statement issued in Abuja, Agbese said it was unfair to blame Wike, arguing that the FCT administration had embarked on infrastructure projects covering roads, drainage, and transportation. Agbese described flooding as a shared responsibility in a rapidly expanding city like Abuja, where population growth, construction, and other human activities are putting pressure on drainage systems and waterways. He particularly blamed indiscriminate waste disposal for worsening flooding, saying residents often block drainage channels and waterways with refuse before heavy rainfall. The lawmaker urged residents to stop dumping waste in drainage channels and waterways and to report blocked or encroached waterways to the authorities. And with that story, we move over to the analysis segment. And joining us in the studio to analyze the midday news is Darlington Agumwo. He is a public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining the midday news. Thank you very much. Now, virtually, we are joined by Okpayemi Ogunlami. He is also a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining. Can I establish communication with you, Okpayemi Ogunlami?
Am I audible?
All right, yes, we can hear you now. Thank you very much for joining. Good afternoon. Right, let's begin the analysis segment with the studio. Mr. Darlington, we're starting with the President Bola Tinubu being invited to address the UN General Assembly. Now, he will address the 81st UN General Assembly alongside representatives of all 193 member states. Now, what do you think should be Nigeria's biggest message to the international community at a time when the country itself is dealing with economic pressure, insecurity, and questions around development?
First time he's going, I may have hope, but over the years, Nigerian leaders have been going to the UN sessions, and they will always come back with nothing. Their speech don't even have any effect, not to talk of that of Tinubu. What leaders are going to make mockery of us over there? In fact, if I were to advise Tinubu, I would tell him not to go. Because when he entered there, they will all be turning their faces, turning their nose. I mean, with the baggage Tinubu is carrying about, who will give him that needed and respect and privilege? He just want there to go and count number. It's not going to make any impact because the world has moved on. They don't have time for people like him with what is going on at home and with the record he has all over the place. He's not going to command any respect. It's obvious.
So you're saying it's a total waste of time for President?
I'm telling you, nothing. It won't even attract anybody's attention. I mean, if I were his handlers, I would tell him to sit down at home. That's the truth.
So the president does not have any value to give as the UN General Assembly?
Nothing. There are many people they will listen to there who will say things that will, I mean, when somebody is talking, you'll be looking at him. Is that not true? When you are there at the world stage, you think they are looking at you. They are not looking at you. They are looking at who you are. They are looking at who you are. And who is Nigeria. And so he will not represent us well, seriously. There is no way. Because ordinarily, the president of a country is the chief marketer of a country. And so when you go out there to make the usual speech and all that, to talk show about People just out of courtesy, out of diplomatic courtesy, they will say, Mr. President, and that's all. No matter what you say there, they will not come to Nigeria. They will not come. Have they come before? And so it will be a waste of time going there to talk, telling them you have done this, you have done that. Meanwhile, they are not seeing anything. I mean, that is just, it's unfortunate, seriously.
All right, thank you very much.
His landlord will tell him to sit at home. Maybe the foreign minister or a minister, or even somebody who can represent him. It's done. Not all the world leaders are going there.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take this conversation over to our virtual guest now. Okoyemi, the theme of this year's UNGA is restoring trust, managing transformation, a United Nations that delivers for all. And Nigeria itself has been talking about our economic reforms and rebuilding public confidence. Now, the question is, how important is it for Nigerians to, or is it how important is it for Nigeria to show the world that its own reforms is actually okay and is enough to deliver results to ordinary Nigerians?
I was listening to Barrister Darlington on his remark, and I could not but smile and then laugh. I'm not laughing at the remark, but at the situation of our country at the moment. The last international outing the president had was a remarkable one because it came out to be a fallacy, stating that the president said he had dealt with corruption in Nigeria. The country is doing great. It means that there's a misrepresentation of Nigeria, even from the presidency. And then we now have another one tagged restoring trust, managing transformation. And someone who hasn't represented a country in its real sense outside the international shore. And then it beckons for a serious answer that is our president in tune with our whole reality. It's so sad. Now, what would the president say with insecurity, with economic hardship of the country? How does it have? How does the president relate with our own reality as a people in the country? So this outing, as it is, the president will go and whitewash the situation. Bring Nigeria, they will keep saying, oh, we need to sell Nigeria well to the international arena so that they can come and invest in Nigeria. When they come to invest in Nigeria, then they will. I do not see this international UN General Assembly meeting for Nigeria as a good one. Just as Barrister Darlington has said, it should just be advised to stay. But no, it would also, one of the how do I put it? One of the achievements of the president, as he says, Milokon, is that he wants to appear at the international space. And we are giving him for the next, for 4 years, the 4 years elapsed by next year. He's still fighting for more. So this outing, Nigeria, if we need to restore trust, the president had to go there and tell the international arena that Nigeria is not fine. Nigeria is bleeding. Nigeria is going through insecurity and hardship. Nigeria does not trust our leaders. And this is the reality. That is when we can trust our presidency on how to manage transformation within.
All right, thank you very much. Well, you said that it appears that the president has been clamoring for international presence. Meanwhile, is it possible that he is not aware of all of the economic hardships that people claim to be going through in Nigeria? Is it possible that he is oblivious to all of this, and that's why he can confidently say it out there that Nigeria is doing well?
Well, we cannot say that the president is not in tune with our reality or that he does not know what is going on. He actually knows, but he just has to sell the country to the international space so that he could have more investors that will come into his government and come train his government to Nigeria. So it's a personal enterprise that the presidency and the Nigeria government as a whole, all governors, including Osun State, it's a personal enterprise where families have taken over the entity of Nigeria, the polity of Nigeria. So that's where we are. Right? The president is going on to represent himself and not the country as a whole.
Thank you very much. Well, because of our time, let's take this conversation over to Fayose, observing that Tinubu literally did so well in this Osun State election. Now, in his words, he said Tinubu could have used the power of the federal government to influence the Osun election, but chose not to. What do you make of this? Is this a genuine federal restraint, or is he just trying to give credit to the government? Mr. Darlington.
Yes, when you hear things like this, you know that psychophancy has taken a leap forward. You know that people have taken psychophancy to a new level. That means our election will be free and fair according to Tinubu. The Electoral Act is now useless. That is it. It is what Tinubu decided that will happen in our elections. When you hear people talk like this, you don't need a go far. You don't need a suicide to tell you to destroy Nigeria. Because this aura of invisibility being created around Tinubu is not in his favor. It is not giving him good image. What if he go to the UN and they say, this is the man who decides what happened in the election? Will he be happy with that? And so when they are telling these stories about him, he will think that they are blowing up his image. No, they are destroying him. You don't give such attribute to a man. Seriously. You don't. These people that are saying these things, they are doing it out of psychophancy. Not that they don't know what they are saying. We have an electoral act. Follow it in every election. That is all that matters. Not whether Tinubu will use federal might or not. As a matter of fact, it is a lie that Tinubu never used federal might. He used it fully. It's just that Osun people resisted him. Simple. Osun people resisted him. He didn't use federal might. Okay, let us now begin to tick the boxes. What was 16 governors doing in Osun? What was 30 police commissioners doing in Osun?
So was this all a move by the president to make sure that the election would be rigged in favor of the APC?
Of course. From what we heard and what transpired during the election proper, there was influence of federal might, but Osun people said no. When they stopped uploading at a point for over 3-4 hours, what happened? The people of Osun surged to that collection and say, look, we are waiting for you here. When you read this election, come out and meet us. It was done when they saw what was going on, and then nobody told them to start doing the right thing. And they started up. Meanwhile, Davido has already brought out the count so far. And his brother was leading with 70,000. So how will you now rubbish that one if you want to do anything? You can see. That was why they were begging him. Akpabio, Faleke. You can imagine Dangote calling him to put down the tweet because he has already exposed them. Please, let nobody tell me that. Tinubu wanted Osun at all costs. But Osun people resisted him. Let nobody tell me otherwise.
So this is a true statement and not just Fayose trying to give credit to the government.
Don't mind them. That's psychophancy. We call them Ochinku in Alibo, in Igbo land. We call them Ochinku. Those who hang around a king for what they will eat. Those who praise singers. That's what he is. Praise singers. Let me tell you, what other federal matter are you talking about? The military were there. The police were there. 30 police commissioners. That's each commissioner for each local government in Osun. What were they doing there? If not show of force. But Osun people, they even confronted the military and everybody. Those guys, I don't know what Adeleke gave them, seriously. I'm not joking. I never knew that Osun people can be this resistant. I'm telling you. I will give it to them. They are the hero of this election. No other person. No other person. From INEC to the military to INEC, all of them failed. It is Osun people that got this victory. Simple. They wanted their vote to count and they insisted on it. What those guys did is like somebody called them in a meeting and gave them a lecture. I pray that every other state will do what Osun people did. Let me see how Tinubu will get victory. Every other state in Nigeria follow the footsteps of Osun people. Police your vote when you cast it. Don't allow anybody to help you.
Right.
Follow it until they announce the results. Follow it. Let me see how you get victory, since he's an invisible man.
Thank you very much. Well, before we wrap up the analysis segment, Okoyemi, what do you think about this? Fayose says that if the federal government wanted the APC to win at all costs in Osun, nothing would have stopped it. In 1 minute, do you think this is a fair measure of electoral credibility that the government had the choice to actually interrupt or make sure that their will is enforced in the election? Or should we be looking at how to fix institutional safeguards to make sure that the government does not intervene in further elections, subsequent elections to come? Okwayemi, can you hear me? All right. Well, Mr. Darlington, you heard the question, right? Okay. So in 1 minute, what would you say about that? Should we be looking at institutional safeguards to make sure that this doesn't repeat itself, or the election is usually free and fair subsequently from now?
Evil does not last forever. That is my belief and my theory, and it has never failed me. So if APC have been using violence to get a victory in the past, I think it has come to pass now. I mean, it can no longer be business as usual from what our people have done. So right now, nobody will tell APC and Tinubu that, look, Nigerian people are now wide awake. You can no longer steal their vote. You can no longer get victory at their back. You can no longer, maneuver your way to victory again. That is the statement Osun people made. And so, every other state should take a cue from there. Evil can never last forever. It is not possible. No matter what you are doing, at one point, it will come to an end. That's the truth.
Thank you very much. Well, we've been speaking with Darlington Agumwo, a public and political affairs analyst, and virtually we'll be also joined by Okweyemi Ogunlami, a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your submissions on the midday news today.
My pleasure.
Well, you're still watching the midday news on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, federal government, states, Lagos government, and share 3 trillion naira. These and more stories will be with you shortly after this break. Please do stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Well, the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee, FAC, says a total of 3,007 trillion was shared among the federal, state, and local governments in July. The figure is the highest monthly allocation so far under President Bola Tinubu's administration. In June, FAC shared 2.5 trillion naira, according to a statement by the Director of Public Affairs at the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Bawa Makwa. The committee met in Owerri, Imo State, on the sidelines of the ongoing National Council of Federation and Economic Development. On the total distributable revenue, the federal government received 1.14 trillion naira, states got 943.35 billion naira, while local governments received 673.64 billion naira. Benefiting states also shared 243.47 billion naira in 13% derivation revenue. FAC said gross statutory revenue rose to 4.35 trillion naira in July, an increase of 658.8 billion naira or 17.8% from 3.7 trillion naira in June. Moving on, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has called for greater protection of humanitarian workers and stronger global solidarity in responding to conflicts, disasters, and other emergencies. In a message ranking 2026 World Humanitarian Day, Tinubu also stressed the need to empower local communities to develop sustainable responses to humanitarian crisis. World Humanitarian Day is marked annually on August 19, with this year's theme, Strengthening Global Solidarity and Empowering Local Communities. The First Lady paid tribute to humanitarian workers worldwide for their sacrifices and commitment to supporting vulnerable people, particularly those affected by conflict and disasters. She said the theme underscored the importance of protecting aid workers, strengthening international cooperation, and building communities' capacity to respond to emergencies. According to her, sustainable humanitarian interventions require not only global support, but also the active participation of communities directly affected by crisis. In another development, Edo State Governor Monday Okpewolo has sworn in Washington Osifo as the new Commissioner for Education following his screening and clearance by the State House of Assembly. Osifo, who previously served as Education Commissioner, returns to the ministry after his predecessor, Padi Iyamo, resigned to pursue a political ambition. The governor urged the new commissioner Osifo to prioritize the development of education across the state. Vop TV's correspondent Rhoda Jenny reports.
Governor Monday Okpebolo has sworn in Washington Osifo as Commissioner for Education following his screening and clearance by the State House of Assembly. Osifo, a former commissioner, returned to the ministry after Padi Iyamo resigned to pursue his ambition to represent his constituency in the House of Representatives. At the swearing-in ceremony, Governor Okpebolo said Osifo was chosen based on his credibility and capacity, urging him to focus on improving all levels of education in the states.
We want you to please help us to develop the educational system for the people. I want to follow up all the aspects in education, primary, secondary, and tertiary. We want you to record success.
Responding, Osifo pledged loyalty to Governor Okpebolo and promised to contribute his best to the development of the education sector.
I do not take this for granted, Your Excellency. To whom much is given, much is expected. What is instinctual about it, what is instructive about it is that nobody, I repeat, nobody asked you, nobody lobbied you for me to be a commissioner. It was by your choice, and that is why loyalty to your ideas, your objectives, and your noble aspirations for this Edo, your wishes for this Edo, taking Edo to the next level and making Edo shine, it will also be my core objective.
Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. Now in business, the Nigerian equities market extended its bearish run on Tuesday as renewed profit-taking in large cap stocks dragged the NGX All-Share Index down 0.35% to close 241,611.23 points. Market capitalization fell by about 544.5 billion naira to 155.97 trillion naira from 156.52 trillion naira, while the market's year-to-date return moderated to 55.26%. Tuesday's decline marked the sixth consecutive losing session since last Tuesday as investors continued to lock in gains following the market's earlier rally. The losses extended the poll's profit-taking trend that has characterized the market since its record rally on Monday, August 10. Sectorial performance was largely negative, with the NGX Banking Index declining 1.82%, while the Consumer Goods Index fell marginally by 0.03%. Trading activities also weakened sharply, with total volume falling 67.69% to 429.84 million shares, valued as 27.48 billion naira across 35,683 deals. Now in sports, former France midfielder Paul Pogba has left Monaco after the club terminated his contract following just one season. The 2018 World Cup winner had been contracted to the League One side until June 2027, but Monaco said the deal was ended early because objectives agreed by both parties had only been partially achieved. The 33-year-old made 6 appearances for Monaco last season, 5 of them as a substitute. Pogba joined Monaco last summer after being cleared to return to professional football following the doping suspension imposed while he was at Juventus. And finally, in the world of entertainment, Beninese music icon Angelique Kidjo has made history after receiving a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The 5-time Grammy winner is the first African musician and first Black African to receive the honor. The 5-time Grammy winner is the first African musician, and Kidjo was honored in the recording category for her decades-long contribution to African music and global culture. The recognition celebrates a career spanning more than 4 decades, 5 Grammy Awards and 18 albums, during which she has introduced African sound stories and culture to audiences worldwide. Anna Martinez, producer of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, praised Kidjo for her global influence and contribution to music. Her ability to blend traditional African sounds with jazz, funk, R&B, and global pop has helped take African music to a wider international audience. And with that story, we've come to the end of the midday news on Vop TV. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on all the social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom at email by news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to another amazing time here on the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on Vop TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine a light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And we all know people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another lovely, lovely time here on the Spotlight Show. Like I always say, the Spotlight Show always has its amazing time, and today is a different one. Guess what? Because we're bringing you a lot of beautiful stories, a lot of achievements and things that are happening around you. And yes, and I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agimanu, aka Call Me Prezi, CDB, and E for the Energy. And yes, on the Spotlight Show is always a beautiful time. And guess what? We have lots of stories. And first on our list, we're talking about Angelique Kidjo. So guess what? Yes, Beninese music icon Angelique Kidjo has made history after becoming the first Black African performer to receive a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And the 5-time Grammy Award winner was honored during a ceremony in Los Angeles, and marking another major milestone in her decades-long career. So yes, Kidjo's achievement has been celebrated actually across Africa and around the world, with the honor recognizing her enormous contribution to global music and her role in taking African sound to international audiences. And Hollywood also declared August 18 as Angelique Kidjo Day, adding another special moment to the historic celebration. And that's a beautiful one for Angelique Kidjo. See, Africans are really making me smile. A lot of times when I talk about music, African music, it's something I have this joy in me each time I speak about it. And for Angelique Kidjo, it's a beautiful one for her. I mean, 5-time Grammy Award winner. It's not a joke. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of persistence, a lot of commitment that she has actually done this. And her music actually has spoken a lot. A lot of people talked about her culture, talked about her. It's a lovely thing to actually see another, an African woman, winning this particular one. And it's a lovely, lovely thing to talk about. This is really beautiful. I mean, a big congratulations to Angelique Kidjo. A lot of people are really happy about her music career, and a lot of people that listen to her. It's a lovely thing, and this actually has opened a lot of doors. I feel that this actually has brought other African artists to also walk the same steps. I mean, it's a beautiful and a lovely door that she has actually opened for other artists, and this is a beautiful one for Angelique Kidjo. I mean, big congratulations to her. All right, we'll take some comments from the comment section. A lot of people are excited and happy for this particular achievement of hers. And guess what? The part where they actually, have a day that would be remembered for her concerning her Walk of Fame is something it's something so beautiful to even hear. Like when you see, this particular day is for you, that's a very strong strong and beautiful achievement. All right, let's take some comments from the comment section because we'll have a lot of people so happy for her. And Maroon just dropped the love emoji and the fire emoji. That's a beautiful one. And Gemini Music 237 just put the wow. I mean, who won't hear this and just shout the wow? Like this is where you just give that sound. I mean, it's really lovely to actually see this. And this is to everyone that has been working so hard, building their music career, trying to make everything work, trying to, support Nigeria, trying to support everybody, trying to support Africans with their music. To everyone that has been putting so much work. This is, will I put it as an example to you that you don't need to give up. Definitely one day you will shine, and definitely one day you will smile. And for Angelique Kidjo, it's a lovely, lovely stance for her. I mean, look at this. This is amazing. This is really, really amazing. It's really, I love seeing things like this, and I love talking about things like this. Oh my God, this is amazing. This is really, really amazing. For Angelique Kidjo, congratulations to you. I mean, it's another a 5-star Grammy Award winner. That's not a joke. I mean, it's like, oh, she even got emotional. I mean, who wouldn't be emotional in this time? It's a big congratulations to Angelique Kidjo. All right, moving over to our next story, we have a fresh clash between Nigerian music stars Davido and Wande Cole has taken social media by storm, with the two artists trading collaboration words over an unreleased collaboration. So the dispute centers around their proposed remix of Wande Cole's Come My Way, which dates back to the earlier discussion about working together. So the situation escalated after Davido shared his side of the story online, while Wande Cole responded, leading to a heated exchange between the two Afrobeat stars. And an old 2011 post from Davido later resurfaced, adding another layer to the controversy and sending fans into a frenzy online debate. So it's a lot. See, I'll always say one thing. I wouldn't want to, support this, support that, or general. I just want to say this specifically. I always say that I love our Nigerian artists. Just the truth. I love their work. I love their hard work. The hard work they put into a particular music. I love the fact that they put their all in a particular song, and they want to, give people that thing that they feel that they know how to do best. But the fact where people try to, you want to get somebody to collaborate with you, and it's a lot of stocks and here and there. I mean, things has to be done amicably. There's no need, dragging this one, dragging that one, dragging this and dragging that. It doesn't really make any sense. To me, I love Wande Cole for his music. I love Davido for his music. And these people that have been making songs, repeated times, they have been making good sounds, good hit songs. A lot of people always vibe to it. I mean, that's a good thing. But trust me, the fact that our music stars there's this one love with them, it's very important. Because each time I see most of our celebrities have clashes over here, over there, a lot of clashes up and down, I'm like, come on. I mean, you people could do this actually amicably and everybody will be good. For Davido, it has been, I feel he has been around a lot of things, this period, concerning both his uncle, Ademola Adeleke, concerning the Osun State governorship election, which actually the won. And it has been a lot surrounding him this time around. So I feel, things like this aren't supposed to be the in thing for, collaborations and the rest of them. And trust me, when it comes to music, I love, like I always said, I love Nigerian music. I love the fact that even outside, abroad, they actually vibe to our songs. That means that we are doing amazingly well. When I talk about collaborations, a lot of time, people, I've seen Nigerian artists, not really in for, collaborations and the rest of them. People feel that, oh, when I'm doing collaborations with anybody, that I think they want to take my song and the rest of them. I mean, I don't see it that way. But if it's what you wish to always do or want to do, but what if the other party doesn't want to collaborate with you? So it's a choice. I just feel it's a choice thing. You get, when I heard Casey, when Soso Berikon was even talking about Casey's song, that, they even thought about Beyonce being in the song. And to me, I thought what came to my head was like, okay, I feel Beyonce is good in her own way because she is a great music star, and a lot of people always watch and enjoy her music. But come to think of it, I feel that in that aspect of Casey's Limpopo song, actually Casey killed that song. Yes, he did. Like he did a good thing. Like he brought in his best in that particular song. So most times collaboration, I just feel that collaboration is just your thing, man. If you want to do your song, you do your song. Your song will still be the thing that people want to listen to. And for Davido and Wandiko, I don't really see this as a good stance to have argument over a particular collaboration of songs. Yes, actually. All right, we'll go over to the comment section. A lot of people have things to say concerning Wandiko, concerning Davido, and the likes of them. All right, let's take some comments and see what they have for us. It's a lot. Trust me. I love the fact that Davido is his person. He loves doing his thing, and a lot of things. When I say a lot of good things has been happening to him, his family. Getting his new house with his wife Chioma, and then about the election. And I feel Davido has this voice. A lot of the time when he actually called on Trump, concerning the election, and people were like, saying a lot of things. They were trolling him, saying, "Oh, why would he want to say that? Because he's going for election, because he's trying to support his, support his uncle," and people were calling it nepotism and the rest of them. See, it's a lot, going around Davido right now, and trust me. I love the fact that even with everything, Davido still be Davido. He still be who he be. One for a reason. It's not just the mouth or anything. He just still proves himself, strong. And that's one thing I actually feel that Chioma actually saw in him. And that's a beautiful one for him. But trust me, when it comes to collaboration between artists and their people, it's a lot. I just feel that if you have a collaboration, let's just be something you have to discuss with the person first, because a lot of people wouldn't want to be in a collaboration song with anybody. Yeah, they want to just do their music and fine, it's all good. But I feel that you doing your music yourself, you're just giving it that depth and every thing that you just wish to put it in the song. So it's not how people really view view it. And a lot of people see, doing songs this time around is who is the particular artist that actually killed this particular song. I mean, we have lots of artists that have good voices. I mean, it's lovely to actually see. And to everyone that are actually building their music career, it's very important. Things like this are things you need to put in check. If you want to be doing collaborations, I feel that this thing has to come with the fact that you have to discuss, discussions come with partnership, come with a lot of things, discussions you need to put in check before actually, having that mind to see, oh, if this song is going to be good in this person's voice, if this song is going to be, you need to check. There are a lot of things you need to check. A lot of people, you feel that, well, because they have the name, they have the fame, and okay, they could do justice to this song. It's not the way it is. Sometimes you just want to bring somebody to do your song for you, or do a collaboration, and voila, it doesn't really work the way you expect it to be. So most times they might not even give you that energy you need in your song. So I mean, that the truth is, you're doing your song yourself, you're still good with it, you can still make name with your song. So I mean, it's a good one. But then for Davido and Wandiko, I feel this whole clash thing, I'm not buying it. Like, it's not really, I don't feel it is necessary. So if you want to do your song for Wandiko, you do your song. Then for Davido, if you want to, collaborate with Wandiko, I don't feel all this whole, chaos and the rest of them is really, really necessary. Trust me, I don't think it is. All right, to all the upcoming artists, it's an advice to you guys. I mean, if you want to do your song, do it. If you want to collaborate, I wish you well. Okay, to our next story, we're still talking about, we have a news story, and it has to be about Nollywood veteran Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, is currently receiving medical treatment after his family disclosed that he is battling stage 4 cancer. His daughter has earlier appealed for assistance, saying that they were struggling to secure continuous specialist treatment for their father. So there has been since been a new development in his treatment. Actress Toyosi announced that Ogogo had been admitted to an operating theater after efforts were made to secure specialist medical care. So the update has brought renewed hope as colleagues, fans, and well wishers wishers continue to rally around the veteran actor. This is not a good thing for the Nollywood, you know, for the Nollywood on the whole. It's really something not to be happy about. I'm not happy about. I always talk about our stars. I always talk about our actors, actresses. Continuous times we have been seeing various of our actors, stars that has been, sick, diagnosed with cancer, and a lot of them that has, gone. And it's something that needs to be put into check, something to be concerned about. Each time we have lost one particular star or the other. And this is something that we need to actually see if there's something, there's something wrong somewhere, because it's a lot. I know last year was a year where a lot of people we lose a lot of people, but this year I don't even know how to explain it. It's like, this to remind everyone that this life is really, really short. I don't know how to put it. And this particular one for Taiwo Hassan, I just pray that God heals him and gives him the grace, because at this moment he really needs prayers. A lot of time we've lost a lot of people that have died of cancer, and we talk the likes of Alex Ekobo, and it's a lot. Please, it's really something we need to actually put them in our prayers, because that's the thing to say. Put them in our prayers, because these people are really they've really blessed our screens. When we talk about Yoruba movies, when we talk about Nollywood, when we talk about all these movies, they have been really blessing our screens, and it's not good that we hear things about them like this, and a lot of people don't show that concern about that. I think these people are needs to be celebrated. Trust me, it's not easy the way we see most of our actors and actresses and feel that everything is good with them. Maybe because they have the fame and they have the face, and a lot of people watch them and see them. And trust me, it is not easy, because people don't feel say, oh, because say they show for TV, because say they do movie, because say they get fame, they do this one, say life they sweet with them. It doesn't work that way. These people have thrived, they have done a lot of things, they have struggled, they have invested. It's a lot. So they need to be celebrated, they need to be remembered. It's seeing Taiwo Hassan at this state of his life, and it's really, really painful. I'm not happy about it, and I just pray that God heals him. I pray for quick recovery. And to all the artists, to all our movie stars that have been in such position, I actually know that he'll be fine, because trust me, we have a lot of, when we talked about Halima, she had, when she came online and talked about the fact that she was sick, and a lot of people actually prayed, a lot of people actually saw that, and to see that she is in a better position, why not? Well, I'm very, very hopeful that Taiwo Hassan also will be in a very good shape soon, and probably will be back to the movie, to the screens actually. And to all those actors and actresses that have been in such position, I just pray for quick recovery, because trust me, it is how our actors, actresses, possibly music stars are going down a lot of time, and it's not really something to be happy about. And to everyone, I always want to say this, to everyone putting so much hard work and putting so much energy in what they do, please take time to take care of your health. Is very, very important. A lot of times we feel that because we just want to make this money quickly, we just want to, get this money, and that's the most important thing. Yes, it's important, but it's good health that is also very important. When person get good there to go feed the work, they feed the chop, you understand? So it's good that in as much as you're doing all the work, all your strength, using all your strength, all your energy, please do some checkups. Go for health checkups. It's very important. Do some checkups, do exercise, take exercises, eat healthy is important. You eat healthy. If there's a particular age you get to, you need to know what you put in your mouth. You need to know what you eat, the intake of your food and drinks. Very important. You know, a lot of time, a lot of people want to, flex. They want to, go out. They want to take out time to enjoy themselves. I mean, that's a good thing, but it's important that you also know that a lot of times people actually consume fake liquids, fake drinks, fake, drinks that are not helpful to the body and basically harmful. So it is important that while taking stuff like this, you have to be in check. Be very careful where you get your things from, what you put in your mouth. Be very, very cautious and know what you eat. And also do, exercises. You basically might not have the time to go out. There's some little exercises you could be taking at home. It's very important. You could do some little exercises at home. At least you just get up in the morning, you stretch your body. It's very important. It keeps you healthy. And for sometimes there are, watches that you could check your walk, walk some meters, walk some areas, and that is another aspect of staying healthy. Please, it's very important. In as much as we want to get the money, a lot of time, a lot of people don't pass. Yes, when they do this one, they do that one, they know go get time. Hey, and people, they even talk, say, oh, because of the energy you use in making those things working, because of the energy you put in it, that one not be exercise. I tell you the truth. Taking out time to really work out your body is very, very important, and that's the truth. And that's the truth. Trust me. It's for Taiwo Hassan, I would always say quick recovery, like other people are praying for him too. And yes, on to our next story. We are talking about former Big Brother Nigeria lovebirds Shegs and Bella Okabwe are once again at the center of the relationship speculations. And trust me, this one is pretty funny. So with fans closely following developments surrounding the couple, the pair, who became one of Big Brother Nigeria's most talked about couples after meeting on the show, have faced repeated breakup rumors following changes in their social media interaction. So fans have pointed to developments on their social media pages as possible signs of trouble, while online discussions continue to fuel speculations about the state of their relationship. However, reports of actually this is particularly for Shegs and Bella. I mean, I've always loved them in the Big Brother house. Yes, let's tell ourselves, I'm fine man, I'm fine woman. I'm talking about here. And if it's a breakup, I mean, this I'm gonna be. I don't know how to feel about it, but I'm not gonna be happy. I mean, for Bella, I've always been their top fans of Shegs and Bella, and breaking up right now, I don't think it's really good for people to see. But trust me, when I talk about things about relationship, I tell you the truth. I wouldn't just talk about it. The truth is that, please, if relationship don't reach age where you feel say, or time when don't reach feel say you don't feel do again, cuckoo come out. It's as simple as that. I wouldn't support any relationship that is violence or anything. But the truth is, coupled with the fact that a lot of violence have been going up and down, and a lot of people are breaking up, it's normal. People will still break up, meet another people. It's a normal thing. But trust me, if it's somebody you want to do life with, it's very important to put all those things in check. A person we won't go marry will know how far, and person where wear the shoe know where in the pain. So that is the truth. But when it comes to for Shegs and Bella about anything concerning breakup, I mean, I would always say if it's what they feel that they have agreed, both of them have agreed that this is what they want to do. I mean, it's their choice. So, but the truth is, please, always they date people where you fit stay with. I mean, I've seen a lot of times where people try to stay in a relationship or stay where they are not really accepted, and they feel, oh, it's because I don't think I will see anybody. I mean, that mindset shouldn't be what you're supposed to be carrying. Yes, it's a very total. I don't know how to put that mindset, but trust me, please always have this mindset that you are confident. You have the confident mindset. Have the beautiful mindset. To all the guys, know that, see, even if person leave you today, you go get another person to definitely don't make anybody look you less, if I go put it that way. Trust me, when it comes to relationship, it's always a lot. And I always don't want to keep talking about advising, because person where you fit there with for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, last you feel not still end up with the person go find another person carry. It's as simple as that. Yes. So if say you want to talk about relationship wey go lead to marriage, and you have to put that in and state it. It's as simple as that. And for all the ladies where they hear say men go come, they tell and say, oh, let us see how it goes. I know personally, I know they support that aspect of relationship. You go still dey see how e goes. 10 years don't go, 20 years don't go. You still dey see how it goes. Come on, please wisen up. Oh, there are a lot of ladies, a lot of men don't dey wisen up. So it is a thing for you to wisen up. All right, let's take some comments from the comment section. A lot of people really love Shegs and Bella back together. I mean, it's a lot. But let's take some comments from the comment section and see what they have for us. And this particular one is when they unfollowed. Got to this stage when you have to unfollow each other. All right, let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said they should not even try me. God, you see people where they support that talk. I say, see, this thing is gonna cause problem. It's gonna cause a lot of problems. See and now, and official Naya said and so. This and so official Naya, you don't even get joy. You be like say you said they don't even use break of fish. And then somebody said, we didn't hear anything. All right, you don't see them now. Okay. And Her Majesty Ruth Eze said, keeping a relationship is now not easy at all, actually. You see? Well, to all those people, okay. And we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments from the comment section. A lot of people are still rooting for Bellas and Shegs. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments from the comment section. Trust me, it's the relationship thing, and I actually love seeing them together. And yes, being Saira said, we have more pressing issues than all this business. Some people don't get joy. You're not just they paying. What is this? And somebody said people are dying. Okay, as well. And somebody said, Nigerian problem be this. Okay. Then Simple Mac, who said Bella must ask Chomsy and her husband to hook her up with his friends and leave BBN boys. God, I beg. See, no, let's not go to the BBN boys things. At Simple Mac, I feel that, see, countless times where we've seen most of our Big Brother Nigeria ex-housemates have been, they've been doing well. Yes, they've been doing well. Most of them are getting married. So why would it not be for Bellas and Shegs? I mean, I was rooting for them so much. I was rooting for them. But, life has to be life. The truth be say, person where you don't deal with how many years, it no be the person where you will end up with. It's just as way it is. All right, let's take more comments. We have more comments from the comment section. A lot of people are still excited about, not happy about this, and people are still smiling concerning that. And Savage Tiger said they are still dating. I think say they don't marry. You still yourself don't imagine go far. And Simple Jenny said, I know they rest. Well, when it comes to relationship, I know sure say they go rest too. When it comes to that part, please, I don't even want to see the breakup, because trust me, it's not going to be funny. And Tio Zara said, now which kind kaka be this? We never see. Now what for you at Tio Zara? Okay, let's take more comments from the comment section. I am actually rooting for Shegs and Bella. And I mean, it's lovely seeing them together, but trust me, it is what it is. If relationship no agree you do, kuku come out. It's as simple as that. No pressure, no fighting and the rest of them. Those things are not really necessary. And to everyone where they inside relationship, shall know the person where you want to end up with. It is very important. I've seen tweets of someone, that is getting married, that is married and, asking somebody else is out, and, cheating, infidelity, it's over here, over there. So it's a lot when it comes to relationship. The one where you feel carry with your hands, do them. If you feel no carry, I beg, no just put head. Just matter. Just go make sense. If you know if you put head for that relationship, and you feel now because now person where the shoe know where in the pain. All right, guys, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more stories to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical. Frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz. Symbol rate 26,250 kilobyte per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked. Don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
And yes, welcome back to the Spotlight Show. And I'm still your host, Precious Akimano, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things on the Spotlight Show. And next on our list, we're talking about music, basically. And yes, Nigerian music continues to generate conversations beyond the music itself, and with artists, industry players increasing speaking about issues surrounding management, contracts, ownership, royalties, and the rest of them. Socially Poppy, Shay Vibes, and T.I. Blaze have recently been at the center of discussions surrounding the business side of the Nigerian music industry. So the growing conversation highlights the importance of proper agreement between artists, labels, and management teams. So I think they've actually called out their former manager, Shay Vibes and Shali Poppy. They've actually called out their former manager, and it has been a lot surrounding this particular set of artists, calling their manager and accusing of financial and issues with the rest of them. So I feel this whole thing concerning music is a lot. Music carries a lot. When we see artists that they are looking up their producers that are not their managers, basically, that have been there, it's a lot. They have to read, you guys have to keep reading your agreements before even going into any agreement with your producers or your managers. It's a lot. It's really a lot. A lot of times I see artists, try to, because of the fame, because of what they'll be gaining, they tend not to, put in check in all those things. And, at the long run, you see them having issues with their managers, having issues with their producers. It's a lot. All this has to be put in check. And this actually has got me talking about Shay Vibes, talking about T.I. Blaze. It's a lot. These guys has the talent, they have the voice. And doing all these things with, not proper management, audit, and the rest of them is is something I wouldn't even say that was really a good move. It wasn't at all. So yeah, a lot of people have questioned actually what is really going on between these artists and their producers and the managers. I mean, these things has to be put to check. If an artist is looking for someone to manage or manage him or her, it's important that you put in check all those things. Check your contract with the person where you do contract with. It's important, very very important, because I know a lot of times artists have had issues. In fact, it has been something that has been going on, and we could look at the likes of the P Squares. We could look at the likes of the family right now. I mean, I'm not using that as a bait or anything, but this is the truth. It's happening. If it could happen to a family and happen to brothers, what about you? It's not just what you just want to see. Maybe you just want to do music and you feel that is all that is about music. I mean, it's your career. You have to walk through it. A lot of times, artists has been dropped down because they didn't get to meet with the agreement, and producers has been stopped because they didn't get to meet with the agreement. So agreement has to be checked. All these things has to be put in check. And trust me, for Charlie Poppy, Shay Vibes, and Ti Blaze, and concerning their music industry and their controversy, it has been a lot. It has been a lot. And basically, I just feel that this has to be a line for upcoming artists and upcoming people that really want to go into music. I mean, it's a lot for them. You people have to start putting these things in check. You want blow, you want blow. Don't be by like that. It's the truth. Because countable times, things like this will keep coming up, and you people won't really actually do the right thing. So if you're going to have to sign an agreement with your manager or anybody, it has to be put in check. It has to be things that you feel that you can cope with. Because a lot of times when they say, oh, 20% or 50% or 100% will be for me, waiting will come remain for you now, there will be problem. So all those things are really, really important and has to be put in check. And yes, for Charlie Poppy, Shay Vibes, T.I. Blaze, I just feel that this whole controversy and then, the issues with their ex-manager is a lot. We should just have to fix this whole thing. Yes, and that takes us to our next story. And right now we're talking about Nigerian music legend Tubaba has announced a new management team as he begins a fresh chapter in Illusion careers. So the move comes as the veteran singer continues to expand his musical legacy and explore new opportunities within the entertainment industry. So the new management structure is expected to focus on strengthening Tubaba's brand, music projects, and businesses interest. The announcement has actually generated interest among a lot of colleagues and fans. Actually, this is a new thing for Tubaba. Everything surrounding him right now is a lot to talk about. Trust me, about his personal life, his personal issues is a lot going on in Tubaba's life. And for this particular one, I call him the father of all nations. But trust me, I think this particular one, will it be a really good change? Will it be, let's see the statement, because actually he wrote a lot of things in this statement. Let's see what he has to say. And yes, he said, I'm excited about this new chapter. Change is a necessary part of growth. And I believe this team understands my vision, my legacy, and it's really a lot. And said, we are pleased to officially announce a new major chapter, and we are headed next. We are not just celebrating the past, we are creating more magic. Actually, I've always loved Tubaba's songs. Like, the African Queen. Let's talk about the part where Tubaba has actually his career, starting from the beginning, his new beginning during the times where he started his career. It has always been a lovely, lovely time to see that him and possibly his ex-wife, has actually, done the song together, and the African Queen. I think that's part of my best album in all the albums actually he created. And for him right now, it's like a new chapter with his new management team. I think, I have the hopes and have the feeling that it's going to be a new chapter for him, like he has said. Okay, let's watch out for that. But trust me, Tubaba's songs has always been a thing I always love to listen to, especially when we talk about his African Queen album. I think that's the part of one of my best good albums he actually ever had created. So this for Tubaba is, I feel, is a good thing and a good move for him, announcing his new management team. And he's already said that he's ready to creating more magics, creating more moments. So he's not going to be slacking behind. Like, get what I'm trying to say? He's ready to create good music and good sound. I can't wait. I mean, a lot of people are excited about that. So we'll take some comments from the comment section and see what people actually have to say concerning Tubaba's new move and new management team. All right. It's lovely to see that he actually has done this announcement. I mean, coupled with everything going on right now in his life. So basically, this should be a new stance for him. And new music, new magic, new everything is all new. And it's good to always hear the sound of new things. I can't wait to see him creating more magic. He has always been doing. And when we talk about Tubaba Two-Face, he has always been creating good magic, good songs. Always been there to create good songs. And we talk about legendary. We'll talk about him. So it's beautiful that he has actually had a new move, and is actually a good one. All right, congratulations to him and his new team. All right, next to our next story, we're talking about Pastor Chris Oyakhilome has actually unveiled a range of electric vehicles under a new brand called Tishan. During the new economic unveiling 2026, the unveiling has attracted attention as the initiative marks a move into electric vehicle and technology space. So among the vehicles showcased are the Tishan Passion, Tishan Falcon, Vision Series, Vision Coupe, and OG Series, with Pastor Chris explaining that OG stands for Of God, and the unveiling has generated conversations online about the growing interest in electric mobility and homegrown technology in Nigeria. Actually, the vehicle has now been unveiled, and details about their commercial production, it's a lot, pricing and a lot of them. But trust me, for Pastor Chris is this is a lot. Like, I basically see where our more of our pastors have actually ventured. A lot of them has actually ventured into businesses, and I mean that's a good thing, because even God talks say now the works of your hands in go bless. So, but this particular one for Pastor Chris is really a shocker. I mean, it actually gave me that shock. All right, let's hear what he actually said in this video. Let's hear him out.
Okay, let's just show you the cars. Now we're changing that steering. Yes. That we're changing the shape of that one. So this is the Scion Passion. This is the Scion Falcon, the Falcon series. This is the Vision series. This is the Vision Coupe. This is the OG series. OG there means of God.
That I will never be poor. I will never. This is what is going on right now, because I cannot. These are sport cars. They are making brains. This is actually, oh my God, this is actually beautiful. So when I talk about pastors that are really making it, it's Pastor Chris. I mean, this is really a big shocker to everyone. I mean, this is really cool. And for this particular cars are gonna be really pricey. So who knows? So to get this kind of cars, you have to get your moolah. All right, let's go over to the comment section. Our comment section is where people have actually, brought out their own views and what they feel about the new trends for Pastor Chris and his unveiling of his new cars. All right, let us go forward to the comment section and see what they have for us. And somebody said people offering money. Why is it that whenever you people see somebody making it, you people, the first thing when I go first talk now, people offering money. Kilo day, hey, God, I beg go. And yes, somebody said OG doesn't mean of God. Anything, these are Chinese cars. They got nothing to do with your God. No be everything be spiritual. God, I beg. All right, I think that was the answer. All right, Alhaji Coco said, How much is the OG series? Please, and is the of God? That's what that particular series was all for. That particular issue series, that particular car is something else. Okay, let's get an as far said na pastor be this, no be to dey collect offer. I mean, why is it that people feel that because they are pastors, oh, they are going to do work of God? Yes, they're going to do work of God, but I mean, they have to do things that will also give them money. You don't expect them to just sit down one place and be saying, oh, because they're doing the work of God. Even God talks saying that the work of your hands ain't go blessed, like I said before. So please, nobody should be dragging anybody right now. And Harry's Connect said, Ezioku. My brother, he really shocked me. Oh. And yes, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people really talking about Pastor Chris and his new unveiling of the luxury cars, actually. And yes, and somebody said, for someone who criticized 5G network anyway, what will these electric cars or vehicles be using? That's why it's electric vehicles. I think they don't use fuel. They don't use all those. I think they're being charged. So electric cars are really cool. Yes, and Sparkling Black said, wow, this is commendable. Thank you for that. And Pure Truth 23 said, good job, my boss. Please keep educating the little illiterate humans in Nigeria the meaning of electricity, because their heads are full of plastic rice and pink. Hey, God, help me. And Daddy Skill said, I want the OG on my pastor. Okay. And the Prince Photography said, the comment section is embarrassing, full of bitter people. Actually, you see, when people try to do something better, you know, when you see the fact that you want to say the truth, or I mean, you people don't actually have to use what other pastors do to generally speak of, you know, the other pastors that are good. I mean, we know that some pastors are doing some things that are not really good. Yes, but that doesn't mean we have to generalize it and say it's all of them. It's not. A lot of people want to work hard for their money. Even as they are trying to preach the word of God to you and bring the word of God to you, they also want to make the money, you know, invest in good businesses. Who doesn't want money? If they put sugar for your mouth, you go vomit them. Actually. And yes, somebody else said, wow, this is commendable. And the Prince said the comment section is embarrassing, full of bitter people. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about Pastor Chris and his unveiling of his new luxury vehicles. And yes, somebody said, aren't we somewhat daft in Africa? Okay, Oyedebo is building the largest church in the world, but we are complaining, oh, he should have built factories, etc. Now, someone is building innovations, blockchain factories, EV cars, state of the art hospitals, things that will definitely bring job employment, and we are still complaining. Sure, we know they mad like this. Actually, it's to see that these people, these pastors are really, you know, taking our time to actually even give back to the people, trying to create hospitals, trying to create amenities, trying to do a lot of beautiful things, and people are still complaining. I mean, it will still be what it is. Although you will do the good thing, people will still complain about it. But shall do what you love doing and be who you are. And yes, Alfred said, now people want to see Jesus is coming soon. They build wealth. It is well. Please, later, somebody will not say, Precious, you like things of the world. I beg, leave me. Who don't like these lovely and luxury cars? Please, let us know. Because I be like, say, you know, they like better things. All right. To all my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us. This is the time we'll close the curtain. Thank you for staying with us. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. polarized vertical, frequency 2 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobyte per second, polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 081-367-14129. Now the news in detail. We begin the news by telling you that several tourists were killed on Wednesday when a helicopter crashed in Kenya's northern Samburu County. The crash reportedly occurred in the suburb, which is about 350 kilometers from Nairobi, Kenya's capital. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, KCAA, which confirmed the incident on Wednesday, said the helicopter was heading towards the Ewaso Nyiro River, which flows through the Samburu National Reserve. Details of the crash, including possible casualties and the cause of the incident, remain unclear as authorities continue to gather information. KCAA said the Ministry of Roads and Transport Air Accident Investigation Department would lead investigations into the circumstances surrounding the crash. A landslide at an illegal gold mine in the western capital and Central African Republic has killed several dozen people. The collapse on Tuesday at the Zamboye mine near the border with Cameroon was the latest of many such accidents in the mineral-rich nation. Reports said around 40 people died at the site, which is about 50 kilometers from the town of Baboa. It is also believed that around 100 people had died. Cedric Bango, a miner at the site, described the incident as catastrophe, revealed as the ground completely collapsed and buried people. The South African consulate in Lagos has dismissed reports that it has stopped issuing visas to Nigerians due to anti-migrant protests in South Africa. South Africa's Consul General Prof. Bobby Muro said visa applications from Nigerians who meet the required conditions will continue to be approved. Muro said Nigerians would not be discriminated against because of the protest, adding that visa refusals would only occur when applicants fail to meet the necessary requirements. He also announced the introduction of South Africa's Electronic Travel Authorization, ETA, a digital system aimed at making travel applications faster and more convenient. Still on migrants issue, a Cape Town regional court has postponed judgment on Chidinma Adeshina's immigration status and a deed to drop her detention and stop it pending her deportation case. The matter will now be heard on 27 February 2027. The state says the former Miss Universe Nigeria has no valid legal status in South Africa after her citizenship was revoked. But her lawyers argue she has deep ties to the country and that additional status can be regularized given that she was born in South Africa. The beauty queen was arrested in June after allegedly entering the country illegally through the Lambombo border in Mozambique, despite being declared a prohibited person. Her identity and travel documents were cancelled in October 2024 following allegations that her mother fraudulently registered her birth. Elsewhere, President Cyril Ramaphosa has objected to the appointment of Advocate Thandenzian Mandosele as the evidence leader for Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee. The committee's majority voted 2 weeks ago to recommend Mandonzela for the position. 9 MPs voted in favor for his appointment, backed Advocate Kate Hofmeyr, SC. 11 others MPs abstained. Committee chairperson Makashule Ghana confirmed that he received a letter from Ramaphosa's office objecting to Madonsela's appointment. Ghana said the committee was studying the contents and consulting with legal services to see the options available to them in terms of how best to respond to the president's request. In the letter, the president says Mandonsela may have a conflict of interest. He points to his previous decision to remove Mandonsela from the Judicial Service Commission in 2022. Ramaphosa also says Mandonsela recently advised the ANC on matters linked to the impeachment inquiry, while arguing that this could give Mandonsela prior knowledge of issues that will come before the committee. Meanwhile, the federal judge has given U.S. President Donald Trump's administration approval to end legal protections granted to over 5,000 Ethiopians, which has allowed them to live and work in the United States. The U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy lifted the last judicial block on the U.S. Department of Homeland Security terminating the Temporary Protected Status TPS designation for individual countries after the U.S. Supreme Court allowed the administration in June to end similar protections for thousands of people from Haiti and Syria. The Supreme Court's ruling, backed by a 6-3 conservative majority, reduced the ability of judges to review Department of Homeland Security DHS efforts under Trump to end TPS designations for 13 countries that provided humanitarian immigration protection to eligible migrants from those nations. TPS under federal law is available to people whose home countries have experienced natural disasters, armed conflicts, or other extraordinary events. It provides eligible migrants with work authorization and temporary protection from deportation. From West Africa, Liberia has agreed to accept up to 1,200 people deported from the United States under the Trump administration's immigration policy. Liberian Information Minister Gerald Linmek Paya, who announced this, said that deportees will arrive over a one-year period, with the first batch of 20 people expected on Thursday. He said those to be transferred may include citizens of African and other Western Hemisphere countries who are medically fit to travel. He added that the deportees may seek asylum in Liberia after arrival or leave the country if they choose. And with that story, we've come to the analysis segment. With us in the studio for more insights on the African news stories is Darlington Agomo. He is a public and political affairs analyst. You're welcome, Mr. Darlington. Fine, thank you. Good afternoon. Now, let's begin the analysis segments with the tourist helicopter crashes in Kenya. Now, this is quite an unfortunate event, but Kenya's tourism industry is known and it it depends heavily on visitors traveling on national parks and remote locations. Now, how important is aviation safety to protecting the country's tourism reputation, knowing that similar situations like this could happen in the nearest future? How do you think the aviation industry should take this up and make sure that subsequent situations does not happen again?
Such a development is subject to investigation. It is either somebody trying to sabotage William Ruto, or somebody is not happy with the government and the country. Because when things like this happen, it demarcates the country and the government. It shows insecurity. It shows that tourists can no longer come to that country. So there should be thorough investigations to know what happened and who was at fault here. Whether somebody deliberately caused it or it was something else. I mean, air crashes don't just happen. It's not like your usual motor car or things that apply on the road. You rarely hear of air accidents. It's there because of the type of maintenance culture that is applicable to all things that fly in the air. So this particular one needs a serious investigation, or else their tourism sector will just die. That's the truth.
So this is a potential threat to the tourism industry in Kenya.
Exactly. I mean, if you're in their shoes, will you come? When you hear things like this, will you come? Because you don't know the next crash where it will happen. Whether you be the one inside the helicopter. And so people will avoid it. That's the more reason why William Ruto had to be up and doing in this particular area. Because things like this, you cannot rule out sabotage. You know, these politicians, they can do anything just to gain upper hand. And so the government need to be serious on this matter. If they can take that into outside Kenya for investigation. That's what I think.
All right. Now, beyond this particular crash, should Kenya be looking more closely at the safety regulation of helicopters used for tourism, especially for remote areas?
Of course, that's what I'm saying. There should be thorough investigation. And then any culprit that is fingered in this matter should be brought to book. Because this is an industry that gives Kenya money. Why would you want to kill it with these, crashes? I mean, government had to be serious on this matter, seriously, so that it can be stopped. And then tourists coming into Kenya will be given a reassurance that, look, it won't happen again. That's just the truth.
All right, thank you very much. Now, let's take this conversation over to CAR gold mine collapse. Now, reports say around 40 people may have died. Meanwhile, other estimates that the figure might actually have spiraled into 100 people. Now, why do illegal mining sites in Africa continue to operate despite the obvious dangers?
Look, whenever I come here and I hear this type of stories, it reminds me that I have been right all along concerning African leaders and their behavior. When last did you hear that any mine collapsed in the Western world? When last? No, tell me, when last? But in Africa, it's like a daily occurrence. And because of the nature of these mines, in this age and time, technology has improved the mining sector, how it should be carried out and all that. But African leaders will never learn. They won't copy it. The safety regulations that is prevalent in the West, you can never find it here because they don't care about their people. Go and look at those miners, the dregs of the society, the very poor, and so they have no voice. It's like they just want to waste them and then collect another batch of unfortunate people and drop them into those mines. Even when you have finished using a mine, even when you have exhausted, a mine, closing it, is that a hassle? You can close the place and then cordon it off. There are security measures you can take so that nobody will stray into that place. Nobody can stray into that place. So the frequency of these things is very appalling. It shows that they don't care about their human beings. They don't care about their people. They don't care about the citizen. It is only when such disaster happen that you see them running up and down and see they are serious.
Are you insinuating that the government are very much aware of the dangers in these illegal mining sites and still insist that the citizens should be responsible for it?
100%, they are all aware. They know that people are, going into that place. They know. They're only waiting for the next disaster to happen, and then you see them running around, blaming them for going inside there when the place has been closed down. That is what they do. They will deliberately leave it, to use it to tempt the people. Why? Cordon it off. There are things you can do that nobody will go in there. You can use security personnel to cordon off that place. I mean, if you take such preemptive, nobody will go there. But you have finished using a mine. You didn't close it down. Why won't somebody go there to scavenge? Tell me. Why wouldn't they go there? Especially those who worked there before. Those who worked there before you close it down, they will still go there to look if they can get one or two things. Because you left it open. That's just the truth. You left it open. Look, there is no power that can defeat hunger. When you are desperate to survive, there is nothing you cannot do. Seriously. Those people that went there, did they go there to party? They went there because they needed something to feed. That's it. They needed something to feed. And because you gave them that loophole, that opportunity, that's why they wanted to take advantage. You know that it is a danger. That's why you left it. That's why you closed the place. But you didn't do it properly. You didn't do it in such a way that it will be difficult for anybody to go there. Difficult for anybody to go there. You left it open. And now people have died. Look at the small Central African Republic. Small country.
Well, according to your words, they shouldn't have left the mine open. But let's not forget that these illegal mines, it usually happens like this because of poverty, hunger, like you said, and unemployment. But if you still insist that the government should shut down these mines, don't you think that there's going to be problem in the country, knowing that the hunger and poverty and unemployment rate will continue to still spiral? So in that case, what alternative are you suggesting that the government do then if they should close down this illegal mines?
Look, the alternative is the death that occurred now. Is that the best option? Is that the best option? There is no excuse for government not to close that mine when they have finished using it. I mean, if you know that, yes, these mines are no longer useful to you as a government, please close it down. The people will not die. They will look for alternative for God's
sake.
So
is that the final solution? Is that going to solve all of the problem?
If the mine was not open, they wouldn't have gone there now. Maybe they would have looked for something else to do now. That's the truth. I mean, these people wouldn't have died. The people that died now, they wouldn't have died. If that mine was not open, they wouldn't have died. Definitely there will be other options. Definitely, there must be other options. But government, in their own wisdom, because they claim they know everything, even when they want to misbehave, they will not misbehave in a very nice manner. That is common with African leaders. When they want to lie, they will not lie in a very nice manner. When they want to steal money, they will not steal money in a very nice manner. When they want to misgovern, they will not misgovern in a very nice manner. Everything about them is crude. You have finished your mind. Why do you leave it open? And you are telling me people will not stray into that place. And now you'll be running a helter-skelter to save these 40 people, have you? Are you not the one that led them to their death? And now they left families behind. Who will even continue the suffering?
So this is immense irresponsibility by the government?
Of course. I won't blame anybody. It's the government. It's It's the government. It's like you kept a goat and a yam, and you are telling the goat, look, this goat, I am warning you, don't go near this yam. Oh. You see this yam I kept here. You, this goat, don't go near. Oh. The goat will be shaking the head. The moment you turn your back, what will happen? No, what will happen? The goat will still be looking at the yam, abi, because you warn him. Or
All right. Now, the Central African Republic, CAR, is rich. They are known to be rich in minerals. Now, many people involved in this mining industry still remain extremely poor, and they still work under dangerous conditions and circumstances. Why has Africa struggled to turn its natural resources into safer and more sustainable livelihoods for the citizens?
Lack of vision. Praise, lack of vision. In fact, the greatest thing that God did to us, Africans, is to give all these mineral resources and then bad leaders to manage it. The Western world, they envy us because of the resources in this continent. Look at Congo. Look at Nigeria. Look at other African nations. God will bless them immensely. But no leader to manage it. That is all. No leader. I am telling you, if DRU Congo, DRC had a very good leader, oh my God. London and New York will be like a swamp. They will be like a boys' quarter because of what they would have done with that place. I said they will look like boys' quarter. Look at a country that is being plundered since 1927. Are you aware that the smartphone you are using today, without the cobalt coming from there, you won't have them? Are you aware? 80% came from there. 80%. They will just collect it in this raw form, then go and use it abroad. Then after the manufacture, they now return it to you to buy at a higher price. Look at that. Nigerian gold in Zamfara is the best in the whole world. I mean, in the whole world. It's on record. There is a special place they sell it in Dubai. Nigerian gold. Was it not God that gave it to us? What are we doing with it? Even there is something higher and bigger than gold and crude oil that God gave Nigeria. They call it Californium. 1 ounce of that Californium is $27,000. 1 ounce, no, $27 million. 1 ounce, not even 1 kilogram. The day Al Mustafa, the former chief of staff to chief secretary of staff to Abacha, was selling this thing, and how they were stealing it and bringing it to Abacha. I opened my mouth like this for 1 hour. I said, look at resources being wasted. If 1 ounce can cost $27 million, and then they carry this thing in big boxes out of Nigeria. Imagine how many dollars are there, how many millions of dollars are there. They just take it away. In Nigeria. That thing is in fact, normal gold and crude oil is nothing compared to what this thing would have given Nigeria if it was well managed. Yet, they take it away like that.
So the leadership has mismanaged the natural resources that has been given to us?
If it is only mismanagement, please, I will say, okay, they have raped this country. I mean, rape. You know, that's the worst offense you can commit to a woman. Rape. They have raped this country mercilessly. That is front and back, without mercy.
Right, that's quite a strong word there, but I presume that's your opinion. Now, let's move this conversation over to South Africa. And South Africa has reassured Nigerians on visas. Now, this has happened amidst so many discrimination, like we know of the xenophobia. Does this reassure Nigerians that there is still hope to have a very peaceful relationship with South Africa?
There cannot be peace between two parties unless they agree. Unless they agree. It's all about diplomatic courtesies and all that. I don't see any good relationship coming here until Nigeria begin to do what they're supposed to do. Right now, the South Africans are having the upper hand because Nigerians are still applying for a visa to go to South Africa.
So what are Nigerians supposed to do?
Sorry?
So what are Nigerians supposed to do?
A Nigeria that have shame and pride would have made sure that no Nigeria travel to South Africa again by making the economy okay, so that they will now reverse. They will now take over from South Africa as #1 economy in Africa. Of course, at that point, who will go to South Africa? What are you going to do there? What else is driving Nigeria to South Africa? Is it not the currency? No, is it not the currency? When you have 10,000 rand, you know how much it is in Nigeria and all that. So that's what is driving them. That is what is driving them, nothing else. The pride of any country is the strength of their currency. The pride. The strength of their what? Their currency. Nothing else. I had a gate man who told me that, look, that he's going back to his francophone country because the salary is not anything again, that our money don't useless. This boy told me to my face that my own money has become useless to him. I didn't talk. That's a gate man though.
All right, so South Africa has said that Nigerians who meet the requirements will continue to receive visas. Now, how do we make sure that the immigration officials actually apply this policy fairly and that nationality does not become an official reason for indiscrimination? You
will choose who come to your country. I won't blame them for that. Praise. You choose who comes to your home. Is that not true? Is it everybody you admit into your life, into your family? Is it everybody? I won't blame them. Oh, you want to spoil their country the same way you spoil your own. Oh, really? Is that you people realize what we are saying? You mess up your country, you want to mess up their own. They will not allow you. They have the right to choose who come to their country. Seriously. They have the right. Nobody can take it away from them. By the way, why haven't Nigeria repatriated South Africans in Nigeria? Let's see how many of them are here. No, let us see how many South Africans they are going to deport. How many South Africans did you see? Hawking goods on our highways or selling things in any of our markets? How many of them did you see? Just tell me the truth. Ordinary South Africa that you liberated from apartheid yesterday. You have become so miserable that they don't want to come to your country.
But on the contrary, you said that South Africa, the youths of South Africa are known for being lazy. And so the foreigners or people that are coming to South Africa are actually coming according to the interest of South Africa in order to help them better their economy as well as the country. You now saying, on the contrary, that Nigeria is going there to do the same thing they've done to our country. Can you just oppose this?
Leave them with their country. Whether it is good or bad, leave them. Leave them. When they need you, they will beg for you to come. Like Canada is doing today. Canada is begging, in fact, the whole world to come to their country because the aged in that country is getting to 70%. The aged in Canada is higher than the young men who will do the work. So they are bringing in young people to come and do their work, do their industry. That is what happens. I don't know how. Oh God Almighty! Look, people who know how to do governance, you don't need to tell them. They know what to do at every point in time. Leave South Africa. I told you here that if everybody should leave South Africa for them, 5-10 years down the line, they will be begging you to come. When they realize what they have done to themselves. Like Canada is doing now. There was a time Canada closed their door to everybody. Is that not true? They close their door. Meanwhile, their young men have no energy to go to the other room. And so they were not producing. Now the agent is there. The industry is crying for workforce. They are not begging you to come. The advert was there just last week, 2 weeks ago. They were advertising. I said, are you serious? That is what happens. So, look, my dear, whether the economy, yes, leave them. At least they are number one in Africa today. Let them be, in that euphoria. Let them enjoy it. If they now rest on their oars, at a point, they will realize that they have shot themselves at the right foot.
But
they will be the one.
But you said that Nigerians going to South Africa is going to damage their country.
Because that is what they feel. What are they coming for? That is what South Africa is telling you. Leave it for them. Is that not what I'm saying here?
So do you agree with them? That
what?
That Nigeria is going to really damage their country as we go there.
That is what they feel. That's what they said. Am I going to doubt them? Am I in South Africa? If that's what they feel, then leave it for them. It's their country. Leave it for them. In Nigeria here, who are damaging your own country? Is it not terrorists that you allowed into Nigeria? Hold on. Did you not open your border for terrorists? And look at what they have done to you. That's what South Africans feel. As of today, they don't know who is who. So it's better they become careful in selecting who will come and who will not come. I cannot blame them. I can't. You, the giant of Africa, why should it be your country that is receiving this insult? Because you don't know what you do. Friends, do you know what 210 trillion naira can do to the Nigerian economy today? The economy will be so strong that you can go to the market and buy a bag of rice for 5,000 naira. That is what a strong economy does. With that kind of money, you put it into Nigerian economy. For God's sake, things will start blowing up. The economy will, in fact, they'll be wondering what happened. But if you Nigerians have pocketed this money to go and answer big man, then take it abroad, buy estate, buy whatever. You don't know that your money is what the Western world are using to, they are using it to flex. You don't know, Abi? Okay, go and ask the former EFCC chairman, Nuhuru Bado. When he was there, he said over $500 billion of Nigerian money is out there in the Western world. Who took the money there? Is it not your leaders? Who took the money to these places and hide it in? Do you know that there are money we cannot recover? Because those who took the money there, they kept it in a coded account in Swiss votes. And now they died without any reference to them. Are you not aware? When the government of that country wait in 10 years, 15 years, they will take the money. That's the truth. Because they can't trace who is the next of kin. I said, go and ask Nuhuru Bado what he said. Former EFCC chairman. That is money that should have been in this country today. But they took it away. So what are you telling me?
All right, now still in South Africa, let's look at the case of Chidinma Adesina. Now, this case has generated a lot of attention because she was born in South Africa, so they say, and now they are now questioning her legal status over there. You are a legal practitioner. So from a legal standpoint, how complicated can citizenship and immigration status become in a case like this?
Look, every country have their own laws on this matter. Every country, they have their own regulation, their own laws. Are you getting? In Nigeria, and let me give an example from where I stand. In Nigeria, I think section 25 and section 28 of our constitution, marital law says that if you marry a foreigner as a Nigerian woman, that foreigner cannot be, a Nigerian citizen. Are you getting what I'm saying? To the extent that they cannot be in our security agencies. Clearly stated. So if you now marry such a person without knowing what the law says, and you call it, say your husband, you want to apply for military, they say no. Would you be offended that this is your husband, you legally married him? That is what their law says. The same way your law says the same thing here. You must be conscious of. That's why when something like this can ask a lawyer. When you are there, ask the lawyer about this thing. They will tell you. Because ignorance is not an excuse in law. Every country have their own regulations when it comes to citizenship, marriage, and the rest. It is not the same thing all over the place. No, it is not. That is the truth. So Chidinma and his family need to consult a South African legal practitioner to put them through. Because I don't know what their law says over there. I'm not a magician now. But I'm telling you from my own standpoint here, what the Constitution, what the recommendations say under the Marriage Rights Act.
All right, let's move away from South African discussions and let's go to US. Now, US has ended TPS protection for Ethiopians, which is temporary protected status in the United States. What exactly does losing TPS mean for these people in practical terms? And the Trump administration has moved to end TPS protection for people from several other countries. Now, where should the balance be between the government's rights to control immigration and the need to protect vulnerable immigrants from going back to the difficult conditions that they were coming from?
Because people have abused it. So the temporary status, Donald Trump is coming hard on it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Or rather, he's trying to soften it for them. You know, when Donald Trump, initially it was total, but there was this amendment that brought about temporary. People from, I think, Mali, Sudan, and some other countries like that. So, if the man had brought this temporary relief, I mean, from your own point of view, is it wrong or right? Can you blame the man? You cannot. Government apply measures based on situations on ground. Yes, government can say, look, based on what is going on, I think we need to go this way or that way at every point in time. Tomorrow night, it may change. And so you cannot blame them. It is their country. They need to apply measures that will make for good governance in their country. You can't blame them. It is not like Nigeria that anything goes. Terrorists will come here and take over our land, sack our own people, indigenous people, and sack them. Have you heard any time the government make any pronouncement that these terrorists that are from Nigeria, from wherever, they should go back or else? Have you heard of such a thing? Meanwhile, they're operating here, especially somebody like Toju Bello, that terrorist from Nigeria. The man is holding court. That is, he has the territory he's controlling in Nigeria. In Nigeria. Why can't your president come out and make a categorical statement on these terrorists? Since some of them are foreigners, leave this country within 24 hours or else. Have you ever had anybody make such a pronouncement? Rather, they will tell us that they are our brothers. They are our prodigal son. And so we should embrace them. You should embrace the terrorists, Abi. You should embrace the bandits. Bring it into your house now and see what will happen. Is that not what we did?
So you don't think that the government is being unfair with this? The reason I'm asking this is because this TPS is usually given to countries where war is ongoing. And you would agree with me that Ethiopia is still having serious security and humanitarian issues. So are you justifying that them taking this step is not being, are they not being unfair to these people, knowing that they could go back to difficult, harsh situations that they are coming from?
Let Donald Trump send all of them back. Let them go and repair their country. Who started the war? Was it America? Let him send all of them back to their country. Let them go and join the war. If they want to kill all themselves, let them kill all themselves. So that the white man can come and collect the carcasses and use it for experiment in their laboratory. Since we don't have sense. Why can't America be fighting and some of Americans who run to Nigeria for safety? You can see. Why can't they fight over there every time you are fighting? War Africa, poverty Africa, misgovernance Africa, embezzlement Africa, stealing Africa, killing Africa. And you call yourself a part of the human race. Let them send all of them back. Let all of them come back. Donald Trump, all of you, can send them back. I'm not joking. If I have my way, none of them, especially from Africa or Nigeria, you can't go there to go, which life you want to go and enjoy. Go and repair your own country. Go and repair your own country. What are you telling me? Go and repair it. Don't come and disturb us here. Donald Trump, yes. At least you are showing the way. It's an insult and embarrassment to Africa. Go back to your country. Since you like war, go and fight war. Maybe you like war, go and fight war.
Don't forget that there are minors who are completely ignorant of all of
who
these things,
ignorant?
like the children, the vulnerable, like the elderly.
Their fathers, their elders started the war, so they too they will partake in it. Their fathers started the war. You cannot be fighting here and killing people, then you send your own children for safety in America. Mba. No, all of them should come back. All of you should come back here. Come and join the war.
All right, thank you very much. That's your submission on the African news today. We've been speaking with Darlington Agumore, a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much for your opinions on the African news.
My pleasure.
Well, you're still watching the African news on Voice of the People television. When we return, death toll from Zimbabwe ferry accident rises to 94. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Please do stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying tuned. The death toll from a ferry disaster on Zimbabwe's Lake Kariba has risen to at least 94. Report says the ferry had a capacity to carry 90 passengers, but at least 168 people were on board when it was hit by a strong wave and overturned a week ago. President Emerson Mnangagwa declared a state of disaster following the accident, while search and recovery efforts continued. The death toll rose from 44 at the time of the accident to 84 over the weekend. But on Tuesday, a police statement said 9 more bodies have since been found by divers, pushing the death toll to at least 94. The police said 83 of the victims had so far been identified, 39 of whom were children. Well, African National Congress ANC veteran Matthews Bosa says government is severely bloated and inefficient while calling for a massive downsizing across all levels of government. Bosa has also called for tougher action against corruption and reforms to the police service. He kicked against about 70 cabinet members, 400 members for a parliament in the National Assembly, among others. The former Mpumalanga premier says the same approach should be applied at provincial and local government level. With that story, we head to Central Africa, where the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, has recorded over 5,000 confirmed Ebola cases as health officials warn that efforts to contain the outbreak are facing serious challenges. According to the Public Health Institute, the country's 17th Ebola epidemic has become the largest in its history, with the death toll rising to over 2,300. The outbreak caused by the Bundibugyo strain of the virus has been worsened by weak health infrastructure, community resistance, insecurity and protests by response workers. Health authorities say the situation remains critical as they continue efforts to control the spread of the deadly disease. The coordinator and chair of the Foreign Economic Relations Board, DEIC, Turkey Africa Business Council, Osman Aksoy, says Turkey's exports to Africa reached $13.3 billion in the first 7 months of the year. According to him, the exports volume jumped 12.6% compared to with the same period in 2025, while Turkish exports to Africa rose 16.3% in July, reaching $2.3 billion. Aksoy said that the export performance to Africa has been the most proof of the multi-dimensional economic ties between Turkey and Africa. He said the momentum in the African market is the result of the commercial diplomacy both his country and the continent has pursued for many years based on a win-win approach. Aksoy suggested developing local production, joint investments, strong distributor networks, and flexible financing models to take advantage of the increased exports to Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria through opportunities via the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. With that story, we take another quick break, and the African News returns with business and other stories. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Now in business, Kenya Airways says that the Middle East conflict had driven up to fuel costs by 72% in the first half of the year and caused delays to supplies of spare parts and plane maintenance. One of Africa's largest airlines, which is due to announce its 2026 half-year results early next week, said the conflict has heavily impacted its operations. Acting CEO George Kamau told journalists in Nairobi that fuel now accounted for up to 50% of all costs. He added that the airline was also grappling with delayed aircraft parts deliveries, reduced aircraft availability, and the global rise in inflation. Kamal said although the global backlog in aircraft supplies was affecting many operators, Kenya Airways' small fleet of 40 planes means it was being severely affected. Elsewhere, Equinor says it has agreed to buy a stake in an oil exploration license in Namibia from a subsidiary of U.S. energy major Chevron as the Norwegian company seeks to boost its international portfolio. The purchase of a 17.4% stake in the PEL Mighty Petroleum Exploration License in the Orange Basin offshore Namibia marked Equinor's first upstream entry into a new country since it expanded into Argentina in 2017. The Orange Basin, one of the world's hottest exploration zones, has had a string of oil discoveries in recent years, encouraging interest from oil majors seeking to acquire acreage to explore. Equinor, which has scaled back its ambitions to invest in its renewable energy in line with a trend among international oil companies, said its Namibia deal followed the strategy to strengthen and replenish its international oil and gas portfolio. The deal with the Chevron unit remains subject to regulatory approvals and the completion process, Equinor said without elaborating. Now in the world of sports, Manchester United have renewed their interest in signing Brighton midfielder Carlos Baleba as they look to strengthen their midfield before the transfer deadline. The Red Devils have submitted an initial €16 million offer for the Cameroon international, though Brighton was believed to value him higher. United previously considered signing Baleba last summer, but were discouraged by Brighton's €100 million valuation. The club has now returned for the 21-year-old after missing out on other midfield targets. Baleba, who made 35 appearances for Brighton last season, is currently recovering from an ankle injury and is expected to return in 2 to 3 weeks. United are hopeful of completing a deal for the box-to-box midfielder before the window closes. And to wrap up the African news, Sudan's national short stature football team trained in Khartoum as preparations continue for the short stature football World Cup in Rabat from November 20 to 30. Footage shows players training with coaches at an academy in the Akawit district before taking part in a practice match. President of the Sudanese Federation for Short Stature Sports, Mohamed Kisha, said players from across the country had joined the camp as selectors worked towards the final squad. Captain Shuaib Al-Haj said support for the team had improved, with players now receiving the equipment and transport that they need. The squad plans to continue its preparations in Egypt before traveling to Morocco. Sudan's war, now in its 4th year, has displaced around 14 million people, while nearly 19.5 million face acute hunger. And with that story, we've come to the end of the African news. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV. On YouTube, we are VOP TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 081 387 14129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Thank you so much for watching. Do have a good afternoon.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Maritime Frontier Show on VOP Television. Of course, my name is Dili Utomi. Today, we are talking exclusively about seizures, especially seizures by the Nigerian Customs Service, as regards the issue of hard drugs, illicit medicaments, and all the things that have been coming into the country, but fortunately have been seized by the Nigerian Customs Service. To discuss some of these issues, we have on the studio today, Francis Chilaka with us. Francis, you're welcome to the program.
Yeah, Dilly, how are we?
I'm fine. To start this program, of course, we have to look at the news about a particular command seizure of drugs. The KLT command continues to break boundaries in spite of huge hurdles. That is the center of our show for today. The Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Command of the Nigerian Customs Service is somewhat unique in its operations. It is a command that largely depends on transire. That is the movement of cargoes from other ports to other ports of destination without the necessary need for importation formalities. In spite of this rather stringent source of cargo generation and clearance, the command has continued to employ creative means of meeting with its responsibilities. This much was said by the acting customs area controller of the command, Deputy Controller of Customs, Adigbolaji Lukman, at the questions and answers session after the second press briefing under his watch. Earlier, the acting CAC had informed officers and journalists gathered at the conference room of the command that the command remains committed to its statutory responsibilities of revenue generation, trade facilitation, and enforcement activities. He added that the briefing was an opportunity to present the command's performance and highlight significant achievement recorded by the enforcement unit. Deputy Controller Adigun announced that the Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Area Command generated a total of 19,404,925,103 naira and 53 kobo only in the month of June 2026, as against the total sum of 14,363,621,664 naira and 35 kobo only, generated in the corresponding period of June 2025. This, he noted, reflects an increase of 5,041,303,439 naira and 18 kobo only, representing about 35% increase. He attributed the achievement to the dedication of officers and men of the command, improved stakeholder compliance, enhanced trade facilitation, and the deployment of intelligence-driven strategies. In the area of anti-smuggling activities, the KLT Area Command also intercepted a 40-foot container with number TIIU 4739360 containing expired disposable vapes with a total duty paid value of 809,689,761 naira only. The acting CAC disclosed that the physical examination of the container revealed 18 pallets of disposable vape products. Each pallet contained 60 cartons, with some cartons containing 20 and 40 packets respectively. Each pack contained 10 pieces, bringing the total to 448 cartons, equivalent to 182,340 pieces. The products are said to have different expiry dates of 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 respectively, rendering them unfit for use and posing a potential risk to public health. He also said that in line with the established procedure and the command's commitment to interagency collaboration, the command will hand over the seized items to the appropriate government agencies for the regulatory action and proper disposal. The CSC spoke about the advantages of Nigerian Customs Services Authorized Economic Operator AEO program and the Advanced Ruling System, which are designed to promote trade facilitation, enhance compliance, provide greater predictability in customs processes, and improve the ease of doing business.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Command of the Nigerian Customs Service. I appreciate your presence and partnership in keeping the public informed about the activities of the service. Today, I'm delighted to present the command's performance in revenue generation and brief you on the significant enforcement achievements recorded during our statutory responsibilities. I'm pleased to inform you that the Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Command generated a total revenue of 19,404,925,103 naira 53 kobo in the month of June 2026, as against total sum of 14,336,621,664.35 generated in the corresponding period of June 2025. This reflects an increase of 5,041,303,439 naira 18 kobo, representing a 35% increase. This remarkable performance demonstrates the dedication of our officers and men, improved stakeholder compliance, and enhanced trade facilitation. While we remain committed to facilitating legitimate trade and maximizing revenue generation, we are equally firm in our enforcement activities aimed at protecting the nation's economy and the well-being of Nigerians. In furtherance of this mandate, officers of the Kirikiri Lighter Terminal Area Command, through diligent cargo examination, intercepted a 40-foot container number TIIU 4739360 containing expired disposable vape with a total duty paid value of 809,698,761 naira. Physical examination of the container revealed 18 pallets of disposable vape, each pallet containing 60 cartons, some cartons containing 20 and 40 packs respectively. each pack containing 10 pieces, making a total quantity of 484 cartons, equivalent to 182,340 pieces. I repeat, 484 cartons, equivalent to 182,340 pieces. Further examination established that the products had different expiry dates of 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 respectively, rendering them unfit for use and posing a huge risk to public health. In line with the established procedures and our commitment to interagency collaboration, the Command has commenced the process of handing over the seized items to the appropriate government agency for further regulation, action, and proper disposal. This interception demonstrates the vigilance, professionalism, and commitment of the officers and men of the Kirikiri Data Terminal Area Command in enforcing the extant laws and preventing unsafe and non-compliant goods from entering into the Nigerian market. I wish to use this opportunity to urge importers, licensed custom agents, and other stakeholders to ensure strict compliance with all applicable import regulations. The Kirikiri Data Terminal Area Command remains committed to supporting the objectives of the Nigerian Customs Service, and we continue to deploy intelligence-driven operations, effective risk management, and stringent cargo examination procedures to detect and intercept expired, falsely declared, prohibited, and other non-compliant goods while contributing to national economic growth, public health, and security.
These expired products were later handed over to the head, National Agency for Food, Drugs and Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Dr. Anzaku Peter Joseph. Deputy Controller Adigun, during the questions and answer session, said that the items, which are disposable vapes, having expired, were bad for health. He added that the consignee was profiled to find out if he has another illegal items coming in, and that a suspect is in custody as at the day of the briefing. The seized items were shipped from Hong Kong, he noted. He further buttressed that the command enjoys cordial relationship with the mother ports through which the command receives its cargoes. The CAC warned importers that the command is hostile to illegitimate trade but friendly to legitimate businesses. On his part, Dr. Anzaku of NAFDAC said at the ceremonial handover that we are brothers and sisters as far as the agency's operations are considered, as we work together to make sure that only wholesome products are allowed into the country, and these products fall short of standards set by NAFDAC. Francis. Good morning once again.
Morning.
We were at the briefing last Thursday where this container of items were seized. Why do you think that these things keep happening almost on a daily basis around the country, from one command to the other, from one area of Nigeria to the other, from the borders to one border to the other? Despite the seizures on daily basis.
Well, when we say it's more like looking at the moral standard of our country that has dropped so badly. Poverty is having its toll on the people, and this get-rich syndrome is something.
Get rich quick.
Yeah, get-rich quick syndrome is something that we need to find a way around it. If you take a look, you'll find out that from Seme to Ogun State to all the land borders, on a daily basis, they are either seizing drugs, arms, or expired
medicaments.
Medicaments. You bring it to the seaport, to the seaports, you have the same.
It's even worse.
It's even worse at Papa, Tinkan, now KLT.
This KLT.
Now you take it to the airports. It's another ball game. So I think for me, I have always said that it is time we begin to look at a more harsher punitive measure to be meted out on those who go about bringing these harmful products into the country.
Like what? Like what's harsher measure?
For me, you know it. Death penalty. We need to get to that level. You need to go out there and see a lot of young Nigerians, youths, who have now become addicted to all kinds of drugs. And because of this addiction, they have become a menace to the society. So why would we encourage people, why would we be pampering those who bring in such evil things into the country?
Yeah, but you know that the country has also tried. I personally am against the penalty for this kind of offense. Maybe if it's for murder, taking another life. Of course, if you kill someone, you should be killed too. When the law finds you.
Well, when people.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. In this country, this same country, probably about 40 years ago, we've tried the death penalty, but it has not still stopped people from.
No. We tried it, but we didn't continue it. We tried it, we didn't continue it. But you see, if you look at what is presently happening in the country today, if you have a child, for instance, daily, and your child gets hooked to hard drugs, and you now know the source of the hard drugs, what will you do?
You nip it in the bud.
You see, the same approach, this carrot and stick approach we're using for people who import these things is what we're using for insurgents and bandits. And that is why these things are thriving. It's become a multi-billion-naira business. So the people bringing in these items, it is because of the money they're making from it. It's not for love of the country. So why would we encourage them? Why would we keep them there? We take them out.
Now, my particular problem, my question is why is it at this material time we keep having so much influx of these things? Is it that people in authority are involved in this, or is it that some foolish businessmen are trying their luck to make money? Because I can't imagine somebody going to buy things worth billions. The container is worth almost $1 billion, over 800 million naira. How would you waste that kind of money, knowing that there's high risk of it being discovered? If you are not one, maybe engaged in some other kind of illegal activities that give you money, or you are in a position where you have free public fund, or one way or the other, you are not really sweating to get that money that you're investing in this kind of thing. What do you think?
The issue of drug is a cartel, and it's something that a lot of nations across the world are fighting. So there are people who makes billions out of it. For instance, if you go to somewhere like First Stack now, you see all those small stores operated by bookies. Most of them sell these hard drugs.
Oh, yeah?
And now it has moved from what we used to say, cocaine, heroin. Now they put them in different formats. Yeah. Sweets, all sorts of things, just to encourage people to buy them. And when there is poverty, there's something poverty does. People want to forget their sorrows. People want to forget the fact that they have not had breakfast or had lunch for a few days. So those drugs help them to forget it. But it has an adverse side effect. If you could say yes, maybe there's a little bit of failure in governance. Because what we see today is like an explosion.
It is.
Because on a daily basis, drugs, arms are seized in this country. So there seems to be an explosion. There seems to be a leadway, and people don't continue to invest in something that they know will not yield them profit. So I believe that sometimes these things pass through the system into the larger society. Yeah. And then those who have been able to move theirs will not tell their colleagues, I moved mine now, why didn't you move yours?
I will not tell you how to go about it.
So it's a very painful situation. It's so sad. But I think that government needs to be more proactive in dealing with this thing. I'll tell you, the Nigerian Customs, the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and other agencies within our borders, they're trying a lot. Because you can imagine what will happen if these things are not seized.
Don't forget that also, even in the high sea, the Navy also seizes all these things. Exactly. They seize a lot of these things.
So if they don't seize them, what do you think will happen? The society would have gone bonkers by now. But we need to be more intentional about it.
Do you think that you said something about probably harsher punishment, but what about the legislation on the part of the the legislative arm of the government?
Well,
do you think they should tighten the news in terms of the punishment, or sorry, in terms of steps that you need to take towards, guiding against things like this?
Like, Dilly, I know that severally you'll tell me, the laws are there, that it's just the implementation that is the problem. It's not about the National Assembly making new laws. It's about looking at the old law and looking for if there are loopholes in
the extant law that we have now.
Yes, to block them. See, for me, if you put this capital death penalty out there, you'll be shocked that people would.
It will serve as deterrent.
It will, definitely.
But, okay. But you know also that there are countries in this world that have death penalty as the punishment for drug trafficking. Especially a lot of the Asian countries. Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, and unfortunately, a lot of Nigerians have been caught in those places and been executed. I asked that question again. If Nigerians living here to go there and, to go and, import these drugs or traffic in them, and they are caught, bringing it into the country, do you think they will even be deterred by the death penalty?
Let me tell you, let me quickly put this out there. If you remember, I think the last 2-3 months, a lot of 1 or 2, 3 or 4 meat factories have been, discovered
in Ogun State, yes. One was recently discovered.
The bottom line of it is that a lot of Nigerians are even moving away from bringing
to manufacturing.
And that is a very bad trend. So, assuming that these people who were arrested, Nigerians, foreign nationals, were executed, what kind of message do you think it will pass? Do you think anybody will wake up tomorrow and want to do that? But you see, there's something about drug, there's something about arms, there's something about expired medicaments. When you arrest these people and you say you put them in jail, considering our correctional system in Nigeria, these people still have their networks. Mm-hmm. So most of them are in prison, but their networks are working for them. It's not only in Nigeria. It's something that happens all over the world. And that's why it's always good to, it's like cancer. You don't play with cancer on the surface. You look for the root and take it out.
Now, what do you think about, we know that the Nigerian Customs Service and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and NDLEA and NAFDAC, who are in charge of Food and Drugs Administration, they are trying a lot. But of course, we know also that these people are getting smarter. In one of our radio shows which we were part of, we talked about, there was this particular edition where we looked at a command, especially the Tinkan Island port, where they seized some consignments of drugs. And a jar, one was miniaturized into liquid. And that liquid alone was said to have cost about, just in a bottle of this size, cost about over 2 billion naira, 2.5 billion naira. This is what they now use to go, and when they come here, they manufacture it, they use it for making of the meds. Do you think that the agencies need stronger structures or to be reinforced in order to do, because these people are getting smarter by the day?
Well, they're getting smarter. The Nigerian Customs is getting smarter. The ports belong to the Nigerian. Apart from the NPA.
Yeah, the customs. The lead
and,
agents.
Yes, and I believe that the customs is doing a lot. The CJ of Customs, Adeni, is doing quite a lot. And the recent programs being introduced into the Nigerian Customs will go a long way to curb this. But you must also know that every system has its bad eggs. So, as much as the CG is doing everything to block certain loopholes, there are still people who want to undermine it. And the same cuts across the NDLEA, the Nigerian police, everywhere. So we need to be thinking about being patriotic. So patriotism must be the driving force for us to be able to curb this menace.
Yeah. A lot of the countries where these things come from, so let's say we talk about places like Canada, like Ghana, where a lot of, especially cannabis indica, that's allowed. The these items are legally allowed in those countries because they have certain threshold which is higher than that what we have here in Nigeria. Don't you think the bilateral agreement should be strengthened more so that these things don't come from the source? Because you talked about nipping these things.
Well, even sometimes the source can also be corrupt.
Over there, it is legal.
Well,
for you
that is the problem.
Use those things.
But we know that before now, in Nigeria, local parties, we call it Indian hemp.
Mm-hmm.
Indian hemp.
This one has been processed. It's the same Indian hemp that has been processed now to become more potent.
Indian hemp in Nigeria for a long time, people were planting it in their, using it.
In their backyards.
Yes, and people were using it. But the thing is that over time, it has become adulterated.
No, it's become processed.
no, that's adulteration. It has become adulterated and it has become more potent.
It's become more potent.
So the use people were using it before was more like for medicinal.
Medicinal, yeah.
But now people are using it for other means. So when you say you want to form a bilateral arrangement, what is the bilateral arrangement? You say, oh, because it's allowed to come in from your country, we should also allow it. No.
No, in terms of maybe they know already that our law says we cannot have this threshold of these drugs coming in. What we allow here, we don't even allow any of those drugs. But once it's coming in, if you have a bilateral agreement with a foreign country, the government will tell you this thing is coming from you. We are ready, free to sell.
But you also know that most times the customs will tell you, including the NDLEA, that they started monitoring those containers from their source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that relationship is there. But for me, I'm looking at more saying, look, Nigerians must be the ones to protect Nigeria.
Yeah.
These businessmen who bring in this thing, who have seen it as a way of livelihood, need to have a rethink. Because they are not just spoiling the name of the country outside Nigeria, but they're killing our younger generation. Sometimes you stand outside and you see a young boy just talking to himself and he's lost.
Some stand up sleeping while standing.
So why would anybody in his right mind want to do that? Why would you want to do something that you create more havoc than showing love to your citizens?
Okay, let's talk about a little bit more about the KLT command, the Kirikiri Lighter Terminal command, where this thing was seized, this container of vapes. Of course, this is a command that depends largely on Transire, from the mother ports to them, so for them to be able to do business. Do you think that perhaps these people are also devising means of using other areas where they think the eyes of the eagle eyes of the agencies, like the NDLEA, will not be on them? That's why they are going to the other ports where...
No, as an importer, you have the right to decide where to clear your goods.
Okay.
It's allowed. Now, the thing is, moving your consignment from either Apapa or Tinkan or Lekki to KLT is not saying that you're trying to undermine or you think that there are lesser beings in KLT.
Or lesser stringent measures.
No, it's the same. It's the same. And the eagle eye you have in Tinkan, you have in Apapa, you have in Lekki, you have the same eagle eye in KLT. If that eagle eye was not there, how would they have been able to see this? So most times too, I don't blame the agents, because most times the agents don't even know what the importer has imported.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sometimes when these discoveries are made, you don't get to arrest anybody. But I'm happy that KLT they have they have arrested somebody and the investigation is ongoing. So it has nothing. The usage of Transire to move container has nothing to do with what somebody is importing or no, it doesn't. It's just that there are people who are bent on doing. I mean, if for instance, you're bringing your goods through Apapa, and the controller is saying, "Oh, because of my revenue drive for this month, I'm not going to release any container to KLT. Will you not clear there?"
Of course you will.
You will. But the reason why they move these things from Apapa Tinkan to KLT is to free the space in this command, so that you don't have too many containers that are unclear. But when you move them, you are creating room for more containers to come into the mother ports. So that's basically what it does.
Okay, let's also talk a bit more about the performance of the KLT in the course of their activities. This month they've made about last month, June, 19 billion naira. Sorry, about 15 billion naira.
19 point something
billion naira. And this is a port that depends on other ports. What the CAC said at that briefing about the use of some of the tools that the customs have made available to them, like the authorized economic operator program and the other programs that they have in place. How far do you think those things have gone into helping them to generate this amount?
I think for everybody it's the ease of doing business. You want to go to a command where you won't have stress.
Okay.
You want to have like 24 hours service. You want to have your containers moved fast. So I know that since the active controller resumed, is a man who has done a lot, because he believes so much in this stakeholders engagement.
Okay.
And the only way you can survive and succeed in any command is how well you draw your stakeholders to yourself. And also, it has built a good relationship with the mother ports, where the mother ports will now, okay, if we give this command 200 boxes, 400 boxes, 1,000 boxes, we won't fill it. But these boxes can only be released if you have a good relationship with the CACs of this. So I think Adigun has done so well. I give that to him. Is a man who has the same or similar charisma like your current CG. Engagement. He believes in engagement. He engages with the stakeholders. He engages with the other agencies. He believes in collaboration. And he believes in enforcement.
Okay.
So these are, is one man I know that if you go there by 8, at least by 8:30, he's in the office.
Okay.
Yes.
You can vouch for that.
Yes, I know that.
Okay. Why do you think that, a lot of people, including, yourself and myself, we believe that the current Customs Controller General, the CG, is doing quite well. And it seemed to be, that urge for perfection, for efficiency in the system, for hard work and everything that will continue to engender the efficiency within the customs. He seems to have been able to let it permeate into the kind of officers that he's choosing, and they are working with it, just like he's doing. Now, the Nigerian Customs Service, everybody, because under Adini is doing well. Why is it that other sectors, other agencies within the sector are not doing the same thing? We're just digressing a little bit here.
It all has to do with leadership. The success of any establishment lies on the leadership. And it lies on the man where the buck stops. If you look at customs and you're looking at the CG of customs, you will understand that this is a man that is filled with innovation. And his innovation is channeled towards customer satisfaction. How to create an enabling environment for the ease of doing business. He understands that those who operate within the port, they have duty to pay. If their containers overstay, they have demurrage to pay. And so he's doing everything to make sure that within the time the ship arrives, within the time you pick your container, you have no demurrage to pay. So it's about vision and implementation of that vision. Now, if you take it out, you saw other agencies. NDLA is doing quite well under the able leadership of Buba Marwa. Yes.
Of course, we know, everyone knows that NDLA and the customs are like Siamese twins.
Yes.
NDLA was created out of the customs.
Good. So they're doing very well. And they're becoming more innovative on a daily basis. You know. But then, you can't say the same for others. Maybe the others need to a little bit of rejigging. And maybe because they feel that they're not, in the forefront.
Of course, you know that customs is also one of their mandates to generate revenue. And of course, they are, in most cases, the lead agency at the port.
Customs
responsibilities, mandates, and probably the tools of working may be different. Don't you think the others should be strengthened?
I give it to the CG of Customs. He has moved from revenue generation into creating you see, what you
trade
need...
facilitation.
Yes, it's enabling environment. So, the issue of revenue generation, yes, it's there. But you find out that these days, a lot of people are so happy with the kind of innovations that are being put in place. And those innovations are the source of encouragement for people to want to do more, to do business. And so we're asking other agencies, look beyond your core responsibility. Okay, for instance, you know that in the last few months, there has been a battle between importers, agents, and the Marine Police. And people have accused the Marine Police of all sorts. Now we should ask ourselves, is it the duty of the Marine Police to actually hold on to a container that has been cleared by customs? When, in the process of examination,
they are there.
They are there. So if they feel that there is something wrong in that container, why not talk about it when you're doing the examination? So why allow the process to be completed and then the container is released by customs? And then you come outside and you hold the container. So where's the ease of doing business? And then you take it to the land borders now, for instance. The custom has been appealing to the Nigerian police, the Standard Organization of Nigeria.
Immigration.
Look, we have too many checkpoints. And these checkpoints are not helping to portray the image of Nigeria outside Nigeria. So custom is appealing to everybody. Please, you can't have 50 checkpoints on how many kilometer road? So let us focus more in enforcement, examination, within the ambit of where we operate.
And also, crucially, intelligence.
So, you keep asking yourself, why do you have too many police checkpoints? Why do you have, immigration all over the place? Yet, people are entering the country illegally. Goods are entering that are supposed not to enter, contraband. So is it that these checkpoints are there to feed some people's tummy or what? So this is where the other agencies that are associated with it should be able to sit down and think, if customs is moving at 100 kilometers per hour, why are we moving at 20? Why are we the ones dragging them back?
Okay. Well, let's go back to the issue of the topic of the day, seizures of drugs. The Nigerian society, don't you think that we need more of education than enforcement?
When you say education, yes, I believe that the issue of drugs, we should talk about it more in schools. We should talk about it more in social gatherings. We should talk about it more in religious gatherings and educate the people, educate the younger generation of Nigerians. I'm totally in support of that.
What about formally? In schools, We will teach children about the dangers of some of these things. And of course, we should reintroduce such topics, such subjects as civic.
When I went to school, when I went to primary and secondary school, we had a particular day set aside for clubs. Call it club meetings.
Yeah.
And then you used to have different societies. You have the Nigerian Red Cross, the Girls Guide, the Boy Scout. And then you had people come from other NGOs to educate and inform the people. We need to go back to that. It's very, very important. We need to go back to that.
Yes. So the government itself, you talked about being intentional, being deliberate. Can't the government go back to changing the curriculum or rejigging the curriculum in order to really formally, I'm not talking about just on the social aspect, formally teaching people this and this and this is right, this and this and this is wrong. When you do these right things,
that's moral study.
Yeah, because it is said that in a society, if it becomes illegal, when you do the crime, you do the time. And the time could involve your life. So the government, can't they be more intentional with this?
Well, I think for me, it's not about whether it is in the curriculum or not. It's about the government being intentional to say, look, we want to put certain things. We need to go back to the old curriculum we're using and find out where we got it wrong. And see, there's something about history. When you want to learn something, you go back to history. And you say, at this point in time, they were doing things this way, and it worked. Why don't we go back to it? So for me, that's the ideal thing to do. We need to go back to history.
All right, we'll be back in a jiffy. Just stay tuned.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
All right. You're welcome back to the program. Of course, I have here my colleague, Francis Chilaka. We're talking about the seizures of drugs, which has become an everyday thing in Nigeria. So, Francis, what are those things you think that the government should do to continue to deter people? Of course, I know you talked about the death penalty, but beyond that, because that sounds very simplistic. Beyond that, what you just said, what are those 1, 2, 3, 4 steps of things that they should do?
I think first and foremost, the government needs to look at the welfare of those who are
the agencies involved,
who are responsible for curbing the menace. And why I say that is, if, for instance, a man is earning 70,000 naira minimum wage, and then somebody brings in a container and says, "Oga, you're earning 70,000 naira. This is 1 million naira, or this is 2 million naira." You find out that because of the salary, the temptation to accept and look the other side will be high. So government needs to look into the welfare of the men and officers who put their lives at stake to curb this menace. That is one. 2, government needs to also ensure that anyone arrested for bringing in drugs, we should go beyond. If we say you don't want the capital punishment, the death penalty, we should do what they're doing, demolish their houses. Parade them in front of their town, their villages, so that people will know that these are people who are bringing in drugs. Parade them in front of their town union. We must do something that will make the person become ashamed of doing that thing tomorrow.
Okay.
Then Thirdly, the government also needs to look at its, like you said, the bilateral and diplomatic relationship and see how best they can take advantage of it to ensure that, such countries will always share intel with the Nigerian government.
Thank you so very much. Well, we've been discussing the issue of seizure of drugs and illegal medicaments on the Maritime Frontier show this morning. Of course, we know that the Nigerian society has become riddled with all manner of illegal items being taken by our youths and the older ones. And this is extremely bad for public health. We keep appealing to government and individuals of goodwill that they put in place things that will deter people from importing these drugs. Because if you do not have the product, there might not be the market for it. So we continue to talk about this on the next edition of the program on the Maritime Frontier Show. My name is Dile Utomi. Of course, thank you for coming, Francis. We would like to have you again next time. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demodia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment, to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. They use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound acoustic Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organ you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic lupus, ENA issues or ANA issues, the samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GSR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Electa for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he would lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that, till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out. We have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming to their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in time pass. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investment in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent. Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026. Bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now living with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome here and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of the Television. Western stories shape the narrative, and of course, Saturday, we're dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu and APC in crisis as Obi Kwankwaso alliance emerges after Osun victory. All right, you would agree with me that we all saw what happened, in Osun State on Saturday, and this conversation would be quite interesting today. So I'd want to join, the conversation with expert insights and sense of perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into other stories with details. Floods hit Abuja as residents fault Wiki over blocked drainages. Heavy rain on Sunday flooded part of FCT, including Wusetu, Katankwe, Gwarimpa, Durumi, and Gudu. Of course, we've actually seen several pictures and videos, where vehicles, were being, covered, and a plaza close to City Park also submerged. A resident blamed FCT Minister Nyesom Wike accusing the government of abandoning Abuja master plan and selling green areas to developers. The FCT administration is yet to respond to that particular one. Of course, you can actually see the videos yourself. It was quite heavy and serious on Sunday. Just hope that they would be able to contain this particular one before it gets out of hand. And this is to the FCT minister. Away from that particular one, we have Kano government says that they complete 867 projects worth 996 billion naira. Kano state government, of course, has mentioned this particular session, talking about 867 out of 1,557 projects under Governor Abar Yusuf, about 55.68%. Commissioner Nura Maraji said the projects are valued at 996.29 billion and cover roads, healthcare, education, housing, and rural infrastructure. He noted about 598 projects were in metro local government and 653 in rural local government areas. The ministry pledged to continue monitoring for value and, of course, given reasons for public funds spending. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 081-387-14129, 081-387-14129. Follow us on social media at Vop Tv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop Tv, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting the conversation here. Tinubu and APC in crisis as Obi Kwankwaso alliance emerges after Osun victory. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
This year, your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Vop TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of the Television. The APC and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu are in crisis mode after Governor Ademola Adeleke secured his second term in Osun, of course, on August 15th. The APC has rejected the result and says it is considering a tribunal challenge. The Mole Campaign Council also accused the party of a show of shame in Osogbo after a man claiming to be a court party national chairman endorsed APC Bola Oyebamiji. The bigger problem for Tinubu is the opposition called AAC SDP have now formed an alliance to challenge him in the 2027 following a summit in Ibadan, and of course led by ADC's David Mark and PDP's Tamino Turaki, adding to the pressure from NDC's Rabi Kwankwaso, who actually announced that he and Peter Obi will lead the party's 2027 presidential ticket, and declared that Ganduje, Abba Yusuf, and Shekarau are politically finished in Kano. With Osun loss, the opposition forces are actually uniting, and the APC faces its toughest test yet ahead of 2027. When I've been joined in the studio by Honorable Oluwasomi Olamide, an APC chieftain, finally. Good afternoon to you,
good afternoon.
Honorable. You're welcome back again.
Yeah, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. And it's so good to have you, in the studio. And of course, we'd also be joined by Dr. Kayode, who is a social political technocrat, of course, a vision safety expert. We're still waiting for him to actually, be properly set up. But let me come to you. How was a Saturday? I don't want to ask anything yet, but I want you to tell me what you feel about Saturday's election. Give me your assessment, and afterwards we'll take it up from there.
Thank you. Well, just as Mr. President has said, just as Mr. President has said, the people have spoken loud, and that's the president of the nation, and he rightly said the opinion of the people, and we must respect the wishes of the people. Mr. President is a Democrat, and before the announcement by INEC, he congratulated the governor, Ademola Adeleke, for the goodwill extended to him through the votes. And Mr. Governor himself has extended his olive branch to the opposition, the APC. So I think it's a family affair now. Thank you.
Okay, so you only responded to the aftermath.
Yeah.
I wanted you to really touch the situation that happened on ground as regards to the polling unit and, of course, the build-up. We saw your party, ascending the heavyweights. President of the Senate, Gospel Akpabi, was there. Of course, we also saw the Deputy Senate President, Jibril, was also, there. We saw several governors and the almighty Edo, state governor, who also came to say that the people of Osun are tired of a dancing governor, that they will be kicking him out. I believe you saw all of that. And upon that particular, speech from your party, heavyweights, we were thinking that before 1 p.m., the results would have been out to show that the APC won. So how did you, did your party, get to the point of letting us know that Adeleke, was finished in Osun, but to our greatest surprise, your heavyweights left Osun State, Osogbo to be precise, at 1:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. I believe my team have some of the videos. I want you to watch. I would like you to tilt a bit so you can see some of them on the screen. It will be reeling in, one after the other, First, I love the fact that they all wore the attire of, the APC, outfit, and they came out strong. But this was when your elder statesmen were leaving, and the people were chanting because they stayed up until that particular vote was, finally counted upon the announcement. The people of Osun didn't sleep. Can we get audio on this? So because can you hear them?
Yes.
No, there is a word I'm waiting for there. Can you hear? Now, if you feel you are here to take over a state and you would win a state, why do you have to run out of that particular state at 2:30 a.m.? That's one. Secondly, they chanted a particular word which simply means thief. Your party said the people of Osun were tired of a dancing governor, but the people of Osun didn't seem that way. What would you have to say as regards to this?
Thank you. Every party member would like to, every party member, we want to solidarize with their own. It's just like you having to contest for an elected position, right? Now, what do you expect the chieftains of the party to do? They will go and solidarize with you, right?
Okay.
There's nothing that is abnormal. It's a tradition.
Okay.
In every political landscape that where we have
that a
an
Senate
election,
president would go, and everybody would go to
the Senate
solidarize.
president is a chieftain of the party.
Okay.
It could have been.
I believe you're also coming from there, so I want to know when you returned back to Lagos.
You could have been.
When did you return? Honorable.
No, I was not even there.
You didn't go to solidarize?
I solidarized with
okay.
them, but
okay.
The fact remains that is a democracy.
Okay.
Right? That's the major aspect that we should talk about now.
Okay.
In democracy, the people's voice matters a lot. That's one. Secondly,
that's the name of our program.
You don't expect.
The show is people's voice, so I think I like that. Please go ahead.
Every chieftain of the party is expected to, give some sort of support.
Okay.
To their
now, Honorable, I would like us to take this precept upon precept. Now, you use the word democracy, and I love that word.
Thank you.
Okay. So, if you have mentioned the word democracy, and the president also called, the governor to congratulate him, that's what Adeleke said.
Yeah.
Let me ask you: did your party rig this election or not? I would like you to be straight.
No, we did.
Honorable,
we did.
did your party rig this election? Even if you failed, even if you lost the election, did your party rig this election
at all?
No?
No.
Okay. I have a particular video I want to call for now, where a young lady, that's one, a young lady actually came out by counting her money that was given by the APC, that's one. Secondly, the second video that will be following is about the crowd, chanting in celebration, saying that they collected 30,000 from the APC, yet they never voted them. That's one. That's the second one. The third one, we have a certain video where APC agents were actually apprehended and they collected the cash they had inside a black nylon. I'd like my team to actually put this up. I'm told also that Dr. Dayo Kayode is also in, so I will be coming to you straight. But I want to quickly, want you and I, and of course Nigerians, to watch what you just said. You said your party didn't rig regardless of the loss. Can we have this particular videos? But let me establish contact with Dr. Dayo. Hello, doctor. Good afternoon to you. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? I'm happy to be with you this Monday afternoon.
Thank you so much for being part of the show, doctor. All right, doctor, we just started, of course, and Honorable here, as from the APC, has mentioned a lot, and he talked about democracy, and he also mentioned, how or why, the APC heavyweights actually went to, Osun to support Oyebamiji, which is the normal tradition, just like you said, which we are not actually faulting that one. But I only asked why they had to leave at 2:30 a.m. at midnight and not wait till dawn, or not even waiting, to a broad daylight. So I don't know. And I just asked him if the APC actually, rigged the election or even bought votes. But he said no. So I would like my team to actually get the video ready. But doctor, let's hear what you have to say, please.
Well, I wish it wasn't the
all right,
honorable
doctor, please, I want you to hold your thoughts.
Okay.
I want us to get a particular audio from this, and let's watch this video.
Voters card. Voters card. Lele. Ibomi. Lele. Owó tí màá ná fún 4 years òun lélẹ̀. Ṣé ká pọ́pọ́ 4 years money. Eléyìí ti ya 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 b for the ọdún mẹ́rin. But tí mi bá gbà kí ni mo gain? Thank you.
So àwọn bá wọn fọ wọlé àbá wọn dẹ àkànlé wọn. àmọ́ ètò ọ̀bẹ ẹ wo wọ́n sá lọ. wọ́n ní bàbí kan ní wọ́n fi gbówó lọ. bàkan ní wọ́n fọ́ unit àti ní unit gómìnà kankan àwọn apc lọ́wọ́ mi wọ́n ń pínwó. So àwọn bá wọn fọ wọlé àbá wọn dẹ.
All right, you can actually see the 3 videos, Honorable, and I love the fact that you are still in a good shape. Now. The first one, she showed a PVC, showed that she voted.
That's her PVC.
And that's our PVC, and she showed that she voted.
Yeah.
But she now used a particular, statement. 20,000 for 4 years, which we call satire.
Okay.
Throwing shades at a certain party, which happens to be the APC, that gave her 20,000 to take her 4 years from her. That's one. Secondly, the video we saw that had the multitude of people gathering and chanting and singing. Thank God that you are also a Yoruba man and the doctor is a Yoruba person. But for my friend and anybody out there who's watching, they said, and this was their song, Owo Wogbo, 30,000. Owo Wogbo, meaning money is gone, lost inside the bush. 30,000 is gone. Then they started chanting the word Imole, Imole, Imole. That is the normal, slogan for Governor Adeleke, which means, brightness or, anything you light, whichever ways, which is the Accord Party slogan. Honorable, how would you respond to this? You told me, you said your party didn't indulge themselves in vote buying.
Yeah, you see, the truth of the matter is that
and you said you didn't read. I have a particular one that a particular INEC official was apprehended with money, and she quickly said, she had dropped it, and they asked her to explain herself, and she told the people there that it was a presiding officer that said she should follow the APC to somewhere where they handed her the money. I'm coming, so I just wanted to take it precept upon precept. Okay. I just hope that time would permit us to do.
Thank you. Let me come to the last one you just mentioned. Now, that is an allegation. It's not proven. Because with evidence? Well, it's still an allegation.
She was caught with your people, and I have a video of where two policemen, you know, a policewoman and a policeman, were shielding a particular APC party agent because he was caught sharing money. They pursued him until he ran and the police shielded him. In short, that particular one, I saw it on the day of election while I was here. Honorable, I was here on Saturday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Let me
Should that be an allegation also?
Let me say this. Hold on.
Okay.
Thank you. In the electoral process, there are different kinds of malpractices that do happen.
So which one did your party do?
Hold on. That is why we have the law enforcement agents to ensure that the right things are done, to ensure that our democratic process, you know, works and prevails, you know, especially for the 2027 general election. And because if the irregularities are, you know, if the irregularities are prevailed, you know, to a large scale, it will affect the outcome of the election. You know, we cannot rule out the, you know, infractions in some quarters, you know, because we are all human beings. You understand? We cannot rule out. So whoever, there should be accountability. Number one, there should be accountability. Whoever that is, you know, caught and is proven, the APC will not say it because they are in government, they will condone infractions in the electoral process. No. That is why the government allowed the security agencies, you know, to you know, be at Oshun. So
I'm surprised that you are saying government agency. Yeah. Are you aware of something that happened at Atakumosa, where your party member was caught with a gun? And what happened after then? They were told to let them go. They told the Navy to step down and the police to allow them. Now, what would you say as regards to the statement from a sitting senator in your party that said, if you see any Accord member here, kill the person? Another one in Ikire said, if you know you are not voting for APC, don't bother coming out that day. What has the law enforcement agency done? What did the police do to Senator Fadausi?
Thank you. Senator Fadausi was invited by the police.
He strode and he strode out. No, we all saw it.
If you make you as a citizen of Nigeria, if you make some certain statements that are, you know, inimical to the peace of the citizens, especially during the electoral process, the police is entitled to invite you.
As the police invited Sheikh Jingar?
No.
I'm just asking a question.
Let's talk about let's narrow our discussion to this election.
Okay, so after the invitation, what happens next?
He was invited and he clarified what he said, right? He clarified what he said, and certainly if he's invited, he will make certain statements to the police. And within the statement, if the statements are meaningful to them, it's within the ambit of the law to take whether it's logical or not. You know, there is no immunity for any senator or any House of Rep or honorable. So he is accountable to what he says, but he has clarified it that wasn't what he meant. That what he meant was the party, not anything to do with
individual killing.
Yeah.
Now, are you also aware that the same Senator Fadausi went to the polls where people were meant to cast their votes, where people were meant to exercise their own civil rights, and he went there and said, Emma Wumon, whosoever that votes anybody outside APC, you know what to do, and do it to them. We have the video as well. Do you want me to play it?
Well, just like I said,
should he be invited for this one as well?
If you have it, you can bring it up. But what I'm trying to say,
please, I would like that particular video from Senator Fadausi. Yes, go ahead.
See, what I want to say,
and I would also play that of the INEC.
What I want to say is that
assistant presiding officer,
as a party,
okay,
will not condone any infraction that will affect the outcome of the general election. And
really?
Yes. So,
APC?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. What we are for peace.
Wow.
Right? We are for peace. But when we talk about the electoral process in any part of the world, definitely there will be one or two.
So how do you explain the thugs that were caught with gun?
Well, the law enforcement agents will do the work.
You just mentioned that APC are for peace.
Let
me take it to Dr. Dayo.
Let me say this.
Yes.
Let me say this.
Okay.
Before the election, there have been cases of issues of violence. We condemn violence.
Between who and who?
Within the system in the state, we condemn violence.
The system. Why you use the word the system?
Thank you.
Between who and who in the system?
Well, within the parties.
Which party?
The Accord and the
mention
APC.
Your party. Don't use the word party. You're APC, right? Honorable, I want
when
you to
we talk about parties,
make it plain here.
When we talk about parties,
okay,
we are talking about the people that are involved.
Okay,
which you know. You understand?
I don't know. I'm just here. I only know everything that has to do with my office here. You know, I don't know. If you ask me, my chairman is I know. If you know, if you ask me, the management, I know, and my colleagues.
You are a media.
No, I don't know. Why you use the word I know? I don't know how they started the violence situation.
And you do your investigation. So what we are
you're already telling me my investigations were not right.
No, what I'm telling you is that.
So are you saying these findings are right? They are correct?
That
all of these things I've been playing and telling you, are you saying they are correct?
That
your party did it?
What I'm saying is that it's not only our party.
But let's talk about your party. Are you saying that your party did it?
It's upon the investigation. I can't say because I was not there.
But you've actually seen the videos. What else do you want?
Hold on. What you are saying...
I am not saying you can see the videos.
You are talking about violence. You are talking about...
I've counted violence. I've talked about vote buying. I've talked about rigging.
You are talking about rigging. Yes.
I've mentioned how many.
Yes. What I said is that the law enforcement agents are there to ensure the outcome.
But and we did see the outcome. Law enforcement agents, two of them were actually shooting up your party member.
And I said that, does it affect the outcome of the election? No. That is why we have the law enforcement.
Now you are saying, does it affect the outcome of the election?
Yes.
Should in case, by chance, your party actually won the election, do you know you would still come out and tell us that you won free and fair?
If you have won,
yes.
Why not? If
the election was you won free and fair.
Hold on. If the election was
this election free and fair?
The election was free and fair. Yeah.
It was free and fair.
It was free and fair.
It was fair.
It was free and fair.
Wait, that's why fair with your party having thugs, carrying guns,
when you say
attacking
election,
voters. Are you saying election, it was fair that way?
When you say election was free,
I just want to ask you. We are picking it from fair. I'm coming to free. Are you saying it was fair?
Was it
with your party having thugs, attacking voters? We have the video.
Hold on. Is it one side?
I'm just asking for your party.
One side?
I'm just. We have another APC president, doctor, and I'm going to talk to him about it. So I'm talking about APC first before I move to APC.
I'm not condoning violence. Hold on.
So are you saying it was fair that way?
I'm not condoning violence.
Was it fair? Honorable, I'd like you to answer the question.
Hold on. Moderator, please. With due respect.
But
I'm saying I'm not going to accept.
Okay. All right, no problem.
And I accept violence. Okay. Violence is not part of our system.
Okay, but what about vote buying? Is it part of your system?
Vote buying is not allowed.
But your party
it's not part of our electoral process.
And the people, not one person, the people of Osun came out to say your party did it.
The people of Osun?
Yes.
How many people like that are in Osun? Should
I play more videos for you? You saw the crowd chanting it. They shouted APC only. Yeah. They shouted 30,000 Wogbo. Imole. What else do you want? Okay, let me play that of the INEC for you. The INEC officer.
Let me tell you something.
No, you're not answering what I'm asking.
You just showed what APC did.
Okay.
Have you seen what Accord did?
But you should answer for your APC, then Accord person will answer for Accord.
Thank you.
So, but you're not answering.
Thank you. What I'm telling you is that I'm telling you
that let me take it to doctor because of our time.
Yeah,
because of our time.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Dayo, are you there?
I am there waiting for you live.
Doctor.
Seriously.
Your party also, participated in this election.
Well, yes.
And
very well.
And unfortunately, of course, your party,
we
came third.
We came third.
That being said,
plus votes.
Yes, that being said, with the third position, Honorable just mentioned here now that your party also indulged in vote buying. He said I should not just face APC, that every party, that actually participated in that election indulged themselves in vote buying. I'd like you to clear your party and tell me what you think about the election of Saturday. And I want you to give me all you think and everything, because we're actually running off. We're pressed for time. I'm so sorry that we're unable to start early today.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me first of all start by being sarcastic here. I hope it wasn't the honorable that was disturbing my network, that I couldn't join you on time, so that I wouldn't hear what he was saying. Honorable. However, I pity the honorable because he's facing a firework at the studio there.
Doctor, why do you have to call me a firework? Doctor, I'm just doing my job.
Savior is known for, so please don't mind.
Why you say that is what Savior is known for? I'm just doing my job, Doctor.
Savior always want the truth to be said.
Yes, that's it. And that's what broadcasting is. I just want the truth and the root of the matter, that's all.
Yes. And sometimes it becomes difficult for people sometimes to defend what cannot be defended. That is where I'm pitting the honorable. However, let me quickly clarify two definitions within elections and electioneering. There are two basic things that people are using intermittently but wrongly. That is election rigging vis-a-vis election malpractices, and I will define them. Election malpractices has to do with going against some of the dictates of electioneering. For example, gun running, hate speech, giving of money, campaigning before time, making some speeches that can hit up the polity, like that of Fadamsi and Astrop, that woman, Then the second one, which is rigging, has to do with falsification of results as is supposed to be. They are two different things, even though the two of them can finally define whether an election is credible or not. Now let's go to Osun. When it comes to distribution of money during elections, between you and me, no doubt about it, parties are always involved, even though some are always more than others. If you look at this Osun election, people have been saying it even about 2-3 days to that election, that look at ADC, they want to win election. Atiku came to Osun State and he did not give them money. Aregbesola, who is the secretary of the party, is from Osun State and is not giving them money. So that is to tell you that to a very large extent, I'm not saying totally, a very, very large extent, ADC, which I am a member, I'm proud to be a member, never, or to a very large extent, did not give money during the election in Osun State, unlike what we were seeing happening with APC. Even Dr. Deji Adeleke. Wait, now let me land.
You said all parties actually did.
Wait now.
Okay.
I said Dr. Deji Adeleke said that he can say it authoritatively that APC spent well over 60 billion naira in that Osun election. And then when we calculate, if we can calculate how much was given to people, the way they were talking about it, we know that to a very large extent, the Jadeleke was not lying there. All right? Now, look at the way people were chanting. The way people were chanting, Owo Wogbo, 30,000, Owo Wogbo. For me, it's normal. It's normal during elections because supporters of various parties and various individuals, they always come up with different types of songs during elections. And for Accord to have won, yes, definitely they will be coming up with series of songs to show that, yes, they are in control. Again, for those people that came to witness the elections in Osun State from the side of APC, I will not blame them in truth because I like saying it the way it is. I will not blame them because they have to come around and give support to their member there. It is an off-season election. So all they need to do is to come, because also election has some elements of intimidation. Elements of intimidation. You cannot run away from it anywhere in the whole world. That's why you see people like David Mark. People like Senate President Akpabio. All these people coming. However, thank God this man is a Yoruba man. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, Omotekunba bi, ekun lo ma ajo. The national leader of APC had said it, that in war, election as in war, anything is fair.
All right, doctor.
And there is somebody that also said earlier that you should go out, steal victory, run away with it. They will meet us in court. So what do you expect APC people to do?
All right,
in
doctor.
Osun?
All right, so no problem.
They are following the details of their national leader.
Doctor, so I love the fact that you've actually cleared some things and also, put the ADC under the bus, which I love what you have said. But all I would tell you is that there are some things I've actually kept somewhere for you because before the end of this week, you and I would actually have another head-to-head. As
I'm always ready for you.
As regards to the ADC.
I'm not as gentle as the honorable dear.
Now, doctor,
I'm not as gentle as him.
Doctor, I want you to quickly talk about the alliance that we have now. Of course, it is in talk that Mr. Peter Obi, Alhaji Kwankwaso, and of course Alhaji Atiku Abubakar will be coming together as regards to forming a formidable front. How possible and how real would this particular coalition be? Do you think that they would get headway? And who is going to step down for who? I'd like you to respond in just 20 seconds.
Yes. If you remember, when His Excellency Peter Obi left ADC for NDC then, and you brought me to this program for us to discuss it. And I told you, in the coming days, the truth will come out. And you will see people like Peter Obi coming back to ADC.
Are they coming back to ADC to be under Atiku, or they are coming back because Atiku will step down? They are not even leaving their NDC. Doctor, we only have 10 seconds, please. We're pressed for time. We're beyond time. So I'd like you to actually rush the thoughts now. Yes.
Just hold on. Whether it's leaving NDC for ADC or wherever, all I know is that I once told you that even Seyi Makinde that spoke in Ibadan during that stakeholders meeting, that opposition is going to present one presidential candidate. Presidential candidates now. Underline that presidential candidate. That Seyi Makinde is aware or what he is saying.
All right, doctor.
Now,
doctor, we're pressed for time, and I'm sorry, I can't.
Going to step down. Whoever is going to step down or not,
even if they,
is what we cannot predict.
All right, doctor, thank you so much for your time.
But all I know is that oppositions are coming together.
All right, thank you so much. Honorable, in just 10 seconds, I'd like you to just give me your
I just want to say thing about their coalition. Number one, even if they have one presidential candidate, the position of Mr. President, what he has done, speaks for him. And that is what people will vote.
What Mr. President does, your APC,
yes,
your
what he
candidate
has, what the president has done for the past 3 years. You know,
it will speak for him. So what you do for me is just like I told a certain APC member, you know, one of the chieftains as well. I told him, please write about 10, reforms that you feel that it has really yielded results in the life of Nigerians. And the next time we'll be on air together, we'll actually talk about the results.
He has more than 10.
I just give it 10. 10 is fine for you. Thank you so much, Honorable, for being part of the show. Thank you, Dr. Kayode. We're pressed for time now, and that's how far we can actually take. Coming up next is Locker Room with Lovely World Football. I'd like to stay able to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Vop TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
For many Korokwe and Keke Marwa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations.
With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, you know. And if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000. If we buy about 5,000, 5 litre, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we did not see passengers, because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price, to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Onidamala Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenini, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them
Welcome to the locker room. I am Jerry Apelio High, and here are today's biggest football headlines. And our big story today: Osimhen and Wambali are back. The Super Eagles are preparing for the AFCON qualifiers, with Victor Osimhen and Stanley Wambali reportedly set to return. But there's already controversy. No new players are expected to be added to the squad. Is Eric Schell making the right call, or should new talent get their chance? And of course, we'd like to hear from you today, because it's a special edition. And I'll be joined by Ikechukwu, who makes a return as we break down the latest Super Eagles news and what's happening in the transfer window as far as the football world is concerned, as Nigeria returns for the AFCON qualifiers. And here's the exciting part. You can now call us live while you watch the show. Whether you're watching us on Free TV or joining us live on VOP TV Plus via YouTube. You can have your say, share your opinion, and join the conversation. So make sure you subscribe to VOP TV Live and as well as VOP TV Plus on YouTube, and turn on your notification bell and stay with us throughout the show. And of course, Ikechukwu, what's an interesting day to be here. So much to talk about in the exciting world of football. The transfer window is buzzing because by the time this August ends, the transfer window will be shut in England. So a lot of clubs want to also make moves before the weekend games kick off.
Absolutely, Jerry. I mean, it's so good to be here. Of course, our viewers, and it's a very beautiful time to actually follow, football, and knowing that Premier League and other major leagues will be kicking off after this weekend. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what comes of it. And then for top clubs, some of them want to improve on their performance for last season. The ones that struggled or barely made top four will definitely want to up the ante to actually finish in a very stronger position, either winning in major honors, of course. And for those who actually struggle to actually escape relegation, like Tottenham Hotspur, we definitely want to see their side compete favorably this season. So it's a lot to actually unpack. And for the Super Eagles, Eric Shell, doing his thing again, it's so good to also have Nwabali back. I want to see that healthy competition in the goalkeeping department. So, I mean, in all, Jerry, it's actually a very good day to talk football this very, very beautiful Wednesday.
All right, let's see how that pans out as far as the situation in the transfer window is concerned. But let's start with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, where head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Eric Shell, has reportedly handed a return to goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali and the attacking duo Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman for the upcoming AFCON 2027 qualifiers in September. And of course, it was also gathered that right back Olaino likely be returning as well, back in the team for the first time since last year, where he made him miss the AFCON. Osimhen and Nwabali, as well as Lookman, have not been part of the team since after the AFCON, but they are now expected to return to the team for the AFCON qualifiers. And of course, Charles is keen on ensuring that the team starts the qualifiers on a sound note and has decided against including any new player in the team, at least for now. Yes, he had the Unity Cup, he tested a lot of players, and it will be somehow, out of all those players that were tested, none of them makes it to the AFCON qualifiers, meaning he wants to stick with the team that took him to win the third place at the last AFCON.
Well, it's actually too early to actually conclude on that. Some of these players who, who were part of actually that, arrangement, many of them actually are quite new to their club. They are trying to actually cement their position. Some of them, are still trying to work out their transfer. But all of these players who participated, they just concluded AFCON, last year. These guys are actually, more like they don't have transfer issues. So inviting them over really makes an ideal sense. And for Stanley Nwabali, we also know that he's done with the transfer issue. He's back with his, team, Chippers United. And I think that's exactly what informed Richard's decision on, the players, not the fact that they are not good enough to be part of the, the Super Eagles at any point in time. So definitely, maybe after this one, when, season officially gets into steam, we'll start seeing some of these players who were part of that particular, friendly games to be part of this one. And then we'll also look at those players. I mean, I think there are just quite a few of them that will be part of this team. The likes of, Femi Aziz, who was a revelation, all through that particular spell of, you want to call it friendly game or a mini tournament. And also, Chiwike, who also showed himself, that he's actually a top player. And we also know the sort of trouble that Terry Murphy is trying to also come out of. So all of these things, I think it really does make, sense. But for these ones, they are quite settled in their club side. So it makes a lot of sense for, these guys to actually be the ones that will be called up to do business, for the Super Eagles now.
All right, of course, talking about Stanley Nwabali, the goalkeeping position alongside Maduka Okoye, we heard that Ocho Koronko is likely looking for a new club side. And if that be the case, will he be settled enough, ready to play in September in the AFCON qualifiers with a lot of that decision not being made, whether he's going to stay with his club side?
Yeah, it makes sense. I was actually even elaborating on the fact that many of them still have issues to actually settle with their club side. So Wrexham and, Otto Okonkwo is also one of those, deal that will definitely be following. Again, it's beautiful to actually see him. Now we get to see that healthy competition. I miss the days of Nyama, Ejide, and of course, Go. So we now have two goalkeepers who we look at and say, okay, they've got quality, let them slug it out, let them improve themselves, while looking at their shoulders. While in goal, you definitely know that there's no margin for error. There's the next person who is coming on board, definitely a man who can actually take the glove from you. So I think it's very beautiful for us to actually see. But then for the players as well, I think it's also very interesting to actually see them, hugging themselves and then, coming back as a family. I think it's beautiful, what we actually have in our hands right now.
All right, of course, if you take a look at the pool, Nigeria is actually in Group L of the AFCON qualifiers. And they've been paired in Group L alongside Madagascar, Guinea-Bissau, and co-host Tanzania, who are automatic qualifiers based on the fact that they are hosts of the tournament. And the tournament will be jointly co-hosted with Kenya and then Tanzania, as well as Uganda, from June 19 to July 17, 2027. And of course, with March Day 1 kicking off on September 2021, September 21, I beg your pardon, 2026, Nigeria will play host to Madagascar on the 23rd of September in Uyo. Madagascar, definitely you don't want to write them off. I remember, was it 2019 AFCON? Madagascar gave the Super Eagles a run for the money with Genotro. They had to escape that game by 3-2. So they'll be coming back here with such confidence, knowing that they can still take it against the Super Eagles.
Well, I think, if you take your mind back to how Genotro actually handled the Super Eagles, yeah, we know that he's got a very good percentage rate when it comes to winning. He barely loses games, but most of the time when we're actually playing as a team under Genotro, Super Eagles barely win games. It's actually a drag because of how conservative his approach is. Not like we don't have the quality to actually blow off Tanzania off the water, but it's just his approach. He likes to be very conservative. Super Eagles get one goal, kind of defend and all of that, relying on quality and then organization to actually push you through the lines. Players are not really expressive and all of that. So I don't want to use that Madagascar in 2019 to judge what we definitely will say under Eric Shaw. If what we've seen in last tournament Eric Shaw is anything to go, but I think last of Madagascar is in for a very, very big trouble because Super Eagles got the quality and we now have a coach who likes to see the boss express themselves. I think the Super Eagles should have this one easy peasy. Yes, it's not a call for them to be complacent, but then I think we have what it takes to actually go through this one effortlessly.
All right, we have all it takes to go through this one effortlessly. But if you take a look at the players he's invited, the last time we struggled in the World Cup qualifiers, some players were missing games. I hope that will not be the same case this time around under Coach Eric Shaw.
I want to believe they've learned their lessons, and the fact that they missed the World Cup still hurts them. So they know that the only way they can placate the Nigerian nation is to actually get a major trophy before this generation leaves the limelight. And how can they get it? It's just by doing everything they need to do to pick up that particular trophy in 2027. And definitely we'll start from now. They have to actually put all their games to bed. Yes, it might, win it as much as, make it so easy that maybe 2 to 3 games before the tournament, you're already through to the tournament. And then we can now start seeing, key players missing. And then the likes of, Femi Aziz and co coming in to actually show what they've got. Perhaps they'll be part of, players that will be going into the AFCON and all of that. I think for me, that's exactly what their mindset will be. Let's bury this. Let's make sure we are done with this in the first 4 games, so that at the end of the day, we look back and say, okay, yes, we're already through. So whatever happens in the remainder of the 2 games, nothing is going to actually stop us from making it to the AFCON.
All right, and of course, I hope the players will also be complacent, knowing that it's an AFCON qualifier. They shouldn't break a sweat this time around. They should prepare and wait maybe when the World Cup qualifiers come into play.
I think they are very hungry. I think they know that before the World Cup qualifiers will start, it's going to be probably sometimes late next year. So they want to actually put this one to bed and ensure that they focus on what's most important. I think where we should really focus our attention is the administration, right? The football administration of this.
Yes, I was going to say that because the election is going to be like 6 days away from that game in Uyo. And what does that mean? Because now there's an issue with the current NFF administration. Will the board still be in charge ahead of that game on the 21st? Will there be a FIFA ban looming for Nigeria? Will they be able to play that game? I hope all of these administrative lapses and issues will not affect that game.
So when I want to cut off the big grammar they use, to actually gloss the title of what they wanted to do. It's simply saying we've handed over the NFF to a caretaker committee. Basically, that's what they are saying. So if that's the case, then it means that we now have someone who the coaches and the players can actually speak to directly, which is the government in this case, right? Because the government is definitely the one who, through National Sport Commission, handling the particular office at the time. And now it means that the players will not have anything to worry. There's not going to be any third-party interference. Okay, we want this, and this thing should be given to us at this point. The coaches, the management at the time will definitely want to actually put everything into. And to the question of FIFA banning the Super Eagles and Nigerian football at the time, I mean, the conversations, they've already started it on a good front, but actually, informing FIFA ahead and saying, you know what, this is what we want to do. And then if FIFA okays it, then definitely there will be no issue, with Nigeria or anything that has to do with ban. But the most important thing here is that these players should get what they want. I don't care who is going to be in charge at the time. Either it's caretaker, even if it's Gosol, whoever it is going to be in charge at the time, that person should ensure that these guys get exactly what they want. That's the most important thing, because these guys need to qualify. What we've witnessed in the last, a couple of years from the Super Eagles and the Falcons is actually not a good tale, for someone who has been following Nigeria for a couple of years now. I mean, following our under 8 teams and even the main team, we've not had it this bad in a stretch, right? So it's not something. It's not a cycle we want to continue. So I think the first ray of light that we want to see is that the Super Eagles coming stronger, then dominate teams in this group. I think that's the very first thing. I know, I want to believe that these people, occupying this office are actually sane people, and every sane mind will know that the first, the first, white handkerchief or white flower that I want to see at this point is that the Super Eagles make it to the next round, or show that they have what it takes to actually deliver the goods. That's exactly what I want to believe. That's what they definitely will be delivering to the Super Eagles.
All right, talking about the statement performance from the get-go, and of course the administration should be right on spot so that at least we have learned from our mistakes and moving ahead. But it's quite a short period of time to really put all of this together and have a sane administration ahead of that game on the 21st of September. Anyway, it's still about a month away.
I don't think it's going to actually clash, because the administrators will be doing their thing, the players will be doing their thing. But the players just invite them, they come and play.
If the president is not settled because he's fighting for his job, and of course, if he's not in charge and he decides to have a court case against the government,
it's not going to stop football. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Hopefully. Anyway, let's go back to the Super 6, where Nigerians representatives in the 2026-2027 CAF inter-club competitions, namely Rangers International, Rivers United, and El Kanemi Warriors, will from today, the 19th of August, 2026, begin to test run their readiness for the African inter-club competitions and a 6-team NPFL preseason invitational tournament organized by the league body at the new Jos City Stadium in Jos. And of course, the tournament will also aid the preparations of 3 of the 4 clubs representing Nigeria on the continent, with the exception of Shooting Stars, who were barred from participating after the club signified its intention to mix its first-team players with some of its academy players. Yes, I was going to get to that. I don't want to hammer on that part of the conversation, talking about the situation of Shooting Stars, because I'm still trying to bring their media officer to give us his own side of the story. But let's just look at it from the scratch of it all. But look at Super 6 tournament in Jos. How far has preseason tournament helped Nigerian players when it comes to CAF competitions?
Well, you record the Eimba Inter Milan 7-1. And after Eimba lost 7-1 to Inter Milan, Eimba came back to Africa, won the Champions League back-to-back, dominated the league for several years. Yes, it says a lot about how preseason can actually shape a team. But then what quality of opponent are you playing? This is the question we should be asking. I don't know, but as it stands now, you and I know that we really do not have that much quality in the league. Top players, when they play one good season, they leave the shores of the country because of how the welfare of the players have been in the last couple of years. So I know the years Eimba and the likes of Shooting Stars were actually pushing and pushing their weight in Africa. They don't get to play all this sort of tournament. It shows that there's something fundamentally wrong with our quality. That's why we're actually doing this. And for banning Shooting Stars because they decide to bring in a academy player, it doesn't even make any sense to me. Again, it says a lot about the question. Now, I'll look at it from 2 poles, right? I'll look at it from the organizer's position. They're looking for everything. They're looking at everything, producing their best, so that, like they say, iron sharpens iron, right? But then we've seen across the world, academy players even playing the UEFA Champions League, and they come out good. Doman was very good for Arsenal every single time he was called up. Maskelly was amazing. The likes of, Nico Riley did amazing well. Cole Palmer, these guys grew up from the academy. If you don't give academy players, because academy people talk about today, came from there.
But wouldn't it have been an issue if they are just going ahead to register the players as their players? Instead of telling them, okay, these guys are academy players. Academy players are as good as players of the same club side.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the rhetoric is. If they say they are academy player, they didn't even mention it. It doesn't make any difference. Shooting Stars is coming to play. That's it. It doesn't change anything. Why should sometimes we even take things that are very unnecessary, we make it so big that you start questioning the rationale of the people who are actually making decisions, for our football. See, I see no reason nothing wrong with what Shooting Stars has done, except there's an underlying issue that the organizers of this particular competition is not telling us. Maybe until then, but as far as I'm concerned, from where I stand, I think what they're actually doing, to Shooting Stars, for me, doesn't even make any sense.
All right, and of course, Plateau United won their game earlier today, and of course, the game between Mighty Jets and I'm trying to get that one is ongoing. At halftime, it's still goalless, and so far so good. David Sewomi has said that this competition is meant to actually prepare talking about the club sides ahead of the CAF competitions. But with what we have seen in time past, the fact that our Nigerian teams have declined when it comes to the CAF Champions League and the CAF Confederations Cup. We've seen the draws as well. They're very, very competitive draws. And of course, we've seen some unusual names. Surprisingly, these names sometimes now recently beat the NPFL sides in terms of quality at the end of the day. But do you really have confidence that there's going to be an NPFL Super 6 that will eventually spur these guys to go ahead and do the country proud on the continent?
Let me be very honest with you, Jerry. First of all, we don't have the quality that we used to have, unfortunately, and it's due to economy. So that's one. Two, the group that they say is the group of death for, I think it was Shootings Rivers United. Talking about all of them having to be in a very difficult group. And I look at the group. One of them had, a club side from Niger. I was asking myself, right? Gone are the days Nigerians get, Aimba gets, teams from, all these countries, and they are just, easy peasy, walkover, right? But then when you get to see names like this, and they say the Nigerian team is in the group of, they start asking yourself what really has gone wrong with our football. Because, back in the days when we go for CAF Champions League, we know that our biggest threat, right, is coming from, North Africa. South African club sides walk over. Clubs from the East African side, maybe the likes of Simba of Tanzania, these guys actually showed that they were quite a very top side at the time. But then Imba 5-1 naturally when they come to Aba, we see these guys do this business week in week out, right? And then when you talk about there are other countries where you say okay, they have like in Sudan, for example, Al Hilal of Sudan. Yes, at some point they were actually doing so well because they had a lot of Nigerians that they actually took over to their league, and they were El Merreikh as well in that particular country. They were doing a lot. So at that point you look at the Sudanese league and say okay, yes, because they were pumping a lot of money. But hey, now in 2026 we're having conversation, we're talking about Nigeria and talking about Nigerian team in group of them. I find it quite funny, but then it's a reflection of the level that we presently are in at this point. And it's quite very interesting to actually see these things, and then you get to know that it's a very terrible state to be in. But unfortunately, you look at these things and then you start asking yourself, what exactly should we do to come back to where we were before?
All right, what exactly we need to do to come back to where we were before? And of course, taking a look at the Wildcats, Plateau United and Mighty Jets as far as that one is concerned. And of course, as we speak, the second half of the game between Ekan Warriors and Mighty Jets is currently on, and about 48 minutes, and that's the second half of that game, and it's still goalless affair as far as that game is concerned. Plateau United played earlier and won their game as a wildcard team. We expect them maybe home advantage could be the reason why it looks like everything is working together for good at the new Jos City Stadium out there. And of course, the pitch looks interesting, but I don't know whether it's good enough to host CAF Champions League or CAF Confederations Cup games because league champions Regions International and runners-up Rivers United alongside Federations Cup winners El Warriors, who are in just to participate in the tournament that also features 2 white cards from the host state, Plateau United and Mighty Jets, don't really have standard pitches. We hear they'll be playing most of their games away from home in Abeokuta, meaning that I don't know why this New Jersey City Stadium is not also considered, because anyway, maybe it's too far from teams like Rivers United and Rangers, because Rangers will be coming from the east and Rivers United from the south.
So again, Jerry, it goes back to what we are actually saying. Back in the days, our teams, when they go for Champions League, they play their games, in front of their crowd. All the Imba Champions League games were played right there at their Battersea stadiums. When Rangers also went there, Cathedral. See, there's a massive decline, not just in quality, there's also a massive decline in infrastructure. And that's what the problem is right now. We need to fix a lot of things if we want to, if we want to compete at the highest level when it comes to, football in Africa. And it's unfortunate that, Soname has to actually be the one that will be bailing us at this point. Jerry, it's not something that we should be proud of. I really don't even like to talk about it when, I'm faced with, conversation around Nigerian football. And then we're looking at, club sides, top club side that have been, on ground for ages. If we were discussing, about, club sides like, maybe, Inter Lagos, Sporting Lagos, these ones that have just been around for, a few years, Ikorodu United, saying, okay, they don't have that quality. We understand that, they really don't have it. That's exactly because they've not been, around for a while. But these guys have been around for years, and yet we are still battling, something that's as basic as infrastructure. These guys have always been the ones that have been recycling themselves to represent Nigeria at the highest level. So why are we having this kind of conversation around them? It's really unfortunate. It goes back to the fact that, the MPFL doesn't even have a cap when it comes to infrastructure. Because, if you're playing at the highest level of a league, you should actually meet at least the basic requirement of competing at the continental level. That should be the prerequisite for a club side. But unfortunately, it's anyhow next year in this country. And that's exactly why a club side that even trains in the primary school, will definitely be part of the MPFL, because they've actually, find a way to actually defeat, teams that, were sleeping at the point. Jerry, it's a very terrible field.
All right, a very terrible field. And of course, we'll give you update as far as the Super 6 is concerned. On all our sister programs and talking about Sport Republic and on Locker Room whenever we hit your screens. And let's talk about some bit of tragedy as far as Nigerian football is concerned. Some weeks ago or two, was it last week actually, where a certain Katsina United player slumped and died on the pitch. Another tragedy has struck again in Nigerian football, where a young referee, talking about Awang Solomon and Maram, has reportedly died after collapsing during a fitness test at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja on Tuesday. And of course, Solomon, who was said to have been among a group of promising young referees being groomed for future international appointments, reportedly became unwell during the exercise before he later passed away. And of course, his death has thrown the refereeing community into mourning, with the African Referees University describing him as a young and promising official and expressing shock over his sudden passing. According to the institution, Maram joined the African Referees University about a year ago and has shown considerable promise as he pursued a career in football officiating. The tragedy is particularly poignant as Maram reportedly got married only 3 weeks ago. Of course, he and his wife had yet to have children before his untimely death. Maram was reportedly part of a group of 25 young referees undergoing development with the aim of producing future Nigerian international match officials. And of course, his death has once again highlighted the importance of comprehensive medical screening, appropriate fitness test protocols, and immediate emergency medical support during high-intensity sporting activities. And of course, while details surrounding the exact cause of death were not immediately available, a medical examination or autopsy would be required to establish the circumstances surrounding his death. And of course, yes, this is one too many. Quite a young lad, if you say. And he joins Uzo in the other realm. It's pretty sad. What a year it's been. Okay. and just got married just 3 weeks ago.
It's unfortunate.
Wow.
I mean, words cannot really describe the the tragedy for the wife right now and the family of this young man. And again, the description African Union of Referee actually gave him shows that he's actually someone who is dedicated to his craft. It's unfortunate that this thing happens, but then who are we to actually question anybody's time? Maybe it's just his time for him to actually exit the scene. Of course, he did that, albeit in a very sorrowful way when a lot of expectation was on his shoulder. But then I mean, it's one of those things that you get to hear that you just look back and start asking yourself questions. Whatever it is that you do in this life, you just have to be diligent, because when people will write your story, let's be a story that will be written with joy, and then people talk about you in a very good light. Unfortunate for him, and of course his friends and well wishers. It's one of those stories you don't want to hear about someone you love, but then I will just have to take it as it comes. But for this young man, I mean, for the case of Ozo, who the Nigerian league player who actually passed on a couple of weeks, we actually know the cause of that one, and of course how there was no first responders on the pitch and all of that. But for his own case, it seems like a case of medical checkup not properly done. But still, at this point, it feels like the whole situation around his passing is still very much sketchy. So I think it will make a lot of sense if after a couple of hours or days we get to know what really led to what, if it's negligence or if it's just something that happened, and one of those things that we cannot really place our hands on. But unfortunate, it did happen, and I just hope the family find the nerves to actually bear the unfortunate loss.
All right, and of course, rest in peace to Baram, the referee who slumped and gave up out there in Abuja at the Mobile, is that Moshood Abiola Stadium out there in Abuja. Okay, away from that, let's talk about one man who is nursing an injury, and that is Itafe midfielder Chris Santos Uche has undergone successful surgery after sustaining a knee injury during a preseason friendly. Uche picked up the injury during Getafe's friendly encounter against AS Monaco on August 6. According to reports, the Nigerian international underwent surgery in Lyon, France. The midfielder will now begin his rehabilitation as he works towards returning to full fitness. Uche is expected to miss the entire of the 2026-2027 season. He's just 23 years of age. He spent last season on loan at Premier League club side Crystal Palace. We all know there was even a video where he was actually seen crying and shedding tears. That was sometime in May, maybe through the agony and depression of what he was actually going through under Glasner's management out there at Crystal Palace. But this injury is a big setback for the young man who's just 23.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, the next WAFCON will come up, around this time. We should be done with it. So, which means he's going to be out of the season and most likely missing the AFCON. So, it's not a place that you actually want to be at this point. His coach, the man who actually groomed him yesterday, I was actually here yesterday, was talking about the young man, how he's actually quite dedicated to his craft and all. But it's not a good place to be at this point. When you're actually rising, you've gotten your call up, you've had opportunities to be part of the Super Eagles, and now when you should be expecting and anticipating to be part of the next tournament, the biggest showpiece in Africa, and now you're having a season-long injury. But then I just wish him speedy recovery, comes back, and then to his best, and give the Super Eagles and of course the club side what they expect from a player with his talent. I mean, I want to also believe medically it's in the safe hands. He's definitely going to come back stronger than the way he actually left it.
All right. Hopefully he comes back well and strong. The entire season is a long time to be out. That means we might only be seeing him next season, and that means that's quite a very, very big setback. That means he's going to miss from now to next year.
I mean, a lot of players have gone through that. I mean, Rodri was also went through that spell. When I think the season that Liverpool won the league, so he went through that particular spell. So these things happen sometimes. You get to face this challenge, and you get to struggle.
All right, it is what it is. Anyway, let's go back to another very precarious situation when it comes to life threatening. We can confirm from what is happening at Bayern, where the Bayern Munich honorary president Uli Hoeneß has revealed neurologists provided written confirmation Jamal Musiala was able to play after he collapsed again for the second time in 4 days, admitting he was left speechless by the star collapsing twice on the pitch. 4 days interval. Musiala, who's 23, revealed on Tuesday that he's receiving treatment for neurological dysfunction, which has led to his on-pitch collapses. I've been going through what it actually means. It's a very rare form of disease, or let's say occurrence, because it's not actually a disease that stays in your body for long, but his body system has to do with maybe he's not having lots of rest, and yeah, he just happens to be, it's happening to him, and he's involved in a sport where he needs to play lots of football. Do you think maybe something was not actually right in terms of his diagnosis before he was allowed to play those 2 games, in spite of maybe the warnings?
So the worst kind of issue to have is a neurological issue. Any issue that has to do with your spine and your brain, it's a very terrible one, because if that particular area shuts down, you can't stand, right? Basically, that's what it means. And I wonder why they actually certify him to keep playing while they know he's got, a neurological problem. And something about neurological problems that I've come to know or understand in my life is that when you have it, right, it's something that is progressive. You get to learn new things. Research, keep showing you new things about that particular thing. I mean, he's going to be, more like, a lab rat, because they are yet to even really fully understand what's wrong with this. Is actually a very rare, issue with him. And unfortunately, right, the way it seems, right, we might not be seeing Jamal, being active, because now Bayern Munich could be very, very worried about him. The German national team also will be worried about him. No club wants to sign him again with this condition until there is a medical condition, a medical report that says he's free, and then we see him play football very well again for at least 1 year without having this blip. But until that time comes, trust me, Jamal Musiala is a player who has actually come to almost the end of his career as it stands now. I just hope he comes out of this. It's a very terrible challenge. It's a very sad place to be in, and neurological issues are quite very complicated.
All right, the Bayern star fell just 6 minutes after coming off the bench during their 4-2 victory over Heidenheim in a preseason friendly, and Harry Kane was one of the first to react to the situation, gesturing to his teammates to form a shield around Musiala for his privacy, while some had already headed over to form a barrier. And of course, the 33-year-old was seen having his arm to get more players to join them. The German attacker received medical treatment after the incident, but appeared to be dazed and had to be supported as he walked off the pitch, with Cassiano Chiala coming on in his place in the 61st minute. And Musiala also collapsed during Bayern's 3-1 friendly victory over RB Leipzig in the sweltering heat on Saturday. So we might not be seeing him for a while until that diagnosis is actually certain that he's good to go once more. Yes, we wish him speedy recovery. Jamal Musiala is a great talent, and let's not forget he's actually Nigerian by birth at some point in time. Okay, yes.
By origin.
Yeah, by origin. Okay. Yes, and of course our hearts are with him. Hopefully he gets back to playing football, which he actually loves. Okay, let's go back to some bit of Mourinho controversy. The special one, the only one himself. Jose Mourinho told Vinicius Jr. it was not worth leaving Real Madrid, as he successfully persuaded the Brazilian to remain at the club. The 26-year-old had entered the final 12 months of his contract at the Bernabeu, meaning he would have been able to leave Real for free next summer. Premier League champions Arsenal were altered to the possibility of landing one of the world's top wingers as contract talks wore on, but Vinicius Jr. eventually committed his future to Real Madrid earlier this month by signing a 6-year contract. Okay, yes, I believe that Mourinho would have told him, don't go to that club that I have dubbed the specialist in failure under Arsene Wenger reign. Why would you want to leave almighty Real Madrid and join Arsenal? Yes, and I know Mourinho, he's very cheeky. he would say that and even more.
But I don't think he would have said that. That's not just
No,
won the league.
even that one,
they just won the league and they got to the Champions League final.
Yeah, he will say that that's not enough. You are talking about a multiple Champions League winning team where you have lots of opportunities to win trophies, and me, the special one, I'm here. So what else do you want?
They've not won a major trophy over 2 years.
Mourinho will say he has going to change that, and he has to be a part of it. He has to be a part of a new dream. I know Mourinho, yes.
I think not just Mourinho what kept Vinicius. I think they met his terms. That's why he actually stayed. It's not about what Mourinho
His terms were not actually met 100%. I think he was actually asking for 100% image rights, for instance, but they only gave him 80.
That's fair enough. I mean, that means...
But Mbappe has 100, which he feels that he has given so much to the club. The club should have given much more to him.
No, the case for Mbappe is quite different. Mbappe came into Real Madrid
as a bigger boy.
No, free agent. Madrid didn't pay them to actually bring him.
He was a bigger boy.
No.
When Vinicius came to Real.
If Madrid had coughed out money to bring Kylian, there's no way.
They'll give him 100%.
Yes, there's no way. But of course, because they know they didn't actually spend anything on him, and that's why the conditions for his own, deal was actually different. So you get to look at these things, and then you get to understand that sometimes you look at these situations and you start asking yourself, if Vinicius or Mourinho actually had an idea of what Vinicius was actually going through. Vinicius did a lot for Real Madrid before Mbappe came.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So it's actually quite fair to have that conversation that no, you guys cannot actually treat me like that. But I think it's actually a very fair deal. If someone is asking for 100, you give the person 80. If the person really loves the place, the person will want to stay, because it's all about you've shifted ground. You've shown that okay, you really want him to stay by giving him as much as 80. What's the difference between 80 and 100?
All right, still with Real Madrid this time around, after a rare 2 years without major silverware, Real are looking for a way back to the top, and the Spain captain Rodri was tipped to help with that. With Rodri entering the final year of his Man City contract and having previously expressed a desire to return to Spain during his career, Real and Barcelona swooped, but the man ultimately chose to make the move to La Liga champions Barcelona in a deal worth £65 million. And Mourinho has explained the doubt he felt over his side's pursuit of the midfielder. He said, and I quote, "We talked a couple of times and Real Madrid made him a good offer. Rodri had doubts and his doubts made me doubtful," Mourinho said. He is a remarkable player and he behaved correctly at all times with us. But the skill of Real Madrid is that you can't have players here who think twice about coming. I wish him well, not too well, obviously, but I wish him well. That is Mourinho for you. Definitely, that's the way he will actually talk about the situation. But you don't go to Real Madrid having double mind. You just have to know that this is Real Madrid I want to go to, because they are first choice.
So first, this statement from Jose Mourinho, has further reinforced the fact that Rodri only wants to join Barcelona. Madrid was just, the debate, yes, for Barcelona to come to the table. Yes, exactly. Initially people were saying, Real Madrid failed to meet the term, and so many persons, myself included, saying no, Rodri wants to actually play for Barcelona because his style will suit Barcelona more. But he just wants, something that will pull Barcelona, and that is definitely going to be Madrid. The same way Arsenal, is that thing that will bring Real Madrid to the table. Losing Vinicius to an Arsenal side that defeated them is not what they want. It's them strengthening an Arsenal side that they might most likely meet again in Champions League. So they look at all of these variables and say, it's not a very good deal for us to actually pull at this time. Now, for Rodri joining Barcelona, it's going to be quite interesting. Jose Mourinho spoke so well, and by saying that, I wish him well,
but not so well.
The thing is this: Rodri as a player, is going to really do so well with that Barcelona side. Yeah. But again, I trust Mourinho. Mourinho is a diffuser. You understand how to actually break patterns. Barcelona has got a very beautiful pattern, but Mourinho understands what it takes. And he's got the tools as well to actually break Barcelona pattern. So going into this particular season now, Mourinho is fighting for Real Madrid to come back as a major force in Spanish La Liga. Because last 2 seasons, Barcelona, lack of a better word, rubbish Real Madrid and all of their efforts in transfer windows. They come into games, they spank them. So it's not what they want to continue to see. And who else can actually do it than a man who has actually done it before? He broke the Pep Guardiola's, a monopoly. Maybe it's time to also do it again against a certain Hansi Flick. But again, for players making transfer, there are certain clause about top teams and of course top managers. If Rodri was actually playing this, hanky panky under a coach, say Xabi Alonso, or a manager who is not at the very top of his, who has not seen it all, right? He might actually be forcing Madrid to actually, take it easy with him and find a way to actually coerce, massage him to actually bring him, on board. But for a top manager, they understand one simple principle: you must want to be here first, right? You cannot, bring a player who does not want to bleed for this jersey. It's just like going after a woman who, is not really in love with you. All the days of your life, you continue to spend money. And when you run out of money,
everything to please her,
you do everything to spend her, to please her. And when you run out of money, or when you run out of those things that you've used to actually keep her, she will definitely leave you stranded when you need her the most. And that's exactly what Rodri is actually, what Jose Mourinho is actually trying to tell us here. That, hey, we understand that in relationship, it has to be give and take. If you're not willing to actually give your 100%, there's no point you coming down here.
All right, of course, it is what it is. That's Jose Mourinho for you on the second return. Hopefully, he gets all the answers in the interest of his relationship with Real Madrid. And of course, I'll give you some more update this time around. Let's go to the Premier League, where it looks like everyone in the Premier League wants clarity and a speedy resolution in the case against Manchester City, which features more than 100 alleged breaches in of its financial rules, says Arsenal Chief Executive Richard Garlick. And of course, an independent commission is yet to publish a ruling more than a year and a half after a disciplinary hearing concluded, and 3.5 years since City were first charged. And City have always denied wrongdoing, and when asked if the length of time the process was taken was frustrating Arsenal, Garlick said it has gone on for a very long time. Everybody, the league and the teams, would want the clarity around what's going to happen next. But it's not something, he said, and I quote, that I can control. It's not something that I can speculate on, and I just hope that there is a solution very quickly. And I know why Arsenal might be interested in this, because on 2 of those occasions, they missed the Premier League title. They were the bridesmaids, and of course, who don't want to take over the home where you were jealously being the bridesmaid twice on 2 occasions.
Well, it's unfortunate that we're actually having this 115 charge conversation till now. But the truth is, I don't think Man City is guilty, as far as I'm concerned. If there's anything I know about cases like this, at the end of the day, it might take 10 years, it might take 20 years, but as soon as possible, they find a way to actually bring it to bed. Look at Chelsea; they served their sanction. Aston Villa,
even Everton last season,
Everton
as quickly as
So
possible.
we've seen these things happen.
Even Nottingham Forest last season too.
And last season, the last time Pep Guardiola was asked, he said they are not guilty. That he spoke with the chief and all of that. They said they didn't do anything wrong. And the last verdict that came out, if you go through it, you know that Man City doesn't even look like a team that will be punished. So talk more of them being stripped of their title. I don't think that's ever even going to happen. Even if at the end they want to sanction Man City for certain wrongdoing, it's never going to involve them losing any of their title. That's what I'm setting up. So Pep Guardiola is already gone now, and it's also expected that the biggest challenge of Arsenal's dominance in this new post-Pep Guardiola era is still Man City, based on the fact that some of the players.
I don't think they've dispelled that with that Community Shield showing against Maresca.
It doesn't change anything. They're still very much the biggest challenge Arsenal will face. So even if Arsenal goes on to win the league, they are still very much. So as much as possible, you want to weaken your biggest opponent, and that's exactly what Garlic is actually doing. So it's quite expected.
All right, and of course, let's talk some transfer updates. Arsenal have agreed a deal worth more than £50 million to sign Aston Villa defender Ezri Konsa. What does that bring to the Arsenal side? They already have Magalhaes, Saliba, Nkapi, Ben White, all in that centre-back pairing. Do they need Ezri Konsa?
Absolutely, they do. Last season before last, intermittently they were losing either Saliba or Gabriel. There was a time they also lost, both of them at some point, and it's really, gave them a very, very hard time. Of course, remember last season, one of the major reasons Man City also lost the league was when they lost Vadio and Ruben Diaz. Their defense was shaky until they had to, bring in McGahey and of course force the inexperienced Kushinov to force him to play a lot of game, and then they gain lost, some stability. So these things happen. You need that depth to actually compete at the next level. And with the way Arsenal have actually played, their players not having enough rest, they went to the World Cup, blah, blah, blah. Many things happen, so you expect them to get fact that at some point injuries might hit them. So key players at the centre back might not play a lot of games, and that's why Bruno Guimaraes also came in, because he might be seeing the likes of Declan Rice also missing some games this season, and they also need a player who can actually help them going forward, and that's where this Guimaraes also comes in. Also look at the centre back now. As Reconsa is there, Mosquera will also be there, so we'll be expecting to see pairing of these two guys. If even there's a certain Heroin Capi, if he decides to actually play three-man centre back, you recall that Timber is here to actually come back after over a year now. I mean, it's just been in and out. It's not been regular. So I mean, you just imagine what will happen if they don't have a Ben White. And now we're also looking at Clafori, who's also very barely consistent because of injury. There's Miles Kelly. So you need that depth if you want to compete at the highest level. So going for a player of Reconsa's quality is a big plus. Not just the fact that they actually strengthen that position now. They're bringing someone with huge Premier League experience and a player who's shown that he can actually hold his own at the highest level. And not to also forget, it's coming from a team that is quite conservative. They know how to defend, so it's going to add a lot to Arsenal's a defensive solidity. So I think it's a very big buy for Arsenal. I think Mikel Arteta did anticipate this one well, knowing that they might have defensive lapses during the season.
All right, then we are 28. What a better way to go as far as Twilight's career is concerned, even if it means playing on the bench for Ezri Konsa. Anyway, Aston Villa, however, has confirmed the signing of goalkeeper Zion Suzuki. You remember that man, the Japanese goalkeeper, and left back Matteo Ruggeri. Japan international Suzuki makes the move to Villa Park from Italian side Parma for a fee in the region of £30 million. An Italian fullback Ruggeri joins Villa in a deal worth £17 million from La Liga side at Let's Go Madrid. Yes, these are very interesting players for £30 million. Maybe the next Buffon made the move from Parma to Juve and became one of the greatest of all time. It is a difficult call anyway.
Well, at the time Buffon made that move in 2002 from Parma to Juve, that was £32 million. I don't think any goalkeeper can actually beat that. £32 million for a goalkeeper as far back as 2002 says a lot about the quality of the young man that time. But then to Zion Suzuki, it's going to be quite interesting because the quality of goalkeeper that he's going to be filling his boots in person of Martinez. I'll be expecting Martinez to leave before the transfer window wraps up.
He's still struggling to get a new.
Yes, I mean the deal with Juve eventually collapsed at some point. I don't know what really went wrong, but then I still believe he's definitely going to make that move away. And if he stays, then definitely Suzuki is going to have a lot to actually deal with, because that man's not just experience, it's also a very top shot stopper.
Right, very difficult to bench Roberto Martinez. And of course, finally, Inter Milan are closing in on a deal worth €35 million for Liverpool midfielder Curtis Jones. In June, Liverpool rejected a verbal offer, but it looks like that deal might happen. The man has been fighting over the captain armband. Maybe it's best he goes now so that peace will reign back in the dressing room.
Well, it's sad for me to see, Inter Milan sign a player of this quality. I was hoping he's going to remain at Liverpool, but unfortunately.
Yeah. Anyway, he's just 25 years of age. And of course, it looks like there's an English revolution out there in Inter. They've signed John Stones.
Jet Spence.
And now they're going for Curtis Jones. And of course, that's much you can take on the program. And of course, big thanks to Ikechukwu for being awesome on the show today.
So good to be here, Jerry.
All right, big thanks to the guys who made sure the program is to your delight. Talking about the likes of Shegun, not leaving out Sam, as well as Hassan. And of course, talking about the new guy, Michael. All right, my name is Jerry Apelhai saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Do stay tuned.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenini, and this is Vop TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to Vop TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to Vop TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Vop TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Vop TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Vop TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your...
Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Well, tonight, the road to the 2027 elections takes center stage as operation forces appear to be intensifying efforts to build a stronger challenge to the ruling APC. Well, from the proposed collaboration between opposition lawmakers and the G100 coalition to plans for a national opposition summit, the question is whether Nigeria's opposition parties can overcome the divisions that weakened their chances in 2023 and present a more coordinated alternative. We'll also turn to NDC's Peter Obi and activist Aisha Yusufu following fresh allegations surrounding her proposed role in the 2027 campaign. While the claims about access to a campaign account remain unverified, Yusufu has indicated that her approach to the next election will be different, with greater emphasis on grassroots mobilization and protecting the integrity of the vote. And in the United States, far away United States, a legal and political battle over the release of records relating to allegations involving President Tinubu's drug case is generating renewed attention. Well, with fresh demands for transparency and a court-ordered deadline approaching, what could the release of these records mean for Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and the wider political conversation in Nigeria? Well, these are the issues we unpack tonight, separating verified facts from allegations and political claims, as we look beyond the headlines and examine what it could mean for Nigeria's journey to 2027. Now, this is Political Lens, and it's an interactive program, and so you can be a part of this conversation by calling in on numbers scrolling on your screen. Now, the number is 081-3871-4129. I'll take that again for emphasis and clarity. 081-3871-412 now. Now, let's bring in our guest. We've been joined in the studio by Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter and a political affairs analyst. He will help us provide context to these topics. Good evening, Dele, and thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
We appreciate your presence as always.
Thanks so much.
Now, before we get into these conversations, let's bring you up to the minute of political events in Nigeria, what we call political updates. And we'll go to Ekiti State, where former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has argued that ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar is too old to contest the 2027 election, comparing him to former United States President Joe Biden. Atiku is now really old. He is a good man, but time has caught up with him, Fayose said, adding that Atiku, President Bola Tinubu, and Peter Obi are all facing their last chance to contest the presidency. Well, Fayose also questioned the prospects of Atiku's running mate, Rotimi Amechi, particularly in Rivers State, saying he will have limited support because the ADC lack strong grassroots structures there. Most of the ADC members are not on ground, Ayo Fayose said. Well, I'm quoting Ayo directly. Away from that, we'll go to the Middle Belt, where former sports minister and ADC chieftain Solomon Dalong has predicted that President Bola Tinubu will suffer a woeful defeat in the 2027 presidential election. Citing the recent Osho governorship election, Dalong said even if Tinubu appointed his wife, Remi Tinubu, as CJ and as Chief Justice of Nigeria, and his son, Sheyi Tinubu, as INEC chairman, he will still lose. What happened in Oshun is a confirmation of what I have said 2 years ago, he said. Dalong also criticized political leaders for failing to prioritize Nigerians' welfare and urged them to focus on their legacy rather than accumulating wealth. He said regionalism and the government's performance will influence the 2027 vote, arguing that the election will ultimately be about the candidate Nigerians want to lead them. 2027 is not going to be an issue of Tinubu. It is not even going to be an issue of opposition, Dalong said. When we move away from that, we'll go to the Federal Capital Territory, where the Minister Nyesom Wike said he will have personally gone to Osun State to help the APC secure victory in the governorship election if President Bola Tinubu had been determined to win at all costs. But speaking on Tuesday while inspecting flood-prone areas in Abuja, Wike suggested that his absence from Osun election was deliberate and implied that he could have made a difference if he had been called upon. I would have been there if Tinubu wanted APC to win at all costs, Wike said. And finally, APP governorship candidate General Ijoma Nwokoro Ijoma, retired, has vowed to pursue the release of Nnamdi Kanu if elected governor of Abia State in 2027. He said he will use every legal, political, and social means available, arguing that Kanu's detention raises issues of liberty, justice, and the rule of law. Ijoma also accused the federal government of treating Kanu differently because of his Igbo background. Ijoma promised to outperform Governor Alex Oti across sectors, particularly infrastructure, and said his administration will prioritize accountability and direct engagement with citizens. Reacting to the Osun election, he argued that incumbency and intimidation have limits, warning the APC not to repeat the mistake of the PDP. He also insisted that the 2027 election will not be won on social media, but through support and choice of the voters. Now, that is the political update we bring to you. But before we get into the major topic of conversation, Dele, I'd like for you to react. Wike is at it again. If the president wanted APC to win at all costs, I would have been there. The president would have sent me there. Can you help us interpret this? What does Wike mean? Is he telling us, hey, I've been doing the yeoman's job, I've been doing odd jobs for the president. And the president, up until this moment, we have not heard him say, young man, what do you mean? What are you talking about? How do you briefly?
I think Wike is trying to overreach himself and giving a posturing that is Tinubu's Man Friday. Yes, to some extent, from what we have seen, he has done certain things that ordinarily will make him look like somebody occupying that space. But in the case of election in Osun, I'm sure that if the president had sent Wike, he would likely decline. Because the odds
Wike would have likely declined.
Declined, yes.
Why
because
so? Why
the
would it
odds
decline? Okay.
were stacked against APC in Osun.
Even when they had more than 10 governors in the state.
Those ones, what would they have done? The only thing governors do when they mobilize for circle election is to mobilize funds.
Okay. But if it's about mobilizing funds, they don't need to show presence. Like what they did in Edo State. They stopped the sitting governor in Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, from accessing the collation center. And it was at that point that the damage was done.
You see, if you recall that about 2 weeks before that election, I was saying something that Tinubu was torn between long-standing relationship and party loyalty.
Okay.
You understand? And that at some point, you also recall that I said, at this point, that was about 5 days to the election, having called some people that are major stakeholders in Osun who were ready to volunteer information because of our still long-standing relationship. I knew that Tinubu was going to be aloof in that election because it is better for him to even be aloof and allow things to play out the way it should have naturally played out.
So apparently you're saying that Wike's presence wouldn't have made it.
It wouldn't have made any difference.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Now we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll get into the first major topic of conversation. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Let's quickly run into it. Well, reports claim that Peter Obi allegedly approached a senior Nigerian Democratic Congress figure, probably Seraki Dixon, we'll find out in the course of the intro, to make Aisha Yusufu a signatory to the party's campaign account. Well, according to the ex-user, Lawrence Okoro, the proposal was rejected and Yusufu allegedly said she will not take an active campaign role without access to the account. However, the claim has not been independently verified, but Yusufu has publicly said her role in the 2027 election will differ from her highly visible participation in 2023. Rather than traveling extensively with Peter Obi, she plans to focus on grassroots mobilization and monitoring the protection, collation, and transmission of votes. The report also notes that Yusufu moved with Obi to the NDC after leaving the ADC and unsuccessfully sought the party's senatorial ticket in the FCT. She has had disagreements with NDC figures, including the national leader, Seraki Dixon, who said he and Obi offered her a House of Representatives ticket that she declined. Now, neither Obi nor Yusufu has confirmed the latest allegation about the campaign account. Dele, let me come to you. How much credibility should we accord this report? Should the NDC be talking about opening an account almost 6 months after its registration? Is it a report or something we should believe? They're having problems because they wanted to open an account and Peter Obi said, well, I need Aisha Yusufu to be a signatory to that account. And from reports we heard that according to Lawrence Okoro, a member of the NDC and an ex-user, Seraki Dixon, shouted Peter Obi down and said, well, I don't want any of that. This is not the first time we are getting to hear that there might be this kind of small friction, in the NDC regarding the role of the national leader, the role of the presidential candidate, and all of that. Do you think that this is a report we should take to the bank? Is it something that should give Nigerians worry or members of the NDC?
You see, if you take a study of this test altercation, if it is actually true, you will know that it's foreboding and it's another crisis brewing, another crisis in the making. Because one, Seriake believes he owns this party and that NDC was owned by him, registered by him, and he has all the structures on ground before Kwakwanso and Obi came to NDC. And he offered them the ticket. That is the belief of Seriake Dixon. But the Obedient saw NDC as a party that has not even gone into any reckoning at all, and that they believe that it is their influx into that party that gave the oxygen to NDC. So it becomes a kind of balancing act.
Okay.
Who owns this party? Who runs this party? If you don't forget, during the primaries, it played out that Aisha was even at the eye of the storm. Aisha wanted Senate ticket. But the party, even P2B also, was said to have offered her a free House of Rep ticket. But she insisted that she wanted Senate. And so they felt that she overreached herself. Rather than going to consensus, they now went for party primaries. And the woman in Abuja beat her to the ticket.
Did she go? I'm not sure that she went. Did she go into the primary?
She went for the
no,
primary.
She didn't. She stepped aside.
Maybe at the last minute she stepped aside.
Yes.
But it was going like for the primary.
It was a consensus thing. It was a
consensus
thing.
No, I think I can't really figure out what really
there was no primary. It was a consensus thing.
Okay. Now, you see, this woman, Aisha Yusuf, is still carrying the baggage of Labour Party. You recall that at the height of crisis in Labour Party, she was fingered not to have dropped the account.
Rendered the account.
Rendered account.
Okay.
You know, and that I don't know how it was settled amongst them, but it was part of the reasons why they said she had to come back and render account of spendings and how much was paid into that account. I think it was the 1,000 naira challenge.
Yes.
You know, now you are coming to this party and P2B, according to the report, said she must also be part of the signatory to that account.
I'm not sure about the word must. P2B just said, well.
Okay, he recommended her to be part of the account signing process. Now, given the fact that this woman had also been fingered in Labour Party's imbroglio, Seriake now said no, for good reason. I would have expected that, having not cleared that issue with Labour Party, P2B would have recommended somebody else apart from Aisha. And now, what this will now result to is there will be contestation for ownership of that party.
Exactly.
Between Obedient and
in fact,
Seriake.
In fact, even there are even three tracks there: the Obedient, the Kwakwansia, and the Seriake Dixon camp. But
no, as long as Kwakwanso submits to the authority of Obi as his principal, there may not be much issue setting a stage for 3 contestants.
It might not just be about Kwakwanso submitting himself to Obi. It could be about officialdom. Like last week or 2 weeks ago, or there about a fortnight, we had Esther Udom, Esther Udom, who is a staff of Peter Obi, personal staff, photographer and all of that, had problems with some people that work with Seriake Dixon. And at some point, we also had some kind of frictions between members of the Obedient and Kwakwanso movement in terms of sharing of offices and all of that.
Yeah, but that was in Kano.
In Kano, Away from that, I like for us to pursue clarity here. And I think that Aisha Yusufu did actually render the account of the 1,000 naira challenge, because if she didn't, I'm not sure that people like Julius Abure and Arab
just let it go.
Who just let it go. They will have, looked for a way to make trouble. And I'm also not sure that if she didn't, that Obi will have recommended her. If all of this happens to be true, it's just, Obi has not said, well, this is what happened. He might never say.
That's why
Aisha Yusuf has not said This is what
it's
happened.
just
But
we are
Aisha
relying
has
on
said
the report.
on report. But Lawrence Okoro happens to be a ranking member of the NDC. But Aisha has come out to say publicly, well, I'm not going to be following Obi around in 2027 like I did in 2023. I'll focus on other things like probably grassroots development, collation center,
Mobilization,
probably
and all that.
some of the problems they had was because, well, they said they didn't have agents in many of the polling booths. So probably she could focus on that. But in the light of this, I would like to ask you, what should be the relationship in party politics, Nigeria, referencing Nigeria, between a national leader, more like the owner of the party. It's only in Nigeria that we hear people own parties, and the presidential candidate. And between the NDC of Seraki Dixon, who is like the vision bearer of that political party, and the Obedient and Kwansia movement, who is actually doing the other a favor. When you said in your opening words that Seraki Dixon has a structure, I think the structure was just on paper. I mean, by the time it was registered in February, he didn't have close to 10,000 people. But the moment they said, well, Obi and Kwanso are there, and registration, we heard that they got thousands, in the
same way.
So, as a matter of fact, who did the other a favor in this equation? Is it NDC or is it?
Now, what is playing out in NDC is what played out in Labour Party. Labour Party was in ICU when Obedient breathed life into it, and it became a mega party. Now, it's the same thing that is playing out in NDC today. And you will also recall that as soon as a Labour Party came to life, immediately, those who were just lying there, not doing anything, became stronger, and there was contestation between what's this man's name? Apapa. Arabambi, Apapa, and Aburi.
Aburi, yes.
And then it was a long drum battle before the court settled for Aburi at the initial stage.
I like that word at the initial stage, because up until this moment,
that's what I'm saying. So, and that was the beginning of the problem of Labour Party. But the way it is now, if you go down memory lane, in the First Republic and Second Republic, political parties hold leadership of such parties.
Political leaders hold leadership of
the parties.
Okay.
For instance, not candidates and those voted into office.
Okay.
I mean, the structure of the party, like the national chairman, national secretary, organizing secretary, and all
the
officials of the party hold the sway. You recall that throughout Action Group, it was the party until when things started changing. As an Action Group period, people were subscribing, tomato sellers, pepper sellers were subscribing to that party. They had membership card where they pay certain amount like dues. So it was assumed, even when there are leaders in that party, that everybody owns that party. Now, Second Republic, those days, Ume Ezeoke was in the House of Rep, Joseph Waya was in the Senate, you have the President, Shagari, you have Alex Ekweme as the Vice President. All of them, they subsumed themselves under the leadership of Adisa Akinloye, who was the National Party chairman.
Okay, National Chairman of the party.
And it was incongruent for the National Assembly, even when they formed the majority, or the executive arm of government, to take a position without recourse to the party leadership.
As at then.
Okay. Then Third Republic was like a diarchy, so it was like maybe they are
neither here
nor there. Then Fourth Republic came. You now have, the moment you become president, you are the owner of that party.
You become the governor, you are the owner of
the party. You are the owner
of
that in that state. You are the owner of that party. And that is what is playing out now.
So we have a situation where the party chairman at the state level goes to the governor to take instructions.
Yes.
Instead of the other way.
As a matter of fact, if the governor wants to see the party chairman and he gives 20 minutes, he will practically fly to the government house to make sure that he beats that deadline. But then, in Second Republic, wires will come all the way from Abuja to Ibadan. I mean, from Lagos.
From Lagos.
From Lagos
to Ibadan.
He will drive down to Ibadan, confer with Adisa Akinloye and other party members present before he makes any pronouncement. So now, what that tells you is that it has been established now that candidates
have been subsumed.
No.
Okay.
The party has been subsumed under political actors.
No, the candidates have been subsumed.
The candidates has been subsumed, but the moment they win election, they take over the party.
They take over the party. The moment they win election,
they take over the party.
Okay.
Now, today, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the leader of APC, like it or not.
Just like Seraki Dixon
is the national leader
is
the owner of that party, so to say. Now, I think this brewing crisis that is too close for call. We are now having an election in January, which is just about 5 months away. This kind of crisis had better be nipped in the bud.
Had better be
before
nipped in the bud.
It escalates.
Before it escalates. Now, in this same report, we heard Lawrence Okoro, the man that raised this issue, that brought it to the spotlight, to the limelight, said, well, at some point in that report, he described Seraki Dixon as the supreme leader of NDC. You know what supreme leader means? Like we had in China.
Total emperor.
Mao Zedong and all.
Yes.
You know what a supreme leader
is.
And so when you begin to
like the Ayatollah.
So like when you begin to describe a party chairman as supreme leader, what does that actually connote in terms of, because we hear at some point that people that belong to the Peter Obi camp, people that came from Peter Obi, who won elections in some parts of the country, were swapped. By who? By this same Seraki Dixon. Yeah. And up until this moment, because Peter Obi didn't want to get into
rock the boat,
contestations, rock the boat and all of that. And he let it be. So now, what does that tell you about the relationship between, because I hear some people say Seraki Dixon might just be working for the ruling party. Do you share that?
That is nothing impossible in politics, particularly the Nigerian hue of politics. There is nothing impossible. Anybody could be working across party lines, and it's a Machiavelli approach. The end justifies the means. So, but I think it's something that should be well managed before it escalates. Because it starts small. It takes a match stick to burn a whole city. And this one looks like a matchstick that could burn the whole city if not well managed. The camp of Seraki Dixon, from all intent and purposes, I'm beginning to see it as if they are trying to resist the obedience.
Okay, because it looks like there are internal frictions there.
Yes.
And so how can it be managed?
The only way to manage it is, one, they shouldn't allow it to fester to the point that external influence will come in. And how do they go about this? In conflict resolution,
okay,
time is of essence.
The earlier the better.
The earlier the better.
Okay.
And the earlier the better, the best is for the actors in this to go into a private meeting, devoid of media attention. Sort these things out. If there are compromises to be made, let them make compromises. Because the thing is, Seraki Dixon is assuming a toga that he will not serve the interest of the candidate of that party. And so the earlier they resolve this crisis, even if it means the obedient camp would have to compromise on certain things for Peter Obi to appear on the ballot in January, they have to do it. Okay. And do it as quickly as possible.
All right. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, there is this no lost love relationship between Serake Dixon and Aisha Yusuf. This is not the first time. At some point, Serake Dixon had to even address a press conference. Say, well, we even offered her position for the House of Reps and all of that. In public, I think he had up to the nose that he had to come out,
Yeah.
So this no lost love relationship between these two principal actors in the NDC, whether we like it or not, how much of that could impact on Obi's electoral fortune? Aisha does command a lot of influence.
Yes,
followership.
And followership.
So if they don't mend it as quickly as possible, like you have said, how much of it could impact Obi's fortune?
It's something that one should look at beyond the current vibes. It will grow. You recall that in those days when we were in secondary school, when a senior wants to punish you, he will give you a V-shaped grass to cut. At the starting point, it's so minute. But as you progress, it keeps expanding.
Reverse pyramid.
Yes. It keeps expanding. At the end of the day, you find out that you even cut almost half or if not more of the whole field. So this is exactly what is likely to happen. And for me, it's a hard take. One, Peter Obi cannot afford to lose Aisha Yusuf, at least for grassroots mobilization, for the effect that she has oratory power, she has so many things going for her when it comes to mobilizing and galvanizing. You understand? To that extent, Peter Obi cannot drop Aisha. But Peter Obi can rein in Aisha to the level of compromise and say, look, this is not our main goal. Our main goal is to breast the tape.
Like eyes on the ball.
Yes. So if we must breast the tape, then whatever compromise that is coming our way, let us stomach it. After all, Obasanjo was said to have knelt down for Atiku just to have second term.
Which he did.
All
right.
So if it requires Aisha bending over backwards for the sake of his principal, why not? Because it's gravitated towards Seriake obedient movement, locking horns.
Okay, Dele, before we leave this particular conversation, does it look like Obi's chances in the NDC is shaky because of this constant friction?
There have been, although some of these pastors are charlatans, you may not want to believe them. Okay. But sometimes some of these crystal gazer could be a little bit right.
So what are they saying?
They are saying that by November, Peter Obi may not be on the ballot. And this is a foreboding for such insinuation. All right. So even if you recall that Jabez in the Bible was said to have been a child born with sorrow and misfortune. But when he realized it, he cried to God. And God answered his prayer, and the thing was turned around. And he became a successful person in the Bible.
Dele, I didn't know you were also a Bible scholar. I thought you were just a reporter. Anyway, let's move away from that and go to the United States, where Von Batten Montague, a U.S.-based policy advisory firm returned by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, says there will be no cover-up of the U.S. records concerning allegations of drug trafficking involving President Bola Tinubu. Well, the firm accused the Biden administration's Justice Department of resisting release of relevant Freedom of Information Act, FOIA records, while saying the Trump administration has taken a different approach. Well, the dispute involves FOIA requests by transparency activist Aaron Greenspan for records from the FBI, DEA, and the Justice Department concerning investigations into Tinubu and Abiodun Agbele. Well, Judge Beryl Howell rejected broad global refusals and in April 2025 ordered the agencies to search for and process non-exempt records. The latest court order gives U.S. Attorney Jenny Pirro until August 21, that is on Friday, to comply after she requested more time. The records relate partly to a 1993 U.S. forfeiture involving about $460,000 linked to accounts associated with Bola Tinubu, but traced to illicit drug dealing. Tinubu has denied wrongdoing, and U.S. courts have distinguished the forfeiture from criminal conviction. Von Batten Montague York is now pushing for wider disclosure, saying the records should be made public and that transparency is important to the broader U.S.-Nigeria relationship. Now, Dele, why is this case not dying? Do you think there's more to it than we know, or what we should know? Why is it not dying?
For me, I just see it as sound bites.
Okay, sound bites.
Yes. Because this thing happened in between 1988 and 1991.
Okay.
And a certain Moise Akonde Adegboyega and Abiodun Agbile were arrested for drug trafficking in white heroin, to be specific, by an undercover agent who posed as a buyer. And investigation linked Tinubu to it, that the IRS, Internal Revenue Service, special agent Kevin Moss, filed an affidavit stating that there was probable cause to believe funds in accounts controlled by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the current president, were proceeds of drug trafficking or involved in money laundering. That was to the extent of the involvement of the president.
Okay.
And they said it was alleged to have, between 1988 and 1991, when they were tracking these two men, that substantial amounts were deposited into the president's account at that time at First Heritage Bank and Citibank, and they linked that money to Akonde, one of the culprits, and so they now feel that Tinubu must be an associate of these people, Akonde and Agbile, and so they filed. There was no criminal charge against Tinubu.
Now, that is the problem people are having with. If he forfeited a certain amount of money, related to drug trafficking, how come he turned a civil case? That's the problem Nigerians are having.
But that's
Von Batten Montague is saying, well, we need full disclosure. And surprisingly, the president has been very active in trying to shield, in trying to prevent FBI, DEA, and other agencies. At some point, even went to court to ensure that these records are not released. 60 pages in all, or even more. And so people are asking, according to the president, then his legal people said, well, if these records are released, it could cause irreparable damage to me. Now Nigerians are asking, what is it that the president is hiding? And a lot of lawyers have spoken to have said, well, it's difficult for us to understand how this case turned to be civil instead of criminal. And you know that criminal cases are not statute barred, and they could be resurrected even after 100 years or so. We saw people that were,
No, not in all cases.
Not in all cases. I'm hearing that for the first time.
Yes, not in all cases. For instance, theft and some of these are minor felony.
No, but
statute bar.
But
when you now talk about capital offense,
criminal cases, like murder and all of that. And so does it look like the president and his people are trying to hide something? If you are saying, well, he's been very active in trying to say, well, don't release these records. And again, why is Atiku Abubakar pursuing this? This is not the first time. Why?
I said sometimes politicians, the way they behave, even when they know that there is closure, they will still want to resurrect it to gain some level of mileage.
Okay.
But the point is, if it requires full disclosure, and if there is nothing to hide, let's have full disclosure. But ab initio, American government never arrested, arraigned Tinubu for this offense. It was a kind of settlement. The actual amount was $2 million that they were looking for. And
no, were they looking for it, or that they found in that account?
That they traced. No, they were actually looking for. Okay. But when the account was scrutinized, 460 suspected to have been proceeds of that crime was found, and he forfeited it without any legal, without any criminal charge.
Okay.
You understand?
According to available records.
According to available records. Okay. So if there is anything contrary to that, and they have taken this case to Supreme Court.
Nigerian
Supreme Court too. So if there is anything that is different from what is in the open, let the American government release those things. I as a person, I am not inclined to shield anything that has to do with criminality.
Okay.
Because it's not in my nature. I've never been involved in any criminal record. In fact, if you find my name in any police station, know that maybe I've gone to sign bail bond for somebody. And so I will not encourage anything that has to do with criminality. And because of the nature of my profession, apart from journalism, I'm also a psychologist.
Okay.
I've had interactions with drug addicts, those who abuse drugs. And I know the debilitating effect of drug. So if anybody is accused of drug-related offense, I don't bat an eyelid for that person to be punished. So if it is found, and if United States government releases anything that can indict the president, so be it. But as at today, there is no indictment from anywhere. Criminal indictment. Okay. It was never arraigned, it was never prosecuted, and it was never sentenced.
Okay, now in this case, it looks like a judge has given order, release these records by the 21st of August, which is on Friday, 2 days from today. Yeah. And so what do you see coming? Because at some point, this is not the first time an order has been given by a court in the United States. And the president and his men, handlers, his lawyers in the U.S. were very active in going back to an appeal court to say stop it, and it was stopped. Do you see that happening again this time?
Well, it could happen. You never can tell. You know, they are going to lower court, federal high court. They are not going to Supreme Court.
Should Nigeria or any country, as a matter of fact, be struggling, to have a leader who is trying to shield his records from? Should Nigeria or any country, as a matter of fact, have that kind of leader? Is it something that should make headlines? Like you and I are spending executive time discussing that the president at some point forfeited 460,000 and he's trying actively to hide it. Is that what we should be talking about?
You see, Adedibu, when he was alive, he said if you want to know how your mother and your father decided they want to have you as their child and how they met, go and do politics.
Exactly the point. So when you said you don't have a criminal case, I was saying probably it's because Dele has not ventured into politics. Probably
maybe you wait for them.
If you want to become governor of Ondo State one day, now people will bring up issues about you and criminality, but I hope it doesn't happen.
All right, I don't even have anything to hide.
You never can tell. Now let's move away from that. Ahead of the 2027 elections, opposition lawmakers in the House of Representatives and the G100 coalition have agreed to work together to challenge President Bola Tinubu and the APC. Well, the coalition, made up of figures from parties including the PDP, ADC, NDC, APM, PRP, and SDP, says opposition fragmentation contributed to the APC's victory in 2023. G100 convener Salihu Lukman said the group wants opposition leaders to negotiate a common platform and avoid another divided contest. He said the country could not afford another 4 years of APC rule and disclosed that the group had already consulted presidential candidates, running mates, and party chairmen, who reportedly responded positively, while House Minority Leader Fred Abedi said the opposition caucus supports the initiative and will work with G100 through individual lawmakers and a technical committee. Both sides confirmed a national opposition summit for August 31st, 2026 in Abuja, where they plan to unveil more details of their collaboration and strategy for the 2027 election. The opposition figures inching closer to an agreement. Last week, we saw a group of people meet in Port Harcourt. We saw SDP, AAC, and Accord Party presidential candidates say, hey, we're ready to, throw in any of the towels and see that we emerge as a sole candidate, to fight Bola Ahmed Tinubu, APC in 2027. Now, we hear that the opposition lawmakers, the National Assembly are saying, well, we are willing to work with PDP, APM, SDP, PRP, and all of that. Without the ADC and NDC being part of this broad coalition, do you think that something meaningful will come out of it? If you look at the 2023 records of the SDP, AAC, and the Accord Party, in total, 3 of them scored 155,000 votes. What impact can they make without the broad coalition involving the ADC and the NDC?
They are just posturing so that they can be heard. Okay. If we are talking about coalition, it is still between Atiku and P2B. Anything outside of those two, then is an exercise in futility.
You don't expect a surprise? Nigerians could just...
What surprise? What surprise? Look at the election
like
in
Nigerians trying to vote SDP.
Which SDP?
Adewale Adebayo.
And what was his,
what
was the number of votes he garnered last election?
I mean, P2B never contested a presidential candidate, but at his first time, he pulled 6.1 million votes.
What I'm telling you is, who is Adebayo? Compared to
SDP presidential candidate.
Compared to B, is this his first time of contesting?
That's what I'm saying. You don't expect any magic.
There's no magic.
You don't expect any surprise.
There is no surprise. This election, 2 years ago, I sat in this studio and I said it's going to be 3-horse race because nobody is ready to step down for the other. And that once it's this a 3-horse race, then the opposition has lost. I was upbeat at some point when they converged in the ADC, but suddenly they broke that pact and everybody went their separate ways. Today, what do we have? A strong NDC that they may have issues as we go along now with what is happening today. And then ADC that is in firm control of Atiku. Where do you think anybody will sit down and P2B and Atiku would agree that either Peter Obi should run or Atiku should run? I have not seen it.
It's a difficult call, you mean?
It's a difficult call, almost impossible call. And so, we are going into this election. Discountenance all these ones. The total vote of all these parties that are saying they are forming coalition, they can't get up to 500,000. In total, for presidential election, they cannot get up to 500,000. Look at their showing in Ekiti. Look at their showing in Edo. Look at their showing in Osun.
I used to hear you say, well, 24 hours is a long time for things to change.
Not for these people.
Okay, this is an exception.
This is an exception.
Exception to the
you look at their pedigree.
Exception to
look at where they are coming from.
You don't believe in surprise.
When you want to talk about 24 hours is too long a day in politics, you are talking about Atiku and P2B.
Okay.
That's when you talk about that. That analogy does not fit. That saying does not fit into all these
like Roosevelt said, well, in politics, nothing happens by accident.
Of course, it is planned.
Know that it was just Anyway, let's move away from that and go to United States again, where there are reports that U.S. Congressman Riley Moore has urged the United States not to remove Nigeria from its countries of particular concern designation, arguing that the Nigerian government has failed to adequately protect Christians from ongoing violence and killings. His comments followed an August 12th meeting in Washington between U.S. officials and a Nigerian delegation led by National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, where discussion focused on protecting Christian communities in the Middle Belt, prosecuting perpetrators, strengthening security cooperation, resettling internally displaced people, and combating terrorism financing. Moore, who previously joined the U.S. fact-finding delegation to Nigeria over alleged Christian persecution, made his statement amid renewed reports of deadly attacks by bandits. Obviously, you recall that about a week ago, we had a U.S.-Nigeria Security Summit in the United States, led by National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu. We had the IGP, we had the Attorney General of the
Chief of Defense Staff, the Minister of Defense.
Minister of Defense, even had the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu, all, in that delegation. And so, what we are hearing now is that practically, what they went there to do is, well, remove Nigeria from countries of particular concern. And is that what the summit was all about?
I don't think so. It could be part of it, but they won't just go wholesale to demand the removal of Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
Was it a damage control mission?
No, you see, security meetings is not meant for the public.
Okay.
And so the few ones that can resonate within the public space is what they will tell nosy journalists.
No, so why shouldn't they tell nosy journalists the collaborations they had with the United States in terms of deploying more troops, in terms of probably infrastructure exchange, intelligence exchange, all those things, shouldn't they be known to Nigerians?
The strongest element is war is surprise.
Surprise, okay.
Surprise is the strongest element of war.
And we were not surprised when they brought 200 foot soldiers here.
No,
they told us up front.
What I'm saying is, you see, there are certain security issues that you don't discuss in public. Okay. It's like you are arming your enemy.
Like we normally hear the defense headquarters say we have procured drones.
That's
to fight terrorists and bandits.
Honestly.
And 2 or 3 days later, bandits use drones on Nigerian military facilities.
That's what I said. That's why I said surprise is no longer there. I'm coming to your house to come and attack you, and I'm announcing 30 kilometers away that I'm coming with AK-47. Before I arrive in your house, won't you go and get RPG? Won't you go and get gun truck? That is it. So, even in the local environment, when I was chairman of my community landlord association, when they want to discuss security, I say, I'm not part of it. I will leave. Because your vice chairman may be a threat to that community that you don't know. Maybe he's the one harboring arms and ammunition for those who are coming to attack the community. So they will finger you, and then when they get to your house.
So basically, what you're saying is that there should be an element of surprise in dealing with security.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So shouldn't the Nigerian government surprise Nigerians by routing out terrorists, bandits, kidnappers, and all of that? Wouldn't that be
America is not going to help us?
No, I mean the Nigerian government. They should surprise Nigerians.
They should surprise us, and that would be a pleasant surprise.
And not telling us that, well...
Don't tell me that you have just acquired
or that you're asking the US to remove Nigeria from the CPC list.
The American government would naturally remove Nigeria from CPC if we are intentional and if we are ready to fight these people to a standstill and push back on them. Let us drive. If you cannot kill Toji Bello, drive him back to Niger. Let his head of state take care of him in that place. And some other people that are not even Nigerians that are dealing with us here.
Okay, should I take that as a concluding?
Yes.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, let's concentrate and let NDC sort whatever, because I want to see these people on the ballot on January 16. I don't want to miss anyone out of this. And so the only way is let the parties involved resolve this matter as soon as possible before it escalates.
All right then. Thank you very much. Now, this will be a good place to end this conversation. I've been speaking with Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. You must agree with me that this conversation has been quite interesting. We'll return tomorrow, 6 o'clock on Political Lens. Probably not with Dele, with another analyst. Dele, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and presence. And I hope that we can do this some other time.
Why not?
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Dim Duty. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels.